JNNCE Organizing Chair 2022 IEEE Discover onto the dais. The history of JNN College of Engineering is marked by events that have made it synonymous with quality education. Established in 1980 by National Education Society, JNNCE is a flagship institute of NES established by freedom fighters and philanthropists. JNNCE is one of the technical institutions of Karnataka, providing excellent technical education and training to students from all parts of India. The institution has completed 42 years of its fruitful existence in all aspects of technical education. JNNCE ranked 52nd in India, 28th in South India and 10th in Karnataka as per the week survey. 52nd in India, 12th in Karnataka as per India Today. IEEE is the world's largest professional organization dedicated to advancing technology for the benefit of humanity. IEEE inspires a global community through its highly cited publications, conferences, technology, and educational activities. 2022 IEEE Discover intends to attract people working in diverse fields: distributed computing, software engineering, VLSI verification, communication engineering, electrical and electronic circuits, robotics, and healthcare. The conference is designed to create a platform for researchers from academia and industry, practicing engineers and students. Education is not the learning of facts, but the training of the mind to think. With this powerful quote, let us begin today's function. Give a big round of applause. Prayer works wonders. Prayer should spring from the heart. Now I request Mrs. Nalina SB, Mrs. Sumati K, EC Department to invoke in the name of God. ಜಯ ಜಯ ಎನ್ನೋಣ ಗಣಪಗೆ ಪೂಜೆಯ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಜಯ ಜಯ ಎನ್ನೋಣ ಗಣಪಗೆ ಪೂಜೆಯ ಮಾಡೋಣ ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಗಣಪ ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಬೆನಕ ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಗಣಪ ಶರಣು ಶರಣು ಬೆನಕ ಓಂಕಾರನಾದ ಪ್ರಿಯ ಹೇ ಗಣಪ ಸಾಕಾರ ವಂದನೆ ಹೇ ಗಣಪ ಓಂಕಾರನಾದ ಪ್ರಿಯ ಹೇ ಗಣಪ ಸಾಕಾರ ವಂದನೆ ಹೇ ಗಣಪ ಧಿಮಿ 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 ನಾಟ್ಯ ಸ್ವರೂಪ ನಿನಗಿದು ಅರ್ಪಣೆ ಭಕ್ತಿಯ ಧೂಪ ಹೇ ಪ್ರಭು ನಿನಗಿದು ನಮ್ಮ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಹೇ ಪ್ರಭು ನಿನಗಿದು ನಮ್ಮ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ ಓಂಕಾರನಾದ ಪ್ರಿಯ ಹೇ ಗಣಪ ಸಾಕಾರ ವಂದನೆ ಹೇ ಗಣಪ ಓಂಕಾರನಾದ ಪ್ರಿಯ ಹೇ ಗಣಪ ಹೇ ಗಣಪ ಹೇ ಗಣಪ. Thank you, Nalina and Sumati. It's time to listen to the anthem of our esteemed institution. Now I request Shubhashri, Amit Iyer, Hari, Kavya, Saujanya to sing JNNCE anthem. I request Subodh to join in flute. Thank you so much for your melodious singing. I take this opportunity to invite Dr. S.V. Satyanarayana, HOD EC Department, JNNCE, Organizing Chair 2022 IEEE Discover, to welcome the gathering.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, invitees, distinguished delegates, and my dear friends and students. It's my privilege to welcome all of you to the inaugural program of 2022 IEEE Discover, International Conference on Distributed Computing, VLSI, Electrical Circuits and Robotics. I'm happy to place it on record that this is the first ever in-person IEEE conference hosted at JNNCE, and it's a very special occasion for the complete NES family, as it is the part of the Diamond Jubilee celebration of our National Education Society. I'm very happy to recall that during 2020 we had organized IEEE conference on multimedia processing, communication and information technology virtually during the pandemic situation. With this, I'm very happy to welcome today's dignitaries to all of you. I wholeheartedly welcome today's chief guest and keynote speaker, Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director, CDAC Bangalore, to this program. I welcome you, sir. Audience, please note that he is coming to our campus third time. During 2006 also he was here for National Workshop on Cryptology, where he was working on in BEL. Thank you, sir. I'm very happy to welcome guests of today's program, President of National Education Society, Sri G.S. Narayan Rao. Welcome you, sir. Also, I welcome Sri S.N. Nagaraja, Secretary NES, to this inaugural program of 2022 IEEE Discover. At this point of time, I should really thank our management who would always support for such academic programs. I welcome Dr. Purnalata Ji, Chair of IEEE Mangalore Subsection and General Chair of this conference, to this program. Welcome you, Madam. President of this program, who is the backbone of every academic activity of our beloved principal, Dr. K. Nagendra Prasad. He is with us. I welcome you, sir. I welcome Dr. P. Manjunatha, Dean Academics, who is also the organizing chair of the conference of this conference to this program. Welcome you, sir. I welcome one of the invited speaker of this conference, Dr. A.G. Ramakrishna, who will be joining shortly. I welcome Dr. U.C. Niranjan, Director of Research and Training, Manipal.net, Manipal, who is the immediate past chair of IEEE Mangalore Subsection. I also welcome Office Bearers of Mangalore Subsection, who is witnessing this program. I welcome Sri Ashwatha Narayana Shetty, former Vice President of National Education Society, to this program. I welcome H.C. Shivakumar, Director of the NES, for this program. I welcome Mr. Praveen Kalbavi, CEO of Novigo Solutions, Bangalore, for gracing this occasion. I welcome Professor N. Divakar Rao, former Director and Educationist, to this program. I welcome all the delegates who have come from various parts of the country to the inaugural program of 2022 IEEE Discover. I welcome HODs of various departments, my faculty colleagues, non-teaching staff, and my dear students to this program. I welcome press and media and Mr. Nriptunga, PRO NES, who is helping us in giving wide publicity. I once again welcome all of you to this program. Have a happy time, 2 days. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to welcome Dr. S.V. Satyanarayana, sir, Organizing Chair 2022 IEEE Discover. Welcome you, sir. Now, I request our beloved principal, Dr. K. Nagendra Prasad, sir, a positive motivator, to present opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
distinguished members on the dais, invitees, my dear colleagues and student friends. I am very happy to be here today at the inaugural function of this international conference. I welcome all of you to this happening institute. A couple of days ago, we had Sivan, the former ISRO chairman, coming here, delivering a lecture on space technologies. And we also had Sudhamurthy coming here to commemorate Diamond Jubilee celebrations of National Education Society. Many distinguished speakers from across India, they are coming here and sharing their experiences with all our students and faculty. This international conference provides a good platform for all the research scholars, students, and all those who are associated colleagues with respect to latest technologies that are occurring in the chosen field of computing, distributed computing, VLSI, electrical circuits, and robotics. When I was in Indians of Science, Bangalore, I have seen Param computer, supercomputer, which was housed in a very big room. And a lot of technical personnel were involved in maintaining that Param computer. Now the circuits have become so miniature that even each laptop is now a supercomputer. And going forward, I think the technology that we are seeing, the ramifications and consequences, I think we are going to have anything in a matchbox. That's what we are going to have, particularly the circuits. I'm very happy this international conference provides means to students. They have to interact with distinguished speakers. We have here with us a galaxy of experts from different areas. So there is a saying in Telugu, when son-in-law comes, we have to celebrate festival. When such speakers are there here, we have to celebrate festival. So in terms of interacting with them and getting as much information as possible on latest technologies and exploring different kinds of possibilities in terms of carving your future. So I call upon all distinguished invitees here to interact very effectively and get as much information as possible. And I once again welcome all of you to this occasion, and then I will spare some of my observations for concluding remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. You are always an inspiration for all of us. Thank you, sir. It's time to listen about the mega event 2022 IEEE Discover. Now I request Mr. Pushparaj Shetty, Immediate Past Chair, IEEE Mangalore Subsection, Professor NITK Suratkal, to brief about the event. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning all. Respected members on the dais, off the dais, all the participants here, and all my friends from IEEE and my student friends. So I'm very happy to be here to present a brief about the IEEE Discover Conference. So IEEE Mangalore subsection is organizing the 6th International Conference on Distributed Computing, VLSI, Electrical Circuits and Robotics, that is 2022 IEEE Discover in JNN College of Engineering, Shivamogga. IEEE Discover is a flagship conference of IEEE Mangalore subsection, which was conceptualized first time in 2016 at National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, Suratkal. And IEEE Discover intends to attract working people in diverse fields. The conference is designed to create a platform for the researchers from academia and industry, and also practicing engineers and students. A series of keynote presentations, technical paper, and poster presentations are planned to foster the vigorous exchange of research findings and the ideas among the participants. The conference has set a strong legacy of quality in the process and proceedings. After the second edition of IEEE Discover, which was held at Mangalore Institute of Technology, MITE, Mudbidre, in the year 2018, the conference became an annual event, and a new track, which is called healthcare, was added to the conference on this distributed computing, communications, VLSI, electrical circuits, and robotics after the third edition of IEEE Discover, which was held in 2019 at MIT Manipal. So in the year 2020 and 2021, the conference was held at Sri Madhva Vadiraj Institute of Technology and Management, Bantakal, and NMM Institute of Technology, Nitte, respectively, in the online mode due to the outbreak of the pandemic COVID-19 and the consequential restrictions thereof. All the papers accepted and presented in the previous editions of the conference have been published in IEEE Explore digital library and are indexed by Scopus. The 6th edition of IEEE Discover is now being held in JNN College of Engineering, Shivamogga. The IEEE conference record number for this is 55800. Totally, about 260 research papers have been submitted to this conference, out of which 86 papers were accepted after at least 3 reviews for each paper. Authors of 59 papers have registered for the conference for presenting their research findings. There will be 1 keynote address, 4 invited talks by experts, and 11 paper presentation sessions. A panel discussion on the role of Industry Institute collaboration in the context of NEP 2020 will be held as part of this conference with the participation of experts from both academia and industry. The conference is financially sponsored by IEEE Mangalore subsection, All India Council for Technical Education, Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, CSIR, Science and Engineering Research Board, SERB, the Defense Research and Development Organization, DRDO, also the technically sponsored by IEEE Bangalore section, India, India Internet Engineering Society, and Center for System Design at NITK Suratkal. I take this opportunity to congratulate the host institution and the management, JNN College of Engineering, and Dr. Satyanarayan sir, who is the organizing chair with his team members. Congratulations to you, sir, and also I'm very happy and proud that he has created history by bringing record numbers of sponsors for this conference. This has happened only this year. Yeah. I also thank the Secretary of IEEE Mangalore subsection, Dr. Vasudeva, who was supposed to present this. I'm presenting on his behalf. He has compiled the report, and thanks to one and all here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. As sunlight expels the darkness of night, similarly, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. To make this event a blessed one, invoke Goddess Saraswati by lighting the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. I invite all the dignitaries for lighting the lamp.
Asatu ma sadgamaya tamaso ma jyotirgamaya mrityorma amritangamaya Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Asato ma sadgamaya tamaso ma ज्योतिर्गमय मृत्योर्मा अमृतङ्गमय
Thank you for making this event a blessed one. It gives me great pleasure to introduce the chief guest for this inaugural function. We are honored by the presence of the Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director, CDAC, Bengaluru. Dr. Seethu D. Sudarshan is serving CDAC as Executive Director since August 2020. Prior to this, he was with ABB India Corporate Software Research Team for more than 7 years. Before joining ABB in 2012, Dr. Sudarshan was with US Food and Drug Administration as visiting scientist, leading their semantic data mining research and development program, and received FDA's Outstanding Service Award for his contributions in 2012. Dr. Sudarshan has a PhD in Applied Computing from the USA and awarded Outstanding PhD Graduate Award. He has over 90 publications or presentations to his credit. Prior to joining FDA, he was with CEDT, ERDCI, and CRL-BEL. Dr. Sudarshan has undertaken 3 decades of R&D as a researcher and manager with diverse technical and domain experience, organized professional meetings and seminars at international and national level. His specialization fields are engineering, analytics, industrial IoT, mining, information retrieval, cyber physical systems, cyber security, next generation networks, wireless sensor networks, R&D management. His interesting domains are safety and mission critical systems, industry, infrastructure, healthcare, practical networks. We are honored by your presence on this occasion, sir. Thank you. Serving for the best of society comes back in an unexpectedly positive way. It's time to felicitate Chief Guest of today's function, Dr. S.D. Sudarshan. I request all the dignitaries to join for felicitation. I request our Chief Guest to kindly accept our small token of love and appreciation. Thank you, all the dignitaries. It's time to listen to our Sudarshan sir to deliver inaugural address. Over to you, sir.
Namaskara, Subhodayam, and good morning to all of you. Yeah, first of all, I'm very thankful and delighted to be thank you for the entire IEEE team, Mangalore subsection, for holding on to it. And the kind of warm reception I have received, it has always been like this, but I have to reiterate, because good things can be reiterated any number of times. So starting from the discussion with President Narayan Rao sir, on various aspects, from food to faculty and the fraternity of students, how the whole thing is being planned. That was a very good discussion in the morning, 40 minutes. So that was a good coffee with him. Thank you so much, sir, for the good discussions. And with that, we had a secretary, sir, principal, all of them were there. Dean Academics, it was a wonderful time in the morning. So I am fully that way energized. And energy means appropriate use, not to shout at high volume, but to be utilized optimally. And the AQM team that I just met as I came, they are already waiting for looking at their clock when it will be evening to show their energy. So, and we saw a lot of their performance. And thank you all the research scholars, delegates, and the faculty and the stalwarts all here. So when it comes to these kind of conferences, there are few things to note. So I will try to connect 3 small aspects, maybe 2 minutes each, and then I'll conclude for this part of the story. The first one is, it is about discovery. And as the theme reads, someone maybe 10 years back would have argued, these are 4 different areas, distributed computing versus, VLSI. They will say one is computing, one is hardware, they will not talk to each other. But today, the synergy has been discovered. And we know that there is no distributed computing unless the supporting semiconductor infrastructure, chip in place. And there is no chip without a software and computing. Whatever your simulation modeling you do of the RTL, synthesis, circuit, timing analysis, they are all software and computing. So the dependency on each other is almost like what we see in the reuse, recycle. So they are all like a yin yang, dependent on each other. And the autonomous things that we are talking about, everything is whether it is autonomous driving or whether it is autonomous delivery, they are all related to some kind of robotics. Because whatever machine does automatically without human is robotics. They are nothing but a combination of a hardware and software put in a particular way. And they are all run with, we call it artificial intelligence, but essentially it is the intelligence of the human being programmed in a nice way so that the machine does what it does. Some 15, 20 years before, there was one topic people were working called knowledge engineering. The idea was, we all understood data, kind of what is information. Then came knowledge and then wisdom. They said wisdom is something only experienced people can come, it cannot be programmed. But knowledge is nothing but kind of, one part of knowledge is actionable information. Can we mimic subject matter experts? That was the research of that knowledge engineering. But today AI is nothing but exactly the same thing. The expertise of the individual has been captured into a software and it is being replicated by a machine. The names have changed, but the research has yielded result. So the discovery has happened continuously. And now I will connect to where I come from. I am currently leading Center for Development of Advanced Computing. Already Param was mentioned, which was a good thing. So the Param was actually conceived by CDAC founders, Dr. Ajit Bhatkar and team. Whenever something is denied, we crave for it and we achieve it. That is what happened in 1980s, late 1980s. Some supercomputers were denied to India. So government of India decided we need to build ourselves. So that task was given to a group of people, and CDAC was born. And today we have reached a stage. As I speak today, the supercomputer at IIT Guwahati was inaugurated by our Honorable President. This, as we speak here, it happened. And from being countable 1 to supercomputers, today we have 20 plus installed supercomputers across the country. But what is more relevant to the research scholars and the IEEE Mangalore section and JNNCE and all other stakeholders here is, CDAC Bangalore today has one of the supercomputers called Param Utkarsh. We give one name to each installation. So the Bangalore system is called Param Utkarsh. Compared to all other supercomputing systems, the Bangalore one has been dedicated for 2 purposes only. Both are relevant to you. One is, it is earmarked to support startup and MSME. So any of you have an idea in your college projects, or any research scholar or any faculty with a good idea, because today incubation cell, entrepreneurship development and all is very much part of every institute, every department, every professor. That is needed for your NARF ranking, your own growth and economic prosperity. So anybody who wants to do a startup and MSME and looking for a supercomputing modeling simulation kind of facility, please reach out to CDAC Bangalore. We will make sure you get the access and it is available for you. And you can discover whatever modeling you want. The second aspect is education. Today, if you really look at it, we are still doing serial or sequential program. But the cell phone that you are carrying is probably quad core. That means 3/4 of your processors are not used, because my program can only run on one. So it is very important to get into parallel programming. So the Param Utkarsh is also dedicated on the other aspect for education purpose of tier 2, tier 3 cities and underprivileged society, various categories. So as of now, Shivamogga till being a tier 2, you are eligible to use Param Utkarsh for education purpose, so long as it is with respect to parallel computing, high performance computing and distributed computing, which is one of the theme of the conference. So all of you are welcome to use. If needed, each of you have departmental societies. If you can connect with us, we can organize a webinar to tell exactly what are all possible, what we can do. So that is one thing that we can offer to the entire audience here. So that is with respect to CDAC on one aspect. There are many more, but in the interest of time, I will pass on the technology part there. But the third part is, the discovery is also about the need to collaborate. So if you are looking at collaboration, what do we need to collaborate? Because we are all here to learn in life. How do we learn? So if you go back to our Kannada, we have a lot of subhasitams. Similarly, there are a lot of couplets in Sanskrit as well. So there is a couplet in Sanskrit that tells exactly how do we learn. And it tells how do we achieve perfection. As we say, limit tending to 100% or saturation. How do we do that? So it starts with saying that Acharyat Padam Adatte. Many of you may be knowing it. I can see the good nods. So the first quarter of your learning, 25% comes from your teachers. That is more or less one way or very little dialogue, because it is taught. It is needed because it is empty, so we have to fill something. So the initial seed has to come from the group. So that part is well taken. But then what happens in the remaining 75? 25 out of 100 is a fail in any examination. So how do we pass? Then they say the second part is Padam Somedaya. You have to study yourself. So that is why we have the concept of prayer, sitting in isolation, meditation. Essentially you brood over what you have learned to practice. So that puts you the second 25%. Then comes the third part, where they say it is with respect to your friends and colleagues. Those days they called it, only brahmacharis. Before marriage only you studied. So it is called as Sah Brahmacharya and all. But essentially your friends and through whom you learn. So that is nothing but collaboration. That is nothing but talking to each other, discovering each other's talent, each other's ways of understanding. Because I don't understand in a particular way, that is taught to me. But as my friend, understand in a different way, then you explain, this is mean that only. You can look at it from another angle. So all those things come through our friends. That requires again collaboration. How do you collaborate? We cannot write a sequential program to collaborate. We should be able to parallelize the task. One task you do, one task I do. Together we win, we do more. So that kind of discovery is already there in that. That puts you another 25%. The last 25% they say that practice makes the man perfect. That's what they say. So padam kalena cha they say. So with time only remaining will come. So it is not that you learn once, the day exam is over, marks are there and you are out. Not like that. Only those who practice, they can survive. I think all the singers, from bathroom to Bharat Ratna singers, they will all vouch for it. If you stop singing, next day your throat doesn't work. So this is true for any kind of education, any kind of collaboration, any kind of scientific work. As we see, more and more Nobel Prize are given to a consortium of people, not from one institute even. So the collaboration is something that is there. Just to throw a little bit line, people are talking about quantum entanglement happening across galaxies. That means billions of light years away, they can get entangled. Information can be exchanged securely, safely. We are yet to understand how the distant dimension is taken care in that particular paradigm, but that is what people have been talking about. So it is quite possible that we mature one day with time, but the first three parts, willingness to learn from our teachers, putting our own effort, and collaborate with all our friends and like-minded people, that is where we are no more electronics branch, electrical branch and all, we are circuit branch. And at a higher level, we are all engineering. Then we all talk about science and technology. So that is how we should go forward. I think Discover has done a wonderful job of putting multiple disciplines together and bringing so many people on one table. That is good. And you are going to hear, I think, one more keynote is Dr. Heiko. He was my colleague in my previous organization. He knows a little bit more about software engineering and architecture in particular. So he will tell how to collaborate probably, otherwise ask him. He will be able to answer. So with that, I once again thank all of you, sir. In the interest of time, I will not take names. Wish you all the best, and I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your motivational words with Sanskrit Shlokam. Definitely, it inspires our young minds. Once again, thank you, sir. We have with us wonderful people who have gathered here to witness the unveiling ceremony of 2022 IEEE Discover Souvenir as a part of the 6th edition of IEEE International Conference on Distributed Computing, VLSI, Electrical Circuits and Robotics. I invite all the dignitaries to release the souvenir of 2022 IEEE Discover. Give a big round of applause here. Thank you, sir. I take this opportunity to invite Shri G.S. Narayan Rao, sir, President, National Education Society, a great supporter for all activities in our college, to address the gathering.
ವೇದಿಕೆ ಮೇಲೆ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕಾಲೇಜಿನ ಪ್ರಾಂಶುಪಾಲರು ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಸಮಾರಂಭದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂಥ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ನಾಗೇಂದ್ರ ಪ್ರಸಾದ್ರವರೇ, ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಸರಳ ಸಜ್ಜನ ನಡವಳಿಕೆಗಳಿಂದ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸರಳವಾದ ಮಾತುಗಾರಿಕೆಯಿಂದ ಸಭೆಯನ್ನು ಮಂತ್ರಮುಗ್ಧಗೊಳಿಸಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ನನಗೆ ಪರಿಚಯ ಆಗಿದ್ದೇ ಒಂದು ಅರ್ಧ ಗಂಟೆ ಮುಂಚೆ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಎಸ್ ಡಿ ಸುದರ್ಶನ್ರವರೇ. ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದಾಗೆ ನಾವು ಉಪಹಾರದ ವೇಳೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇಡ್ಲಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ವಡೆ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಅದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಭಾಳ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಚರ್ಚೆ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಹಳ್ಳಿ ತಿಂಡಿಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಎಲ್ಲ. ಭಾಳ ನೈಸ್ ಜೆಂಟ್ಲ್ಮ್ಯಾನ್ಸ್. ನಮ್ಮ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಸಂಸ್ಥೆಯ ಕಾರ್ಯದರ್ಶಿಗಳಾದ ಶ್ರೀಯುತ ಎಸ್ ಎನ್ ನಾಗರಾಜ್ರವರೇ, ಡೀನ್ ಅಕಾಡೆಮಿಕ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಡಿ ಮಂಜುನಾಥ್ರವರೇ, ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಆಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಡಾಕ್ಟರ್ ಪೂರ್ಣಲತಾರವರೇ, ಮತ್ತು ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದ ಮೇಟಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಉಸ್ತುವಾರಿ ಪ್ರೊಫೆಸರ್ ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣ್ ಮತ್ತು ಅವರೆಲ್ಲ ಟೀಮ್, ಎಂಟೈರ್ ಟೀಮ್, ಹ್ಯಾಟ್ಸ್ ಆಫ್ ಟು ದೇರ್ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ಸ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. ವೇದಿಕೆಯ ಅಭಿಮುಖವಾಗಿ ಆಸೀನರಾಗಿರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಎಲ್ಲ ಗಣ್ಯರೇ, ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳೇ, ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕರೇ ಹಾಗೂ ಈ ಒಂದು 2 ದಿವಸದ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ನಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ಳಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಂದಿರತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಶಿಬಿರಾರ್ಥಿಗಳೇ, ಮಾಧ್ಯಮದ ಮಿತ್ರರೇ, ನನಗೆ ಈ ಸೆಮಿನಾರ್ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಬಹಳ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ವಿದ್ವತ್ತಾಗಲಿ ಪಾಂಡಿತ್ಯ ಆಗಲಿ ನನಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ಸೆಕ್ರೆಟ್ರಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಸಾಕಷ್ಟಿದೆ. ಈ ಹಿಮ್ಸೆಲ್ಫ್ ಆ್ಯನ್ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರ್, ಸೊ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ. ನನಗೆ 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಇದೆ, ನನ್ನ ಕ್ಯಾಲೆಂಡರ್ ಆಫ್ ಇವೆಂಟ್ ಒಳಗೆ 5 ನಿಮಿಷ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ. 5 ಆಯ್ತೇನೆ, ಈಗ 3. ಒಟ್ಟಾರೆಯಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ನಾನು ಒಂದನ್ನು ನೆನಪು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೊತೆನಲ್ಲಿ 1-2 ಮಾತುಗಳನ್ನು ಹಂಚ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿಕ್ಕೆ ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ಸ್ ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಡೇ. ಇಟ್ ಇಸ್ ವೆರಿ ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ದಿಸ್ ಸೆಕ್ಟರ್. ಇವತ್ತು ಏನು ಆಧುನಿಕ ಅಭಿವೃದ್ಧಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ತೊಡಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದೇವೋ ಅದರ ಅಪಾಯಕಾರಿಯಾದಂಥ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಮುಖ ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ JNNCE ಕಾಲೇಜಿನಲ್ಲಿ ವೇಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಡೇನ ಒಂದು 15 ದಿವಸಗಳ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರ ಉದ್ಘಾಟನೆ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ. ಇಂತಹ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಪ್ರಚಲಿತ ವಿದ್ಯಮಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಶ್ವ ನನ್ನ ಜೇಬಿನಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಅಂದರೂ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ವಿಶ್ವ ನನ್ನ ಜೇಬಿನಲ್ಲಿದೆ, ಇನ್ ಪಾಕೆಟ್, ಮೈ ಪಾಕೆಟ್ ಅಂದರೂ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಅಷ್ಟೊಂದು ನಾವು ಆವಿಷ್ಕಾರಗಳನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅಂತಹ ಆವಿಷ್ಕಾರಗಳ ಪರಿಣಾಮಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಅಡ್ಡ ಪರಿಣಾಮಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಆಲೋಚನೆಯೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಪರಿಸರ ಹಾನಿ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ವೇಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಬೇರೆ ಬೇರೆ ಈ ಕಂಪ್ಯೂಟರ್ಗಳು ಇರ್ಬೋದು, ಅಥವಾ ಲ್ಯಾಪ್ಟಾಪ್ಗಳು, ಮೊಬೈಲ್ಗಳು, ಅಥವಾ ಪ್ಲಾಸ್ಟಿಕ್ಗಳು, PVCಗಳು, ಇವೆಲ್ಲ ಏನು ಹಾನಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇದೆ ಪರಿಸರಕ್ಕೆ, ಭೂಮಾತೆಗೆ ಅನ್ನೋದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅದರದ್ದು ಒಂದು ಭಾಗವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಆಧುನಿಕತೆ ಕಡೆಗೆ ಒಲವು ಹೋಗ್ತೇವೋ ಅದರ ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ರೂಪವನ್ನು ಸಹ ನಾವು ಅರ್ಥ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು. ಅದು ಇವತ್ತು ವರ್ಲ್ಡ್ ವೇಸ್ಟೇಜ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಡೇ ಆಗಿರೋದ್ರಿಂದ ನಾನು ಅದನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಪ್ರಸ್ತಾಪ ಮಾಡಿದೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಓಂಕಾರ ನಾದಪ್ರಿಯ ಗಣಪ ಭಾಳ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಮ್ಮ. ನನಗೆ ಸಂಗೀತ ಭಾಳ ಇಷ್ಟ, ಆ ಕಾರಣಕ್ಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ. ಉಜ್ವಲರವರು ಉಳಿದಿಬ್ಬರಿಗೆ ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು, ನಾನು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೆ, ಉಜ್ವಲರವರಿಗೆ. ಮೇಡಮ್ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿತ್ತು. ಹಾಗೆ ನಮ್ಮ NSS ನಮ್ಮ JNN ಗೀತೆನೂ ಸಹ ತುಂಬ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿ ಹಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಿಕಲ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಾನಿಕ್ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದ ನಾವೀನ್ಯ ತಂತ್ರಜ್ಞಾನದ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನವನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಭಾಳ ಎಫರ್ಟ್ ಹಾಕಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಸತ್ಯನಾರಾಯಣರವರು, ಅವರ ಟೀಮ್. ಇನ್ ದಿ ಡೈರೆಕ್ಷನ್ ವೆರಿ ವೆಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಡ್ ಬೈ ಪ್ರಿನ್ಸಿಪಾಲ್. ಭಾಳ ಒಂದು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಸಮ್ಮೇಳನ. ಎಲೆಕ್ಟ್ರಾನಿಕ್ ಸರ್ಕ್ಯೂಟ್ಗಳು, ಕೊಲೋಟೆಕ್ಸ್ಗಳು, VSLIಗಳು ಅಂತಹ ನಾವೀನ್ಯ ವಿಷಯಗಳನ್ನು ಇವತ್ತು ಆರೋಗ್ಯದ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತೆ, NEPಯ ವಿಚಾರಗಳನ್ನು ಒಳಗೊಂಡಂತೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ 2 ದಿವಸಗಳ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರ ನಡೀತಾ ಇದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನನಗೆ ಅನಿಸಿದ್ದೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ, ನಾನು ರಿಲೇಟೆಡ್ ಟು ದಿ ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ಗಿಂತನೂ ಇಂತಹ ವಿಚಾರ ಸಂಕಿರಣಗಳನ್ನು ಹಿಂದೆ ನಾವು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಇತಿಹಾಸದ ಪುಟವನ್ನು ಹಿಂತಿರುಗಿಸಿ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ನಾವು ಇಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ನಮ್ಮ ಪಾಸ್ಟ್ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೋಡಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ನಾವು ಹೇಗೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ರಾಜ ಮಹಾರಾಜರ ಕಾಲದಲ್ಲಿ ಅವತ್ತು ಇಂತಹ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಗಳಿರಲಿಲ್ಲ. ರಾಜ ಮಹಾರಾಜರು, ಅರಸರು ಆಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ದೇಶ ವಿದೇಶಗಳಿಂದ ಬಂದಂತಹ ಉದ್ದಾಮ ಪಂಡಿತರುಗಳು, ಕವಿಗಳು, ಪ್ರಬಂಧಕಾರರು ಆಸ್ಥಾನದಲ್ಲಿ ತಮ್ಮ ಪಾಂಡಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದರಂತೆ. ಅಂದರೆ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ವಿನಿಮಯ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಇತ್ತು ಅವಾಗ. ಈಗ ಹೇಗೆ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ಜ್ಞಾನದ ವಿನಿಮಯವನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ವೋ, ಇನ್ ದ ಪಾಸ್ಟ್ ಹಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿ ಈಸ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ದೇರ್. ಬಹಳ ಜನ ನಾವು ಇವತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಇತಿಹಾಸದ ಪುಟಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥದ್ದನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಅವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ರಾಜರ ಅರಸರ ಆಸ್ಥಾನಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಇತ್ತದು. ಎಂತೆಂಥ ಕವಿಗಳಿದ್ದರು. ದೇಶ ವಿದೇಶಗಳಿಂದ ಬಂದು ಪಾಂಡಿತ್ಯವನ್ನು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಿ ರಾಜರಿಂದ ಬಹುಮಾನವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಹೋಗ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ಪ್ರಬಂಧಗಳನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು, ಕಾವ್ಯಗಳನ್ನು ಮಂಡಿಸ್ತಾಯಿದ್ರು. ನಾವು ನೋಡ್ತೇವೆ ಮಹಾಕವಿ ಕಾಳಿದಾಸ, ತೆನಾಲಿ ರಾಮಕೃಷ್ಣ ಇವನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಅವರಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ವೇದಿಕೆಗಳು ರಾಜ ಮಹಾರಾಜರ ಆಸ್ಥಾನಗಳೇ ಆಗಿತ್ತು. ಸೊ ಆ ಪರಂಪರೆ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ರೀತಿಯವರೆಗೆ ಮುಂದುವರೆದುಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ತಪ್ಪಾಗಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ. ಇವತ್ತು ನಾವು ಇಂತಹ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯಲ್ಲಿದ್ದೇವೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ಜ್ಞಾನದ ವಿನಿಮಯ ಆಗ್ತಾಯಿದೆ. ಅನೇಕ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಆಗಮಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅವರ ಪ್ರೌಢಿಮೆಯನ್ನು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸ್ತಾರೆ. ಅದು ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಲಾಭ ತರ್ತದೆ. ಅವರು ಮುಂದೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಉಪಯೋಗಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಆ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲಿ ಮುಂದುವರಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಸಾಧ್ಯ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದು ಬಹಳ ಅತ್ಯಂತ ಉತ್ತಮವಾದಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಜ್ಞಾನವನ್ನು ವೃದ್ಧಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕು, ತುಂಬಾ ವೃದ್ಧಿಸ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸದ್ಬಳಕೆಯೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಗತ್ಯ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಇದನ್ನು ಸಂಪಾದನೆ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಕಿವಿ ಮಾತು ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ ನಾನು, ಅಥವಾ ಯಾರು ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಅಪ್ಲೈ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ಮನುಷ್ಯನಿಗೆ ತನ್ನ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಹಂಕಾರ ಇರುತ್ತಂತೆ, ಆದರೆ ಅಹಂಕಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಅಹಂಕಾರ ಇರುತ್ತೆ, ತನಗಿರೋ ಅಹಂಕಾರದ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ ನಾವು ಭಾಳ ಜನರನ್ನು ನೋಡ್ತೇವೆ. ನಾನು ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಹಿಂದಿನವ್ರು ಹೇಳಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ವಿದ್ಯೆಗೆ ವಿನಯವೇ ಭೂಷಣ ಹೊರತು ಅಹಂಕಾರ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅಂತ. ನಮ್ಮ ನೋಡಿ ಸುದರ್ಶನ್ ಅವರು ಹೇಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಅಗಾಧವಾದ ಪಾಂಡಿತ್ಯ ಇದೆ, ಎಷ್ಟು ಸರಳರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದರೆ ಅವ್ರಿಗಿರೋ ಪಾಂಡಿತ್ಯಕ್ಕೆ ಅವ್ರು ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಸ್ಟಿಫ್ ಆಗಿ ಸೂಟ್ ಗಿಟ್ ಹಾಕೊಂಡು ಹಿಂಗೆ ಇರಬೇಕಿತ್ತು. ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ತಿರ ಹೋಗೋದೇ ನಾವು ಕಷ್ಟವೇನೋ ಅನ್ನೋ ಥರ ಆ ರೀತಿಯ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿತ್ವವನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸ್ಕೋಬಾರ್ದು. ಪಾಂಡಿತ್ಯ ಪ್ರೌಢಿಮೆಗಳನ್ನು ನಾವು ಗಳಿಸೋದು ಯಾತಕ್ಕೆ ಅಂದರೆ ಸಮಾಜದ ಇನ್ನು ಉಳಿದವರಿಗೆ ಹಂಚಲಿಕ್ಕೆ. ಎಷ್ಟು ನಾವು ಸಮೀಪ ಹೋಗ್ತೀವೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು, ಎಷ್ಟು ದೂರ ಇರ್ತೇವೋ ಅದು ಯಾರಿಗೂ ಲಾಭ ಇಲ್ಲ. ನಾನು ಯಾಕೆ ಈ ಮಾತು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಬಹಳ ಜನ ಜ್ಞಾನಾರ್ಜನೆ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಆದರೆ ಜನ ಅವ್ರ ಹತ್ರ ಹೋಗ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಆಗೋದೇ ಇಲ್ಲ. ಅವ್ರು ದೇ ಆರ್ ನಾಟ್ ಸಿಂಪಲ್ ಮ್ಯಾನ್, ಸಿಂಪ್ಲಿಫೈ ಆಗಿರೋದಿಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಅದರ ಅರ್ಥ ಏನು ಅಂತೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ನಾನು ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರ, ನಾನು ಕೂರ್ತಕ್ಕಂಥ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ, ಕುರ್ಚಿ, ಇವು ಗೌರವ ಇರಬೇಕು. ಅದರ ಗೌರವವನ್ನು ನಾವು ಕಾಪಾಡಬೇಕು. ಮತ್ತು ನಮ್ಮ ಸರಳತೆ ಸಜ್ಜನಿಕೆಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರದರ್ಶನ ಮಾಡಬೇಕಾಗ್ತದೆ. ಇದು ಯಾಕೆ ನಾನು ಹೇಳ್ತೇನೆ ಅಂದರೆ, ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಸಹ ನಾನು ಕಿವಿ ಮಾತೇನು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ, ಓದಿ, ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಗೆ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಸಂಪಾದಿಸಿ, ಇಂತಹ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಪ್ರಸಾರದ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಪಾಲ್ಗೊಳ್ಳಿ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಮನುಷ್ಯ ಬಾಗುವುದನ್ನು ಕಲಿಬೇಕಂತೆ, ಬೀಗುವುದನ್ನು ಕಲಿಬಾರದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ. ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಬಾಗುವುದನ್ನು ಕಲಿಬೇಕು. ಎಷ್ಟು ಬಾಗತಿಯೋ ಅಷ್ಟು ಒಳ್ಳೆಯದು, ಎಷ್ಟು ಬೀಗುತ್ತೆಯೋ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಹಾಳು. ಆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ನಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾನವೀಯ ಗುಣಗಳನ್ನು ಬೆಳೆಸಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಈ ಜ್ಞಾನಾರ್ಜನೆ ಬಹಳ ಪೂರಕ. ಜ್ಞಾನಾರ್ಜನೆಯನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಮಾಡಿಕೊಂಡು ಅದರ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನವನ್ನು ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು, ನಾವು ಮುಂದಿನ ಪೀಳಿಗೆಗೆ ಕೊಡಬೇಕು. ನಮ್ಮ ಭಾರತೀಯ ಪರಂಪರೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ಇದನ್ನು ನಾವು ಸದಾ ಕಾಣ್ತೇವೆ. ಇವತ್ತು ರಾಮಾಯಣ ಮಹಾಭಾರತಗಳು ಸದ್ಯಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹ ಪ್ರಕೃತವಾಗಿದೆ ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಕಾರಣ ಅದು ಅಷ್ಟೆ. ವಿಶೇಷವಾದಂತಹ ಇಂತಹ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾನವೀಯ ಗುಣಗಳಿಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ಒತ್ತನ್ನು ಕೊಡ್ತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಜ್ಞಾನಾರ್ಜನೆಗೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿರಬೇಕೇ ಹೊರತು ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯ ನಡುವೆ ಕಂದಕ ಆಗಬಾರದು ಅಂಥೇಳಿ ನಾನು ಬಯಸ್ತೇನೆ. ಯಾವತ್ತೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ನೀವೇನು ಓದ್ತೀರಿ, ನೀವೇನು ಗಳಿಸ್ತೀರಿ, ನೀವೇನು ಸಂಪಾದಿಸ್ತೀರಿ, ನೀವು ನಿಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯೆ, ಜ್ಞಾನ ಇವೆಲ್ಲವೂ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಪೂರಕವಾಗಿಲ್ಲ. ಯಾಕೆ ನೀವೆಲ್ಲ ಸಮಾಜದಿಂದ ಬಂದವರು. ಸಮಾಜ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಸಾಕಿದೆ, ಸಮಾಜ ಬೆಳೆಸಿದೆ. ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಅಪ್ಪ ಅಮ್ಮ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ಮೇಷ್ಟ್ರು ಪಾಠ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರೆ ಅವೆಲ್ಲ ಪಾರ್ಟ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಸೊಸೈಟಿ. ನಾವು ನೋಡಿ, ಒಂದು ಹಣ್ಣು ಅಥವಾ ಒಂದು ಹೂ ಕುಯ್ಬೇಕಾದ್ರೆ ಈ ಮೇಲಿರುತ್ತೆ, ಕೈಗೆ ಸಿಕ್ಕೋದಿಲ್ಲ ನಮಗೆ. ಆವಾಗ ಒಂದು ಸಣ್ಣ ದೋಟಿ ತಗೋತೀವಿ, ಕೊಕ್ಕೆ ಹಾಕಿ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಬಗ್ಗಿಸ್ತೀವಿ. ಆ ಕೊಕ್ಕೆಯ ಸಹಾಯದಿಂದ ನಾವು ಹೂ ಕುಯ್ತೇವೆ. ನಾನು ಹೂ ಕುಯ್ದೆ ಅಂತ ಬೀಗ್ತೀರ, ಕೊಕ್ಕೆ ಹೂ ಕುಯ್ತು ಅಂತ ಬೀಗ್ತೀರ ನೀವು. ಎಲ್ಲವೂ ಪೂರಕ ಒಂದಕ್ಕೊಂದಕ್ಕೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ನೀವು ಇಷ್ಟು ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ, ಉನ್ನತ ಮಟ್ಟಕ್ಕೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ವ್ಯಾಸಂಗವನ್ನು ವೃದ್ಧಿಸ್ಕೊಂಡು ಸಮಾಜದಲ್ಲಿ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಸ್ಥಾನಮಾನವನ್ನು ಪಡೆಯತಕ್ಕಂಥ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸರಳತೆ, ಸಜ್ಜನಿಕೆ, ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ಉಪಕಾರ ಆಗೋ ರೀತಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ನಡವಳಿಕೆಗಳಿದ್ದರೆ ಮಾತ್ರ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜ್ಞಾನಾರ್ಜನೆಗೆ ಶೋಭೆ ತರುತ್ತೆ, ಜ್ಞಾನಾರ್ಜನೆ ಉಪಯುಕ್ತ ಆಗ್ತದೆ. ಇಂಥ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರಗಳು ನಿಜಕ್ಕೂ ಸಹ ಪರಿಣಾಮಕಾರಿಯಾಗಿ ಅವು ತನ್ನ ಕೆಲಸವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಅನಿಸ್ಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಖಂಡಿತ ಹೆಮ್ಮೆ ಆಗ್ತದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇವತ್ತಿನ ಈ ಒಂದು 2 ದಿವಸಗಳ ಕಾರ್ಯಾಗಾರ ಯಶಸ್ವಿಯಾಗಿ ನಡೀಲಿ. ಅದರ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ಸಂಪನ್ಮೂಲ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಸಾಕಷ್ಟು ಜನ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದರ ಪ್ರಯೋಜನ ನಮ್ಮ ವಿದ್ಯಾರ್ಥಿಗಳಿಗೆ, ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಉಪನ್ಯಾಸಕರಿಗೆ ದೊರಕುವಂತ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ಹಾರೈಸ್ತಾ ತಮ್ಮೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಶುಭ ಕೋರಿ ನನ್ನ ಮಾತು ಮುಗಿಸ್ತೇನೆ. ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
ಸರ್, ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಒಂದು ಚಿಕ್ಕ ಚೊಕ್ಕ ಭಾಷಣದಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ವಾರಸ್ಯ ಖಂಡಿತವಾಗಿ ಅಡಗಿರುತ್ತೆ. ಆದರೆ ಅದನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿ ನಾವು ಅದನ್ನು ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರವನ್ನು ಮೆಲುಕು ಹಾಕಿ ನಮ್ಮನ್ನೆಲ್ಲ ಒಂದು ಜ್ಞಾನದ ಹಾದಿಗೆ ತಂದಿರುವ ತಮಗೆ ಹಾಗೂ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಪ್ರೋತ್ಸಾಹ ಬೆಂಬಲ ಸದಾ ಹೀಗೆ ಇರಲಿ ಅಂತ ಆಶಿಸ್ತಾ ಧನ್ಯವಾದಗಳನ್ನ ಹೇಳ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ ಸರ್. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಯು. Now I invite Shri S.N. Nagaraja sir, Secretary NES, a positive motivator for all events in our college, to speak a few words.
ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ. I'm in a very awkward position today now because my president has told that I will speak. Technically, I will speak. So first of all, let me confess, as far as today's topic is concerned, I am a layman. I have a very primitive knowledge of all these things: distributed computing, VLSI, electrical circuits, and robotics. This is all beyond us, because we studied engineering in the 1970s. So all these things were not there, and whatever the little information that we have is very primitive, and I don't know how much relevant it is also for today's topic. As sir was telling, Sudarshan sir was telling, if you look at the subjects, distributed computing, once we say computing, we only think about the softwares and all that, you know. So once you say distributed computing, we think that the computers are located in different places through a network, and even the softwares are shared, and things happen. When we say VLSI, we think about the chip, very large scale integration chips, which talks about miniaturization and the clock speeds for its efficiency and speed. Electrical circuits, of course, to join all the components or something like that. And robotics is about the fabricated linkage system programmed by a computer or to perform a particular task. So as sir was telling, the problem for a layman like me is the convergence of technology to get a desired output, convergence of all these technologies, hardware, software, etc., etc. I can call myself a layman and get away with it, but you professionals in line, you cannot afford to do that. You have to have the knowledge to converge or integrate the different domains and get an output. So that is the fundamental need and the basic objective of today's seminar by IEEE. Once we talk about this computing and all these things, is one thing that comes to mind is about this data security. Once we have this distributed computing, you know, the data moves to and fro for a long distance. So what happens to the data? What happens to data security? That's one thing that comes to mind. The another thing that comes to mind is about whatever the progresses that we have made in India today, but we are still importing the technology from the West. And that is costing us a lot. So that's one thing, one area of focus that you young engineers should look into. We should be able to develop our own technology so that we don't depend on others for the technology. We are good at application engineering. We are good at using the available technology and do things. But we should be able to develop our own technology, because if that becomes cost effective, and we can reach the common man. That is the basic idea. As our president was telling, I mean, whatever the technology that we have, it should reach the common man. Otherwise, technology by itself has no meaning. The application is very important. The other day I was reading a news item in the newspaper about this Nobel Prize Award for economists. 3 economists from the US got it for their banking system research. The Nobel jury panel, they have made a very pertinent observation when giving award to one Mr. Benkinan, whose policies were responsible for overcoming or fighting the 2008 recession in US. They have made a very, very pertinent observation. The jury said he was able to put his research knowledge into policy. That's a very beautiful observation, because knowledge by itself is not power. The application of knowledge is power. So whatever the knowledge that we have gained through the research, we should be able to put it into practice, and that should be useful to the common man. Otherwise, it has no meaning. The loop doesn't end there. So this sort of a conference will definitely go a long way in enhancing your knowledge, enriching your knowledge, and as Sudarshan was telling, the peer learning happens here. That's very important. The peer learning is very important. That happens here. And I'm very, very happy to be associated with such a wonderful program and part of the inauguration address also. On this account, I congratulate Satyanarayan and his team for the wonderful organization of this workshop or seminar. It's not very easy to organize such a seminar, I'm sure, because as outsiders, we don't see the full stack of the event. We only see what happens on the screen, but behind the screen, a lot of things happen, and it requires a lot of energy, time, and effort to make this happen. And they have done it very wonderfully, and I congratulate Satyanarayan and his team on this note. On the second count, as a management representative, I'm very happy because the event is almost entirely funded by external agency, a very little burden on the exchequer of the institution. So on that count also, we're very happy. And with this, I wish all the participants all the very best. Participate very proactively, learn something, become good citizens and professionals, do something good for the society. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enlightened talk on knowledge and gracing the occasion. Thank you. Now, I invite Dr. Purnalata ji, Chair IEEE Mangalore Subsection, to speak a few words.
Dignitaries on the days and off the days, very good morning to one and all who are assembled here. It's a great honor for me to be associated as an general chair for this prestigious conference called as Discover, which is one of the flagship events of our IEEE Mangalore subsection. We started this Discover during 2016, and I'm happy to inform that all our past 5 editions have been available in Explorer now and also indexed by Scopus. And especially our last 2 discovers have been available in the Explorer with a record-breaking time of around 1 to 2 months we have taken for them to appear on Explorer. I wish this 6th edition will also follow the same trend, and assure all the participants that your work or whatever you're presenting would be available in IEEE at the earliest. This Discover conference, we are having 6 various tracks, distributed computing, then VLSI, communication, electrical and electronic circuits, robotics, and then healthcare. So as sir mentioned, we have discovered the synergy between these 6 areas through this conference. Apart from this discover from IEEE Mangalore subsection, we have other flagship events. One is called as the I2 Connect, that is industry and academia, whereas we give the importance or the platform for the students to showcase their projects. After I2 Connect, we have another flagship event called as PhD Colloquium, wherein we provide the opportunity to collaborate and work together, network for various research scholars in our region. Then this year also we conducted FTP for the benefit of faculty members, and recently we started one event from Mangalore subsection. It is called as MTC, that is Mangalore Technology Conclave, where we try to bridge the gap between industry and academia. And then every month we conduct a series of talks called as the Mangalore Technical Series, wherein the industry experts from our Mangalore region are going to deliver the lecture. Not only lecture, it's more of hands-on, conducted every Saturday from 3 to 5 p.m., which is in an online mode for the benefit of all the students and the faculty who are interested. So it is a platform or the opportunity for all of us to learn certain new tools that are used in the industries, because those things may not be available or not possible to cover through our academia, and also may not be available on YouTube also. And so by attending, so I request all the students, it is not only for IEEE, it's open for all the student members. Please try to join for those series, so that it's you can extend, get knowledge on various tools used in an industry, which helps you for your internship and the projects and for your future career. So similarly, we conduct various events throughout the year for the benefit of students and the faculty members, and many of the events we keep open for non-IEEE members also, and certain events for the IEEE members, so that they get certain benefits of becoming IEEE members. Then coming back to this Discover, as we have seen, we have various keynote speeches, then the panel discussion by our invited eminent speakers, and I wish a very fruitful interaction for all our participants for next 2 days. I wish this conference very success. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for sharing information and inspiring the students about IEEE and gracing the occasion. Thank you. I take this opportunity to wholeheartedly welcome Huvaya Gowda sir, Registrar National Education Society, to this inaugural ceremony. Welcome you, sir. It's time to listen to the closing remarks by our beloved principal, Dr. K. Nagendra Prasad sir. Over to you, sir.
Don't worry about my note. Usually here in JNNCE, the time for each period is 1 hour, but where I taught at SV University is 1.5 hours. So normally, whenever I come with notes, you may be thinking I will take 1.5 hours time, but on this occasion, just 2-3 minutes. Well begun is half done. I would like to congratulate AKM team. Please come forward. Let us give big applause to AKM team for conducting wonderful prayer. Ujjwala, she has a lot of brightness, and she has actually anchored this program very well. Yes, befitting her name. She is proving to be excellent each time she anchors. I'm very happy to note some of the very lucid expressions of our Dr. S.D. Sudarshan sir. He invited innovative ideas to be brought before him, and he would like to collaborate with us in taking forward any project worth considering. I would like to appeal to all my faculty and staff and research scholars to utilize this opportunity and come out with brilliant ideas, so that on occasions like this we get that kind of integration, and that is very, very important. He was also telling that Acharya Padamadate, Padam Sishya Swamedaya, Padam Satsangasya, Padam Kalakramena Cha. That is very, very befitting Subhashitam, where we have to learn that we have to pick up many things when you meet in conferences of this order. Teacher only gives you 1 quarter. One quarter comes from out of your intellect, and 1 quarter from Satsangasya. This conference you get 1 quarter, and 1 quarter out of experience. That's a very wonderful, befitting message. I have seen today's chief guest speaking about it. And then our G.S. Narayan Rao sir, excellent speaker. And he connects things very well. Whatever the topic that is given to him, sir, you are really excellent orator. And he connects things very well, and integrating our science and traditions, interviewing, and then very well he connects things. I am very happy. He was telling that anything that we generate knowledge, and the consequences of knowledge, application of knowledge is very, very important. In that respect, he has given wonderful message. And also he was telling that Vidya dadati vinayam, vinayam dadati patrata, patratva danam apnoti, tad danam tatsukam. The entire objective of education is everybody should become simple and humble. The more you achieve, the more humble you should become. Vidya dadati vinayam. You should become humble. That message our president has given. I am very, very happy about that. And as usual, Honorable Secretary is very sound in technical information, and he was telling that knowledge has potential energy, the application has got kinetic energy. That's what in simple that he said. Thank you so much, sir. And he has been very wonderful in giving his message. And Purnalata Madam actually brought out many features of IEEE. I also have noted some few points that IEEE, the Institute of Electrical and Electronics Engineering, Technology for Humanity, that is the mission of IEEE. And as our President sir was saying, the entire consequence of education is to serve the humanity. That being the case, IEEE mission is the technology for humanity. So we should all endeavor to work in the direction to alleviate the misery of the people, downtrodden people particularly, and see that the life is brightened in every aspect of it. And we have actually 4 lakh members are there in IEEE, I understand. And it is spread across 160 countries. And it is actually contributing to 2,000 conferences per year across the globe and bringing technology close to knowledge seekers. Very happy to note all these things. And we have got one thing, a special feature of IEEE is out of so many papers, 260 papers, they have selected only about 60 papers. A very tight scrutiny is there. Therefore, whatever the papers that are being presented here, they have got lot of technical content in it. Therefore, I call upon all my students to take forward these things and then get lot of information and exposure to new technologies. On this occasion, I appreciate my colleague, Dr. Satyanarayana, and heads of the departments of various departments, Dean Academics, and the entire team for bringing out this to a logical end. I congratulate you. Let us give big applause to the team. Thank you so much. I wish the deliberations a grand success, and we'll definitely make note of these deliberations and communicate to IEEE for further action. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for presenting step-by-step remarks about the entire program in a systematic and organized manner. Thank you, sir. Now, we are moving to the end of the formal ceremony. Now I request Dr. Manjunatha P., Dean Academics, JNNCE, a great supporter and motivator for all the events in our college as well as in our department. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, respected dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. On this occasion, it is a great privilege and pleasure to stand here to deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of JNNCE and this conference. First of all, I would like to thank today's chief guest and speaker, Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director, CDAC, Bangalore. So thank you very much, sir. And also delivered a wonderful keynote, many ideas, many points he mentioned, especially how the student should be, how there are 4 parts, he explained. Thanks for your motivation speech, sir. And coming to the our principal, Dr. K. Nagendra Prasad, he conducted many rounds of the meetings with heads and with Satyanarayan, and he directed how it should be, starting from the inaugural and how it should be end. He taken a lot of initiation and directed. I thank Dr. K. Nagendra Prasad, principal. Thank you, sir. Coming to our NES management, we always have a full support for all our activities. So that is very, very important. In this case, we are so lucky that all our faculty members, students, we are lucky that all our activities are supported and graced and wished by our NES members. In that, our president, today, especially traveling, came early because this is the first, 9:30 we scheduled, sir, traveled in all the way and wished, And one more thing, every one director's speech, we are learning, every one time, we are learning many, your motivational speeches, so, and especially advices, ಇವತ್ತಿನರಲ್ಲಿ ಯಾವ ರೀತಿ ಇರಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನೋದಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಎಕ್ಸಾಂಪಲ್ ಸಹಿತ ಅವರು ಹೇಳಿದರು. ಥ್ಯಾಂಕ್ಸ್ ಫಾರ್. ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿ ಸರಿನೂ ವೆಯ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೇವೆ, ಏನಾರು ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ ಹೇಳ್ತಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಸರ್ ಅಂತಂದು ಕಾಯ್ತಾ ಇರ್ತೀವಿ. ಸೊ ವಿ ವಿಲ್ ಟ್ರೈ ಟು ಅಡಾಪ್ಟ್, ಎವ್ರಿ ಡೇ ಎವ್ರಿ ಸ್ಪೀಚ್, ವಿ ಆರ್ ಅಡಾಪ್ಟಿಂಗ್ ಆಲ್ ಯುವರ್ motivational speech. And coming to the thank you, sir. Thanks coming in all the way. And also I request Satyanarayan to hand over the momentum. Coming to the next, our NES member, Secretary, S.N. Nagaraja, especially as mentioned our president, ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ಮಾತಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಇನ್ನೂ ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಅಂತ. ನಮಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿರೋ ಪ್ರಕಾರ ಅಷ್ಟು ಸಬ್ಜೆಕ್ಟ್ ಅವ್ರು ಮೆಕ್ಯಾನಿಕಲ್ ಓದಿರ್ಬೋದು, ಬಟ್ AML ಹಿಡಿದು ಹೊಸ ಹೊಸ ಕೋರ್ಸ್ ಇರ್ತದೆ. ನಾವು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗ ಫುಲ್ ಐಡಿಯಾ ಕೊಡೋದು, ನಾವು ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡುವಾಗಲೂ ಅವ್ರು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಹಿಂಗೆ ಸ್ಟಾರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಂತ. ಅಂದರೆ ಫುಲ್ ಡೆಪ್ತ್ ಆಫ್ ದಿ ಎಸ್ಪೆಷಲಿ ಇಂಜಿನಿಯರಿಂಗ್ ನಾಲೆಡ್ಜ್ ಇರೋಂಥ ದಟ್ ಈಸ್ ಅವರ್ ಲಕ್ಕಿ. ಮೀನ್ಸ್ ಒಬ್ಬರು ಮೆಂಬರ್ ಆ ಥರ ಟೆಕ್ನಿಕಲಿ ಸ್ಟ್ರಾಂಗ್ ಇರೋಂಥವ್ರು, ಮತ್ತು ಡೈರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಗೈಡ್ ಮಾಡೋದು, ಸಪೋರ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಸೊ ವಿ ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ವಿತ್ ಅಸ್ coming in all the way, sir, and thanks for supporting and wishing this program. Thank you very much, sir. Our registrar, Hoya Gowda is also there. Thanks for coming and attending this program, so thank you very much. And coming to the this conference, organizing the conference, Dr. S.V. Satyanarayan. It is not a today's one, it is a last 1 year, he making all the arrangements. Once it is sanctioned to our JNNCE, from the beginning, okay, start working on that, how to execute, okay, how can we, where are all we can apply the funding, everything, okay, start working on that, okay. Execute all these activities, and especially from last 1 month again, it is a full pledge of the work, okay, start executing one by one, inviting speakers, a guest, and scrutinizing the paper, everything, okay, it is really a great job, okay. I thank this organization, Satyanarayan sir, okay, thank you very much. I also thank Dr. Purnalata ji, Chair, okay, IEEE Mangalore section, thanks ma'am. IEEE Mangalore section office bearers, they came in all the way to grace this function and wish this conference. Thanks for coming and wishing our conference. Thank you very much, sir. Also, we have Divakar Rao, okay, past HOD, director of our MBA. Thank you very much, sir, coming in all the and wishing this. And coming to the research scholars, okay, especially while they are doing the research activity, okay, one part is to publish one paper, okay, they will start with publishing a conference, then they will go for publishing in a journal, okay. Today, that time came to publish, present their paper. I thank all the research scholars traveling from different places throughout India, okay, and to present their innovative research ideas. Thank you once again to come and present your paper, okay. Once again, I welcome you all for this conference. Coming to the our HODs, okay. I thank all the HODs for supporting this conference, for making arrangements, and also we have staff members, technical teaching staff members for making all the arrangements for conducting this conference. I thank all the staff members. So thank you very much. Coming to the Nrupatunga, okay, especially coverage, okay, media coverage. Yesterday we had a press meet about this conference. He made all the arrangements, and today also he invited press and media for wide coverage of this conference. I thank Nrupatunga, our media, for covering this event. Okay. So we also have, okay, so press and media for covering this conference. I thank press and media for covering this entire conference program. Last but not, okay, there are students, okay, we invited the students for attending this conference. They are attending this program and they are getting the knowledge by attending this conference. And also they have supported for making the arrangement of this conference. I thank all the students and the staff members for supporting this conference. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to thank each and everyone who supported directly and indirectly for conducting this event with a grand success. Thank you, one and all. We have a break for tea, about 10 minutes. And after that, the session, keynote session will be in this auditorium only by Dr. S.D. Sudarshan, sir.
Yeah, please be available at 11:35. We are going to start the keynote address by Dr. S.D. Sudarshan.
Good morning. Good morning, all of you. Once again, I take this opportunity to welcome all the participants from various places for the keynote lecture by Dr. S.D. Sudarshan. Now, let us hear keynote presentation by esteemed chief guest of today's function, Shri S.D. Sudarshan, Executive Director, CDAC, Bengaluru. Over to you, sir.
Once again, good morning, namaskara. So now I have about 45 minutes, remainder of 1 hour. So when the conference was discussed and what could be a good topic, since Discover has various themes, and as told in the inaugural session in the morning, it should benefit the society at large, humanity at large. Something like that was at the back of our mind. So both IEEE is into technology for humanity. CDAC also works for advancing humanity. And as individuals, it is our job, as Swami Vivekananda said, we should work for little above selfish in the worst case, and for the universe in the best case. So with that, we thought we'll look at the emerging society, that is all of you who are into the digital connected world. So the digital society and communications was something we thought, which will be fundamental for all the themes that we are talking about, whether it is distributed computing, whether it is integration of circuits, whether it is healthcare, robotics, any theme you take, electrical sciences, circuits, whatever it is all about some kind of communication. It could be electrical, wireless, electromagnetic, optical, audio, acoustic, quantum, or yet unknown, as they call telepathies. So there are many ways of communicating and connecting. All of these things are for benefiting our digital society. So before I embark on it, let me once again formally thank for first of all inviting me and giving an opportunity to share some of the ideas and thought processes. And unlike the morning inaugural session, this is a little bit more, I will say, intricated in terms of coverage. And if you can connect the dots, I will be very happy. If not, catch me during the break, or you can create your own connection. All are possible. So with special thanks to JNNCE, organizers and IEEE, and all of you for joining back on time. The hall is equally full like in the morning. So I'm very, very happy and thankful for this gesture. So before I go on, two things. One is, a lot of things are available publicly. So if I claim, everything is our own, it is not true. We learn from everybody. However, the comments and opinions that come from me, so don't blame anybody else. They have shared their knowledge and I have interpreted in my own way. And the last but not least, as much as we talk about COVID appropriate behavior in a digital society, we should talk about digital hygiene. So this digital hygiene is something we find very much lacking because it is not visible in most cases. The way we install the apps, the way we share our data, the way we configure our browsers, apps. So we are actually embarking on a lot of cyber security awareness months. All of you may know this month is actually Cyber Jagrata Divasan month. Our worldwide is celebrated as a Cyber Security Awareness Month. So digital hygiene plays a very important role. So maybe little bit volume less, I think too much. So digital hygiene is something very important for a digital society. Though I have put in disclaimer, I think we have to practice, and from circuit branches, it is all the more important that we practice that. So what do you mean by digital society in the end? People have their own definitions. Each one comes with their own variety, right? So one way could be the way we do, you're always on your phone, you don't know who is sitting next to you. Or we have no idea of what I am consuming. That could be one way of looking at it. But essentially what we mean is everything is connected. Which is a very simple, straightforward definition. Looks very easy to understand. But anything that is very simple at the top is very complex when it comes to underlying technologies and factors. So it is as good as getting maybe a very good ragi mudde. Looks very simple. You try to make it, you will know how difficult and complex it is. So whatever looks simple on the face, like a simply connected apps and smart technologies, the back end is full of lot many things that you have to be very careful about. As they say, the skin is, a beauty is skin deep, as they call it. So what you see on the skin or surface has nothing to do with the actual underlying infrastructure. How good, how bad it is determines our society's survivability going forward. So, so if I want to put it simply, when you are digitally connected, we are all looking at simple data, raw entity, it is getting captured, everything is digital. We always hear now the amount of data generation is so huge. What we do in 1 year equivalents to all the data collected in the history of the mankind. That is what is said. But is it really true? Is it really true? I think, in my opinion, the data has always been generated. If you have a Fitbit, for example, it is basically checking, how many steps you put, what is your heartbeat. It is recording. But the heartbeat has always been happening. You can anytime measure, you could have recorded. Except that it is being captured and stored. The data has always been generated, it is always being generated, there is no change. The fundamental difference is, it is now captured and stored. But when we capture and store, we don't keep quiet. Then we start analyzing. Try to pull out some information. Many a times it is out of context. So we always have a fight. I did not mean it. No, you said that only, then there are litigations. So the context creates the information layer from the data. But the reality is, what we want to capture is, at a high level, the essence, say wisdom, purpose of life and things like that. But to reach there, we should have certain knowledge with context. And to put it in perspective, we gather information. We piece them together. But below information is basically very raw. Just if somebody says 16, what is 16? Is it the date, age, body weight? We don't know. It is just a number. So the raw entity, when the context or relationship is not properly put in place, gives rise to lot of speculation. That is where typical artificial intelligence fails. Because you give bunch of data, and the system tries to find out what is the potential linkages by some clustering classification, what not algorithm they have. But when they connect all of them, did they connect it right? Did they apply the right filters, right conditions, right limits? If they don't apply, the information itself is wrong. When it is wrong, all the action that is taken based on that is wrong. So that is where, as a researcher and practitioner of data science, computer science, electronics and so on, how do we capture data? Are we capturing along with the caveats? Because we know data is what is stored. Ultimately, information emerges out of it. We recreate. So are the caveats captured appropriately is the fundamental question. If we don't capture, we run into three risks that are right on top. We end up violating privacy. If it is related to individuals, it is about privacy. If it is about the organization or entity, it is about intellectual property, trade secret, and things like that. Strategic value, confidential information. So that is one aspect of it. What is the point of having a society that does not value the privacy? So if you don't link these two, then we are in some kind of virtual world where the reality is far from what we want. The second aspect is inclusiveness. India, we are very well aware of the digital divide. So how do you make everything inclusive? How to make it seamless? Most of you actually have designed some interface, some presentation you have made, even I have made this. How accessible it is. Can somebody, for example, in a very simple case, I have color blindness. It's not my fault. I have it. But is this presentation very clear to me? Have you followed any of the accessibility standards? So that in grayscale also, more or less same matter can be communicated. This is very simple to practice, but we don't. Similarly, there are various standards to create inclusion for physical disabilities, hearing impaired, visually impaired. That is why we get a touch, we have got many other gadgets. So, at a higher level, how do you make sure we are inclusive? Any design you make. Otherwise, by design itself, we are creating separation and digital divide. So a good digital society should have solutions where the social cause, the inclusiveness is part of the expense. In the past, we used to say cyber security is thought of as an afterthought. So we have to add a layer of cyber security to existing solutions. And then whoever can afford or mandated by law, they spend additional money. Then they say it is not intrinsically secure because it was not designed for security. I added a layer on top. That is how it is happening. We have that learning with us. So now as we go forward for a digital society, we have to consider the inclusiveness as much as possible. In fact, along with IEEE and Government of India, there is an effort going on for accessibility from Indian perspective, because India we have diversity of languages. It is not just English. We have so many languages without script. How to make digital content accessible for them? Otherwise, there is no digital society. We will go with the same 80-20, 80% people are rural or urban or semi-urban. Earlier it was 60-40, now we are going towards 80-20. We have to find actual villages today. So when you go there, you will suddenly find, they don't even know what you are talking about. Or even if they know something, there is no connectivity. There are challenges. So we have to look at that. Then the last part is, of course, security. Both, geographical. We have a lot of state actors nowadays. Internationally, there is an issue of sharing data. what can be shared, what cannot be shared, what can be used, what can be misused, what can be abused. Lot many things are involved. So when you talk of digital society, one part is very easy to make a very simple digital application, making connectivity, make things available. But the other part is how holistic is the approach. That is where we should look at a higher level of computing, distributed computing, connect each other, do convergence, try to identify all kind of requirements. So that is one part you may want to keep in mind as we look at it. So when we design such a things, there are few technologies. And the last one point I have put, which is not technology, but ultimately you need money to operate. So all the rest are related to technology. So what kind of things we are looking at today? First one is morning, a brief mention was made, discipline to specific to interdisciplinary. That is something part and parcel of life. Today you cannot have just, how many of you go to a good doctor because he is a good doctor or she is a good doctor? I don't think we go because the doctor is good. The doctor is good only if the doctor is communicating with you very well. You go to any doctor, they are first a psychologist before they are actually a doctor. But that person doesn't claim to be a psychologist. If you have any doubt, go to any showroom selling silk sarees or jewelry. The salesman mesmerizes you. And after coming home only you will realize that you are in a negative balance so many thousands or lakhs. So that is what I am talking about. The interdisciplinary, some are obvious, some are not obvious. Anything you do, half of us do projects, many of us have excellent PhD thesis. Why they did not become a Google or Amazon or a Facebook? For that matter, a TCS or an Infosys. Why? Because maybe they were too deep, too focused on one part, what they were doing. They never bothered about converting into something that is understood by the rest and appreciated so that the value you receive it. So one simple thing I always suggest is anything that is designed by us, assuming I am the user, I will pay for it or not. If I am not going to buy it, I am not going to develop it. Very simple. Otherwise, you have done something, it is like a toy. Just for service, I also did something. So that is where this interdisciplinary becomes very important, whether obviously or consciously or unconsciously you have to do it, otherwise no survival. Then the next one is from being standalone to complete digitalization. When it is digitalization, what it means is, one is the information is available in digital format that can be processed by any computing element, but it can be processed by any computing element, not specific to one particular system. Means it's a standardized way of representation which anybody can access. Then of course the IoT, which is making everything smart. We are going to about cloud adoption, I have a slide on it, so I will not get into it. Data management, we covered a little bit. The other one is about, just I mentioned about the salesman and all, about the immersive experience. All of you heard of metaverse? So what is metaverse? A virtual world, correct? So you cannot have an IO device like a olden days, I have a screen and all. Today we want an experience which will make you part of that world. So it is no more website development. It is developing a parallel universe in which the entire thing is played out. So as much as we learned ABCD to learn technology, we have to learn how to present our output in an immersive way, so that any of us, including customers, including ourselves, will actually use it. I can give a very small example in one of my earlier places. We all know the big factories. If you go to a cement factory or a steel factory, you will find some furnace is there, 800 degree, 1200 degree. You go inside, it is hot, kind of vibrating. You can see heat waves in front of your eyes. People are sweating. Earplugs are there because it is very noisy. All those things you will find. And if I say I'm going to automate it with all the smart IoT devices, what will happen? There will be a strike. They will say you are taking away my job. Right? Unions will come. You are automating, my job is going away. So that is one way of looking at it. But then what is advancing humanity if I have to do this repetitive manual labor? Putting the individual at a risk of heat, vibration, noise. So what do? You create an operator workstation, which is a very nice air-conditioned chamber, like any other executive. But the table has all the sensors in place and actuators. Many of you, if you have gone to some of the malls, they have that 6D, 5D animation movies, right? Have you gone to that? So what happens? The chair vibrates, some heat wave comes. Actually, the operator workstation is today designed like that. They sit in an AC room, same mechanic who was standing with, welding proof, heat proof coat and things like that. And because it is such a comfortable environment, what happens? We end up sleeping, right? It happens, reality. So these things have sensors on two parts. One is any alarm or any news that comes, event. It will vibrate, it will generate an equivalent of a shop floor, the way you experience in a 7D, 8D movies. Second thing is, it also senses the operator. What is the physical and mental condition? So if you are falling asleep, it will wake you up. Or it will communicate to the supervisor that so-and-so operator is sleeping. It is common, right? How many times you come back from your hometown, full night traveling in a bus, standing, next day in the class you are sleepy. So there is no point in scolding, right? Because physically I am unfit to attend the class. So today's systems are there which will take care of things, so operator can be in a comfortable place. That is how advancements should be used, not for removing job or anything. Make life better with technology. So that is a little bit of better experience when standing in the shop floor, getting a real heat and all. And the last part is most important. Life is all about fund flow, business model. So we are going from CapEx to OpEx. What it means is no more capital investment. Pay-per use. Today it is easier to get a cab of my choice every day rather than own a car. Because I don't have to worry about parking, no servicing, no maintenance, no insurance, no pollution check certificate. And today I can get a small car, tomorrow I have 3 friends with me, I can get a large car. It's all possible. So entire thing is going from CapEx to OpEx. Because life as an engineer, you are expected to be economically feasible in every activity you do. Okay, so let's go. So this is, any of you have seen this bridge? Anyone? Any guess of what it is? Simple steel bridge. It is in Netherlands. It is functional. There are 2 robo kind of things there, right? This is actually a functional steel bridge 3D printed live. That is, those are printers, 3D printers. So there are at least 8 different major companies across the globe came together. They took 4 years to develop this. So what it did was, from one point to another side, it was building one at a time the steel block, printing it. After it printed, it joined, it will check, because whenever you join, there is always some surface smoothness issue. The welding joint is never perfect. So you cannot go by average textbook calculation, you have to go by real number. So it actually re-estimated what is the new strength. So the next block should be stronger or weaker, how to balance it. So it dynamically calculated, printed. Today it is a functional bridge. And it is full of sensors. So it exactly knows who are walking with a plastic chappal versus environmentally friendly shoes. If we killed certain plants on the way, it will count. So it has all kind of sensors, live data is captured. Not only it is a bridge, it is a smart bridge. And it is 3D printed. So there are companies involving steel, companies involving CAD/CAM layout. There are companies involving structural engineering. There are companies involving automation of welding, industrial automation. Because anything steel is high temperature, it's a very tough job. Somebody without knowledge cannot do it live. So many people have to come together. But if it happens, think about it. How many bridges can be like that built on their own? The robots will keep on building it. You don't have to worry about a landslide or a waterfall or a rain. It will calculate the soil strength. There is no problem of engineering making a mistake of soil strength and having a wrong bridge. So it is a functional one. So unless you are willing to collaborate across disciplines, we are not at the top of the world. We cannot think of a 5 trillion economy as a developed country. So please collaborate. How many of us have the freedom? I am not sure, because I know a good number of audience are undergraduate students. If your project can be with members from across various branches, then you have a better chance of winning with your solution. So work with your institutes and try to do some interdisciplinary project. That will help. Even the core researchers, we have to look from that perspective. So a digital society requires a digital industry, because you cannot make one part digital, other part analog. It doesn't work like that. The system has to be seamlessly integrated. So when you look at digital industry, we started with manual. Initially everything human was doing himself. So then we came to something called the assisted industries, where some machines will help, which was there for a long time. And then today we are into automated industry at various level of maturity, depending on the industry, the country and all. What is automation? You can program it, it will run it. Or you can pre-configure it, it will do it. That is all perfectly fine. But then, if it is already done, then what is autonomous? How do you define something as autonomous? Is it same as automation or is it different? If it is different, what is the difference? Anyone can give one buzzword, what will be one feature for decision making? Very good. Then intelligence. But to be honest, an automated machinery also can do decisions, right? Can take decisions. Knows when to stop, when to start. Autonomous also ultimately program will run. No, I am understanding your point. The character-wise, that is the characteristic. But what is something that is not there in automation, which is there in autonomous? Super. So that is very nice. You are pretty close, sir. Who is that? Sir, thank you. Because the self-correction, sir said, is extremely, extremely important. That is the beginning of autonomy. Something that is truly autonomous, not only it self-corrects. Correction is I'm making a mistake, I'm doing a course correction. Automation also, some amount of self-correction is there. It can look for deviation, come back. But what is important is self-healing. If I fail, I will re-evaluate myself, restart myself. Self-recovery and self-healing. Then only it is autonomous. What it means is in automation, if something fails, the machine will stop, you have to go fix it and restart. In autonomous, we are not required. That means if I fail, I only have to reinvent myself like a phoenix. I should reinvent myself, come back, and then re-evaluate what is my new strength, new capability. Accordingly, I have to reprogram myself, reorient and continue my journey. It's like some of the space probes. They have to live, survive as long as on their own. There is no one to correct it, no one to fix it. Why they are autonomous? Because then you are like a human being. If a human being left alone in a island, they have survived. There are documented cases of people surviving 30 years, 40 years all by alone, stranded in an island in some boat accident or things like that. So an autonomous system is something which should have the fundamental property of self-healing and self-recovery from failures, not deviations from standard. So it involves multiple phases. For example, I am doing something. If I take a cyber security example, I can handle, let us say, 100 Mbps of data because of the connectivity in terms of link. But my processor can handle only 2 Mbps data, which is normal because we don't expect complete data coming through. So what is denial of service? It is nothing but overloading, flooding. You can compare to cyber or physical. Now flooding is nowadays very common. So when there is a flooding, what happens? You have to shut the doors so that water doesn't enter. Or whatever enters, when the flood, you have to keep on then shut every door. Then keep on checking whether the flood has receded or not before you can open the door. So you have to keep something alive in a corner. The way we sleep, something in our body says, no, you are sleeping, but you are still alive. Right? We are sleeping, but we are alive. So something is there keeping a track. Similarly, here something is there in the system which will keep track of. There is a flood, I am shutting down all the input-output, but still I am sensing. Has the flood levels gone down to acceptable level? Once it is done, then it has to come back. Then remove the excess flood water, clean the mud, then figure out what are failed, repair, reconcile, and restart. If you do that, then it is autonomous system. I gave a kind of a very day-to-day example, but this is how autonomous systems are to be built. How easy it is depends on the problem, depends on your approach. But if you are looking for something next generation, want to become a unicorn, because India today is one of the largest startup ecosystem, and you are all part of it. You want to become a unicorn, you look from autonomous perspective. What is that one bit you can move from automation to autonomy? If you do even a little bit, there is a good chance you will become a unicorn. You can bring the next $1 trillion to India, or for yourself for that matter. So look at from autonomy point of view. So that is where you need huge amount of computing, continuous learning, automation. So all the topics you are talking, distributed computing to robotics, they are all becoming relevant there. So when you talk of such a system, we all know IoT. But the IoT is based on typical communication, typical internet stack, some WSN, whatever simple head stack and all. So if you really look at it, there is one point I have mentioned at the bottom, best effort QoS. Everything is based on best effort quality of service. Like your YouTube, no? You are watching, suddenly it slows down, you have to wait for 2 seconds, it downloads it, it runs. You are fine with it. But the moment you make it part of the digital industry and society, can you do that? I am going, I am applying brake, but the car is busy with downloading something else. 2 seconds later, I will apply brake. What happens? So we are looking at something called IIoT, industrial IoT, tactical IoT, operational technologies people call it. That is where there, the first and foremost is they are all hard real time. Many of us study something called embedded systems. Some people study real-time operating systems among us. So all of them are what is very critical. They are all defined by some kind of priority-based guaranteed response time. So unless you work on a hard real-time solution, the typical normal software that we do, application software, will not work in a digitally connected communicative society. Because majority of your things are connected to an infrastructure. So sometimes the hard real time can be 3 hours. That is not a problem. But you should know this is all real time, hard real time. So whatever software you do, it is not about functional testing alone. Any VLSI engineer will tell that. You have to do timing analysis, you have to do synchronization, you have to do pre, post. With all that, when actually chip comes out, still you will have a problem. Because some timing, some glitch, you would have missed. Or your simulator is not, the fidelity is not good enough. Those are happening. But if you look at it here, how can we do that? So whatever software you do today, any code you write, try to check the hard real-time part of it, so that the performance is guaranteed. Then you are getting into that kind of next generation technology solutions you are capable of developing. You are that much industry ready, or you can run your own industry. The other one is lifetime. What is lifetime issue? It is very important. When we want to show off, I can get one phone every 3 months, new models. But will you do the same plate for your plate that you use for consumption of food at home? Whatever ever silver plate what you have, just because new model has come, you will buy daily? You don't, right? Because it doesn't make economic sense. It does not serve the utility. So anything that is engineering point of view is about paisa vasool, about the money aspect. So lifetime, whatever you design, you want it to run as long as possible. Because let us say tomorrow, let's say you are buying ready-made chapatis for food. Today you are getting it, 10 for 100 rupees or 70 rupees packet. Go heat and eat. Tomorrow he comes and says, I upgraded my machine to the latest fancy, i27 core or i8 core, i9 generation. Because of it, now cost will be 700 rupees for a pack of 10 chapatis instead of 70 rupees. Will you buy? He is using latest technology, buy. We don't buy, right? That is what I mean. So lifetime, in real life, only few places we are willing to throw money because there is some showing off involved. But as an engineer, you are always worried about, did I get my return on investment or not? In fact, Indians are one of the best on return on investment. A torn cloth will be used for wiping. We don't throw it. It's a return on investment. After all, you need a piece of cloth to clean. Why do you need to buy a new one? Same thing you apply here in a digital case. Morning President was talking about e-waste. You reduce e-waste immediately. You become more green. So lifetime of every system you design is very important. And if you design something for 20 years lifetime, then you have to think of beyond operating system, beyond processor that you use today. Because the OS will change every 3 years. The supplier will say this version is end of life. So your design should be agnostic to operating system, agnostic to probably a browser, agnostic to a processor version and things like that. How much you can, that kind of abstraction you could do, that much you are better. Your lifetime is very high. One of the reasons why aerospace industry is very expensive and high tech is they design like that. Aircrafts are running for 30 years. One aircraft they buy, it is running 70 years. You don't even realize. Cars we discard in 5 years, 7 years, 10 years. Aircraft you don't discard, 40 years. Correct? So you have to look at designing that kind of quality, that kind of modular design, that kind of pluggable design, agnostic to the current technology, like that. Then of course the availability and uptime, cost, they are all things to take care. When you talk of distributed computing, the question is, where will the compute happen? There is no edge, then there is cloud, and there is something in between. Fog, hybrid, whatever they call it. So ahead of it, these cloud technologies. So when you hear all that, definitely I know most of you know it. So as a designer, I should know what should be at the edge, what should be at the cloud, what can be somewhere in between. So for that, one is we can say based on the availability. This is what I got, so I do it. But that is not a good idea. It should be based on the need. Requirements should be clear. Wherever your response time is very fast, maybe in picoseconds, milliseconds, you would like to keep it local because you cannot afford round-trip delay. But then there are some which you want to improve over a period of time. So for that, you want data over 3 years, 5 years, do it in the cloud because round-trip delay doesn't matter there. And also the algorithms can be complex in the cloud. You have larger compute power. Whereas at the edge, you have to own the device. It is a cost, direct cost. It is not pay per use. You have to use it, spend on capital. Whereas cloud, pay per use, OPEX. You remember that CAPEX to OPEX and all I put. So if you look at it, what can go to cloud, what can be local, and what can be hybrid. Some places hybrids are important because I want a local copy for emergency strategy, but when possible, it should be done in cloud. Opportunistic, somewhere in between. Such things are there. So you have to really look at it and design your system accordingly. So the most critical IP protection, what you don't want others to see, do it at the edge. Time sensitive or data should not be shared, keep it local. And data that requires high availability. You may want to do hybrid so that one copy is locally there, one copy is there in the cloud. Where time is not critical, but it is a complex computation and all, cost is an issue, put it in the cloud. So that is the kind of things we have to look at it. And then, just in case you want a little bit more clarity, I mentioned about all the industries, right? So when in the industry, if you go, there is a process, suppose you take your car, simple example, you apply brake. Within certain microseconds, the brake has to be applied, right? Otherwise, it will fail. So we call them, P0, P1 kind of thing. It is a physical process or layer 1, P1, They have normally typically 5 levels in the industry, they call it. So those things are really hard real time, quick decision locally to be made. You cannot push it anywhere else, keep it local. But as you go up, you want to tune the engine or mileage. Somebody can collect data of the car because you are not going to tune it daily. Every 5,000 kilometers you want to go tune it and things like that. So it can happen in cloud. So that is the kind of thing you have to look at it. Just as an example, I thought I'll show this slide. And then the other way to look at is, because we also electrical circuits, so I thought this slide may be useful. We always something called a control loop and optimization loop. Control loop is something you want to control like brake on the spot quickly. That has to be local. And as you go away, optimization over a period, and I also want to learn from one system to another system, then push it to the cloud. So when you do these things, what are the things you want to keep in mind? One is the data location. Which data should be where? Raw data, processed data, summary data, historical data, log data, many things. So where is the data location? Many people are actually amazed that in the cloud, you can subscribe, put lot of data. The moment you try to access, your bill goes suddenly beyond roof. Because many of the models are write free, pay for read. Normally any data, how many times you write? Only once. But you read any number of times. So the model is write for free. After that you cannot take your own data out, you have to pay. So data location, then compliance and governance, there are confidentiality issues, response time. All those things you want to keep in mind before you decide which data to put where, what to put, where to put. So in the end, all those things you do so that the availability goes up. There is no unplanned downtime. Downtime is something we agree. You cannot have 99.9999, but it's never going to be 100%. Something will fail someday. So the question is, it is planned or unplanned? As simple as that. So then, of course, remote operations and things like that, I'll just go forward. So in the end, what we are trying to look at is, you have to act local in the end, but your thinking should be global. It may not be locally optimal, still you have to do it. Otherwise, the side effects are like El Nino what we are having. If you want a simple example, maybe I'll take a minute. If I don't think global, what happens? What is act local? In my house, all the kachada, all the garbage, I collect, put it outside my house. My house is clean, right? True. I have cleaned my house. Garbage is out of my house. But I have kept it just outside. So same thing happens. What happens in every street? One corner is garbage pile. True or false? You might have all seen. So that corner you cannot walk. It starts stinking. Then rodents come, mosquitoes come, malaria comes, dengue comes, all free guests. And they ensure that you take medical leave and stay home. Staying near to them rather than away from them. So that is what is act local, think local. I am worried about my house. But if you think global with the same thing, it is not that garbage is not there. First of all, it would have been segregated. Every house, you can have a simple compost pit for all the wet waste and food waste. With a 3-month delta T, it would have been a manure. Your rooftop will be producing your vegetables for you. And then you have removed the problem of garbage at the street corner. A simple example. So think of it as a larger cycle. So do not try to locally optimize. When you know what I am doing is not right globally. So this is true in a digital and industrial thing. If you don't do it, the consequences will not be a digital society, but a society that is suddenly vanishing from the scene. I know dinosaurs also vanished, so it doesn't take much time for somebody to vanish. So we have to be careful. And then coming on the other side, on the communication aspects, this is all about, process, how do we design. We all know 1, 2, 3 up to 5G, which is launched. But people are now talking about already 6G. So there what we are looking at, the fundamental difference between all the Gs and 6G will be, as they say, dice and slice. So it is like market space. The more you can dice and slice, the more value you generate out of it. Morning it was discussed, we discussed the idlis. You give a normal, typical idli from Darshini to someone, anywhere, how often the person will come back, I'm not sure. But if I actually give Tatte idli differently, the Darshini type idli differently, Malliga idli differently, like that Rava idli in a different way, then will the customer come back to you or not? Will he pay more or not? He will. At least I will pay. So, as we go to 6G, it is not about simple connectivity and communication. It is about specific applications and domains. The more variations you create, the more revenue stream, more business. Because customer is happy. That is why you go to an ice cream chain where there are 500 ice creams are listed. Vanilla is 30 rupees, but you will order a gudbad for 300 rupees. So 6G is about not simple connectivity and communication, but it is about coming with unique variety of applications that can run on that 6G infrastructure. Basically, you don't worry about connectivity option. Assume bandwidth is available. You assume uptime will be available. Don't worry about memory or compute power, but come with solutions that are adding value to the individual who is using it. So which means instead of only one Kannada app, you can have one Tulu app, one Konkani app, like that 27 varieties you can create. And suddenly what happens? 3, 4 things. The moment that local variant is available with the local language, your grandparents in the village are willing to use it because it is speaking their language. They don't have to learn something else. Suddenly your customer base has gone up. And today, all the city dwellers, there is a guilty consciousness of not taking care of their hometown and parents and grandparents and things like that. So the only thing they do is, they can buy items and send money or gift. For that, I need a new gift or new thing that they can use. So if the app supports their accent or their taste or their language, you will put the money on that. Even if you are not speaking Konkani anymore in the house because you are in Bangalore or Delhi, you will still send the app to them because you know that your grandfather or grandmother will be very happy. You will put money on that. Second, because now you have revived that language and a digital app has come, you are preserving a minority language, the diversity of the country, humanity. And because it is supporting local language, lot of things that we have lost in terms of folklore, arts, treatment, so many village Dadima treatments, we have lost it. They can all put it back. Similarly, so many arts are lost. You can revive them back. So lot many more things will make the humanity diverse and rich. A society that is diverse is considered genetically stronger to survive. Anything uniformity means uniform death. Diversity means 10% may die. That is how system of systems are designed. So that if one system fails, I will assume, like our human body, don't think I am saying something out of blue. Our human body, I am told, every 14 years, not even one single cell is old one. the entire body is replaced with new cells. That is why somebody said, 14 years is life improvement, because at the end of 14 years, not even one cell is old. So that means our body at any point, 30,000-40,000 cells are dying, skin cells are dying every day, and it is replaced. We don't even realize. System is running perfect. I am feeling healthy, in spite of 30,000 plus cells dying every day. Similarly, our system should be such that we have so much diversity that anything happens at some part, because nature has its own way of treating things. There is a lifetime for everyone. But survival of the system, humanity becomes very important. For that, this kind of diversities are very important. So looking at it, there are many communication things that can emerge in terms of applications and domains. But two things you may want to keep in mind in terms of communication. One that is emerging is, in terms of quantum communication, which is something normally we don't read or we understand. One part you want to look at it. The second part maybe you want to consider is communication between, in general, vehicle to vehicle, but specifically drone to drone kind of thing, because drones are coming big way, so lot many more. So when we think of quantum, this is what Richard Feynman says. So you can read it for yourself. But having said that, still we have to understand why this quantum thing is very, very important. Because in the beginning I started with the data, where you get data out of context and you try to link and creates a problem. And now in a typical any communication we do, our biggest challenge is I can actually make a copy of it, however encrypted it is, that nobody can stop. At some point, I may be able to break because the data is available. The current quantum communication technology fundamentally says the other way. Nobody can copy the data. So the eavesdropper is out of equation. That is the fundamental benefit you are going to get with quantum communication. So in the interest of time, that part I will skip. So nobody can intercept the keys. In case they intercept, it will be known. It is as simple as that. So you can discard that. Okay. So when it comes to that, today people are working on 3 different kind of technologies. One is fiber-based. There are special fiber, point-to-point, a single photon travels, you detect. The other one is, the remaining 2 are basically, they call them FSO, free space optics. So one is for long distance through via satellite. The other one is some kind of a wireless point-to-point, like or microwave kind of equivalent. That is what people are looking at it. And most pressing application today is lot of drones communicating with each other to avoid collision. Because unlike a road, quantum, drones fly in a 3D space. So that challenge is there. So I think details I'll skip. But the point is, if they say quantum cannot be intercepted, it is so safe, then what is the problem in using it? Because basically when you look at quantum, we are looking at a single photon today. There are many techniques, 6 different ways of doing quantum things. One of the things is photon based. So a single photon has to reach the other end. A single photon has very little energy. So it cannot travel long distance. So the moment I add distance, you all know there is attenuation, and in quantum we call it decoherence, because it is all something related to photon and wavelength and things like that. If decoherence happens, so you don't receive it at the other end. So the data rates are very, very less. They are typically of the order of bits per second kind of thing. At best kilobits per second. That too for less than 30-40 kilometers. And if you want to stream a Kantara movie live, there is no way you can do in kilobits per second. So that is where just why the cat is angry, but what can I do? I cannot help it. So what it does is today we use this only to exchange the keys, because key lengths are small one-time key exchange happens. After that, like a typical cinema villain, you have half part of the note, he has another half part of the note, you can match it, and then, the treasure can be delivered. Same thing happens here, something similar to that. I only change the key, the actual treasure goes through normal fiber, normal communication at high speed. That is how currently quantum key works. So they have two channels. One is for key distribution is quantum. Using that encryption, I use traditional communication. Since I exceeded my time, I will probably pause here, but we have a functional QKD network in India between IIT Chennai, IIT Chennai Research Park ERNet and SETS, and it has two parts like any quantum. There is an electrical part, there is an optical part. So IIT Chennai and CDAC Bangalore, we have together worked, so we have a Alice and Bob system available for QKD. So I already requested you are okay to come with a delegation to visit us. We can actually showcase a working QKD in India. You will not find it anywhere else. Probably today only 3 people can demonstrate something like this, functional. ISRO, Raman Research Institute, and CDAC and IIT Chennai. QNL labs claim certain things, but these are government agencies which have actually a working solution in different ways. Okay, whatever Richard said, but don't forget Einstein. So he can say, but he also says something else, better to keep in mind. So we are actually lucky to be in Bangalore, at least I am very happy or fortunate. We have projects in all parts of quantum, from computing to simulation to communication to post-quantum. So I will not go into details, but from the student perspective, quantum is the next big thing. And we have a quantum simulator available for students and researchers. So you can go find out, QSIM is there. So anybody who knows a little bit of Python, which I think today I am sure of elementary school children, they know. I am not sure of this audience because you may know C, Fortran and all. But Python is the current most commonly used language. So you can use Python to run this QSIM. It is available for all our community. You can reach out. So then other than that, what else? Yeah, there is rest anyway, I can share the slides. The one more part, sorry, I'm exceeding the time, but this may be very relevant for the audience. Most of us, when we come to job, own business is always there, but we want campus placement, right? Many a times. Everybody wants to be in R&D, not even a test engineer. But just to look at this list I have given, the reality is the fundamental research, as they call it. If there is one person working on fundamental research, the output of that results in at least 1,000 development designs and developments. Like the principle of electricity, whatever you, magnetism, whatever you read, Newton's law, whatever you discover, it results in about 1,000 plus different domains, the designs coming, applications. So the opportunities are 1,000 times more when you come to the next level, design and development. And the moment you do your design and development, let us say you designed one car. One car, is it one car? Never. You will have, 7 different variants. Then one petrol, one diesel, then one electric, one hybrid. Right, they have a normal car, luxury, AC, moonlighting, window, whatever you call it, sunroof, whatever you name it. And there is, auto gear, non-auto gear, so many things. Right or wrong? So for one design, which is nothing, finally it is a car, but there is an engine, I use the steering to run, apply brake. But depending on the infotainment, cooling glass, all those things, you have so many variants. So the engineering production will be 1,000 for each of the designs. Because each variant brings money. I told you, the more you differentiate your outputs, every feature you have to market it. So there will be 1,000 more. And for every vehicle that is produced, how many car factories are there and how many dealers are there marketing sales? It is in tens and thousands, 10,000s, 1 lakh for each car, right? Each city has 10 dealers for one brand. So that is the kind of numbers in terms of opportunities, market, revenue flow. And for every car sold, the amount of service support you do, that is tremendous. So the market is actually exactly opposite of what you are looking for. In fact, that one researcher gets money funded by these service and support people only. So I always say, as an engineering PhD, my DR stands for debit note to all these people because they fund my salary. In accounts, DR means debit, CR means credit. So I basically am a debit note sender to these people. They are the ones earning money for me as a researcher. So most of the jobs are there. If you are good in communication, you want to be connected, there are much more opportunities down below than in the beginning. So don't be shy of accepting challenges, areas which will make your life easy, rather than keep on comparing for the two jobs that are coming from somewhere. So before I just close, 3 things you want to keep in mind for anything you do in life. First of all, in a digital society also, I don't want to be treated as a number. I should not be called by a roll number, or I should not be called by some designation. I want me to be respected as an individual. So the personalized experience always matters. The second one is respect security and privacy of everyone. And be collaborative. I think that will serve purpose of your life, IEEE's mission, and the conference as a whole. So with that, I'll stop. Thank you very much for a great patient hearing. Thank you all. Thank you, JNNCE and the IEEE team. Thank you. If you have any questions, if there is time, I can take here or offline. Offline. So sir has already told Satyanarayan sir. So agreed, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for presenting a wonderful session on the topic Digital Society and Communications. Many aspects on communication, IoT, and latest technologies. Really, this will help our young minds, and we are very inspired that you have given so many illustrative examples towards the topics which you have explained. Once again, I wholeheartedly thank Dr. S.D. Sudarshan sir on behalf of our JNN College of Engineering. Give him a big round of applause. So we are lagging little bit delay, but no worries, we will finish off everything on time. So now we will be having paper presentation sessions 1A and 1B. So all the participants, you can just participate in paper presentation sessions, which will be there in room number. 1A will run in this auditorium and 1B will run in.
Paper presentation session 1A will be here, 1B will be in the learning hall 1, just opposite to this particular hall. So I request the session coordinators to take. Yeah, it will start in another 5 minutes. Audience can definitely choose. The list is there outside. Whichever room you are comfortable, whichever area you are more, it is more relevant to you, you can choose, and you can participate in both the sessions.
Good afternoon all. I request paper ID 161, author Chandrakanta TS to be ready for the presentation. Chandrakanta TS, may I know where is? Good, ma'am. Ma'am. A very good afternoon to one and all. I, Shweta B, Assistant Professor, Department of ECE, take this opportunity to welcome you all for the paper presentation session of 2022 IEEE Discover. Today we have Dr. Sifa Kresil Saldana and Dr. Saurav Kanti Adya and Dr. R. Sanjeev Kunte sir for the session chairs. It is my great pleasure to introduce Dr. Sifa Kresil Saldana to you all. She is currently working as Assistant Professor in senior grade scale in the Department of Biomedical Engineering, MIT Manipal. She has 8 journals and 8 conferences in her credit. Her research area of interest is biomedical control system design, precision control for drug delivery, AI ML for early detection of thyroid cancer, diabetic foot, artificial pancreas development. I welcome you for the session, ma'am. We have Dr. Saurav Kanti Adya with us as session chair for the session. Sir is currently working as Assistant Professor in the Department of CSC, National Institute of Technology, Karnataka, Suratkal, India. Prior to this, he has working experience as PDF at the Department of CSC, IIT, Kharagpur. He has received PhD from Department of Computer Science and Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Rourkela, India. He has obtained MTech degree with national level GATE scholarship from NIT, Rourkela, India, and BTech from the West Bengal University of Technology. His publications are in several top reputed conferences such as IEEE Infocom Core A, IEEE IFIP IM, IEEE Cloud Core B, IEEE ICC, IEEE Globecom Core B. He has also submitted an Indian patent on a stable cloud alliance to provide uninterruptible service currently published and undergoing the evaluation. His research area is cloud systems, IoT, and blockchain. I welcome you, sir. We also have Dr. R. Sanjeev Kunte, Professor and Head of the Department, ISC, JNNCE, Shivamogga, who will be the moderator for this session. His area of interest is image processing, pattern recognition, information security. His publications include 23 international conferences and 6 journals and a book chapter in ICFAI publication. I welcome you, sir. Now we shall have the first paper presentation of the session. I request the author of paper ID 161 to have his work presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself Chandrakanta TS, faculty and research scholar at Department of PG Studies and Research in Electronics from Kuvempu University. So the paper title is A Survey on Artificial Intelligence Based Lung Tumor Segmentation and Classifications. Co-authors are Dr. Basuraj N. Jagadale and Dr. Madhuri Jia. So these are the contents of my paper presentation. Introduction to the lung tumor segmentation and classification, objectives, and generic research flow structure of an automated lung tumor segmentation and classification, and lung tumor databases, and lung tumor evaluation metrics, and comparison of recent article published on lung tumor segmentation and classification, conclusion and reference. So introduction to the lung tumor segmentation and classification. So lung tumor is nothing but abnormal growth of a tissue. This happens when cells proliferate too rapidly or do not decay. So lung tumor can be classified depending upon the size of the lung nodules. If the lung nodules are greater than 5 millimeter, it is called malignant. If it is less than 4 millimeter, it is called benign. So radiologists have tough time distinguish between the benign and malignant. So it vary from diameter vary from 5 to 15 millimeter. So lung nodules can be detected via different medical imaging modalities such as X-ray and CT scan. So having X-ray, it is more like to find the lung nodules. And lung tumor is difficult to detect and making it particularly dangerous type of cancer. As a result, quick and precise nodal assessment is more crucial for early detection and better prognosis of the patients. Typically, a pathologist review is utilized to identify, but this traditional method is time consuming and error prone. So these are the images representing some of lung tumor cancer screening and healthy lung tissue and lung tumor and corresponding segmentation images. So according to WHO, in 2014, around 1.8 billion deaths were reported from 18% of all related fertility globally. So by 2040, it is predicted by 28 million. So, and classification of management, its lung tumor detection and classification management can be defined by Fisher and lung radars. So depending upon the severity, there are different management techniques are there. So if there is no risk factor that is less than 4 millimeter, so optional follow-up can be done. And if the severity is more, you have to repeat the CT scan at 12 months and 6 months, so on. So although different lung nodal management strategies have been widely used, but percentage of false positive remains fairly high. So the variety of researchers have employed different segmentation and classification technique address these challenges. So more of the research is revealed that it will use artificial intelligence, deep learning and machine learning techniques to classify and detect the lung tumors. So objectives are to detect and categorize the lung cancer by making use of images that are both normal and malignant images, and to study compare various artificial intelligence techniques such as machine learning and deep learning to identify and detect the lung tumors, and to study the various metrics to validate the classification and segmentation technique, and to study different imaging modalities and publicly available databases that are utilized in prior LT investigations. So this is the generic research structure of an automated lung tumor segmentation and classification, which is based upon artificial intelligence. So the first step is to collect the lung images that are both, it contains both normal images and tumorous images. And next step is pre-process. In pre-process, we have to do some pre-processing technique, maybe image resize, grayscale conversion, smoothing, and image enhancement. So next step is to do the feature extraction, maybe statistical and global transformation. And next step is classification. For classification, we can use various kind of supervised and unsupervised machine learning and deep learning techniques, and you can identify the tumors. And you have to do that machine learning models with the help of classification metrics such as accuracy, true positive rate and true negative rate, and false positive rate, F1 score, and precision. If there is no tumor present in the database, we can stop. If you found any tumor, we have to do for segmentation. Segmentation is nothing but locating the tumor in an image. So you can use different algorithms, maybe threshold based and watershed and clustering based algorithm for segmenting the image, that is to locate the tumor. And after, you have to do the evaluation of segmentation model, maybe dice coefficient and pixel accuracy and instruction over union you can use. So this table represents some of the databases that are previously used in lung tumor detection and classification. So MSD database contains around 64 images, and NSCLC contains around 422 images, and lung PET contains around 1095 images, and LIDC contains around 1018 images, and VA contains 50 images, and JSRT contains 154 images. And these are the evaluation metrics used for both classification and segmentations. So these tables use the comparison of recently published articles on lung tumor classification and segmentation. There are 10 papers was taken for comparison. So the the accuracy lies between 90 to 99%. Among this LIC 2500, which uses hybrid GAN technique for classification, it gives accuracy of 99.8%. And the second one is CXR, it uses autoencoder and ResNet, it gives accuracy of 89.91%. And all the papers use different data sets and pre-processing techniques and feature extraction techniques and classification and segmentation algorithms. So the conclusion, so LT is the prominent causes of death. There are numerous studies have been employed in analysis and classification methodologies to detect and classify the lung tumors. As long as the cause of LT is unclear, there is no way to avoid it. So thus only way to cure LT is detect early, that is prognosis. So CT scan findings can help to accurate classification of patient's lung as normal or abnormal. So the pathologist examines and diagnoses the CT images in preparation of future therapy. Patient previously has to wait for specialized because of time delay. Because of as a result of delay, tumor may be spread and patient survival rate may be lower. So hence computer may use of AI technique to detect lung tumor rapidly and accurately. So finally, this study summarizes recent work on lung tumor diagnosis and segmentation by artificial systems using current papers. So this review papers try to answer the fundamental question of how lung tumor can be detected and segmented.
Good afternoon. So that's what a nice survey what you have done for lung disease. Why you are very much specified about CT images? Why can't you go for MRI images or US images, ultrasonic images?
So we refer X-ray because of it is more likely to find a lung nodus because the radiation or wavelength it is better we can find with the help of X-ray. According to the literature.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions from audience? Yeah. So, madam, you.
So I understand this is a review kind of a paper, the survey that you have done with various techniques that is available. Okay. When you're doing the survey, in my observation, when it comes to ML, SVM is used for the majority of the papers. Yeah. Can you answer, according to the survey that you have done, why SVM is used in most of the review papers? Why not other techniques? There are so many other techniques in the ML.
Okay, SVM support vector mission because of we can detect better feature with help of SVM. It is kind of regression and classification time. So classification can be also better with the help of SVM. So that's why it is widely used.
And coming to the feature extraction, unsupervised, there are different types of other feature extractions also. Now, in case if you are going to continue with this research as your research in future, which new technique in the feature extraction would you be choosing?
So it mainly depend upon the data set, what kind of feature you have to detect. So we may go with supervised, depending upon the data. If you have labeled data, I can go with supervised techniques. If it is unlabeled data, we can go with unsupervised techniques depending upon the different algorithms what are available, which is suitable for the data set. So you have to study. I can't tell which one suits for correct.
But by now, with the help of this review, you should have come to a conclusion. That is why you go for a review or a survey.
Can go for some, in most of the cases, some Gober filter go for and some LBDP pattern recognition features you can go for.
But wavelet transform is highly used.
You can find more hidden details with the help of wavelets. That also you can use.
So I have one more small suggestion that instead of giving this table, can you give a comparative kind of graph, whatever you have obtained, that will suits more that what literature you have, and that will be helpful for the readers who will read your paper. Yeah. So with this, we can thanks the author for presenting this one. So we can go for next. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandrakant. Next paper presentation will be by Dr. Sukesh Rao, paper ID 135.
Yeah, please. Yes, so you have 8 plus 2 minutes.
Good afternoon all. Thanks for the opportunity. And my name is Shivamogga, and I'm here to put forward my thoughts and learnings about the our paper, that is wrist pulse acquisition using piezoresistive sensor. So acquisition and processing of a signal from human body is extremely challenging, and which is mainly due to the motion artifacts and the low frequency components, that is baseline wonder. Motion artifacts means it is a movement of a wrist which occurs variation in a pulse which we are acquiring from the pressure sensor. And there are different pulse site present in a human body, and here we are monitoring the radial method to measure the pulse. And in ancient method of interpret the signal, people used to monitor the arterial blood flow as an indicator to various health conditions. And radial artery method is a easy and reliable method to monitor the cardiac activities that can be felt near the wrist, and which is also easy accessible for the wearable devices to continually monitor the cardiac activity. These are the objective of our work: to model the pulse signal using the adaptive filter, and to remove the baseline wonder present in the acquired pulse signal, and to explore pulse signal for some more applications. Here we are showing how we design the system for the computing of the pulse signal. Firstly, we are placing the pressure sensor on the wrist. We are getting the output of the pressure sensor. We are giving it as a analog input to the data acquisition model with doing some signal conditioning, and we are getting the real-time output which we are monitoring through the help of LabVIEW implementation. Sensor details. How we have done the signal conditioning over here? We are using the LMS algorithm. LMS algorithm mainly used to estimate and reduce the noise present in the acquired wrist pulse signal. And here you can see we are obtaining the noisy wrist pulse signal from the pressure sensor 1, that is D of n, and noise reference we are obtaining it from the pressure sensor 2, the pressure sensor leaving it in air, and we are doing the filtering of the noisy signal present with the help of LMS algorithm with the help of adaptive filter. Adaptive filter mainly consists of the two subsystems. First one is to update the coefficient of the filter as per the previously updated the interval, and second one is the delay chain of the FIR filter that computes the output of the input. This is the pulse getting it from the pressure sensor 1, and this is the noise reference we are generating, and this is the final output we are getting. And that E of n is what we are getting. We are removing the noise. Our main intention is to remove the noise present in the wrist pulse signal, and we should get the accurate output. Yes. This is where we are doing the lab virtual instrument blocks and doing the LMS adaptive wrist pulse feature extraction. What here we mainly do is we are considering the data acquisition model, that is here it is data assistant, and we are selecting the two analog input channels for the pressure sensor output, and we are getting the D of n and X of n signal using some filtering condition, that is we are using low pass filter for both signal and with a cutoff frequency of 20 Hz, and here we are using the block of adaptive filter signal, and from there we are getting Y of n and E of n as a output. This is the video which will show the working of the model. Here the pressure sensor signal will come, and it will filter it out and gives the D of n and X of n pulse. From there we are getting the adaptive filter output Y of n and E of n as a accurate input, accurate output pulse. This is the real-time graph which we are obtaining. The first one is the noisy wrist pulse signal, and second one noise reference, and this is the adaptive filter noise estimation, and this is the final output we are getting. This is some of the frequency spectrum of noisy wrist pulse, and this is the these graphs indicate the wrist pulse signal. This is the output graph of our work. As I shown in real-time capturing, the same real-time capturing graph will put here. Here we can tell that we are getting we can depicting the systolic and diastolics of the wrist pulse signal, and from here we can see baseline wonder of the signal get reduced. By concluding this, we significantly reduce the motion artifacts and the baseline wonder present from the signal, and the filter signal accurately depicting the systolic and diastolic phase of the pulse signal, and the signal can be explored to get more cardiac information using variable devices. And these are some of the references which I took for the paperwork of. Yes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So, any questions from audience? Yeah.
Good afternoon to one and all. Nice to see this area actually. I am very interested. Can I know what is the frequency of the input signal? What is the frequency of the noise signal you have chosen?
Frequency of input signal and noise signal which will be similar, but we are calculating the noise signal, noise estimation is done through LMS filter. From there we calculate the noise, and we are remove the noise from the pulse signal.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Available. So why did you choose LMS?
LMS mainly because it will estimate the noise present in the signal, and it will calculate, and it will only remove the noise signal, and it will give the accurate signal.
But you always require a reference, right? Reference, how do you generate reference signal then?
Here,
Yes.
we are generating the reference signal from the pressure sensor 2. We are keeping it in air, and like that we are generating the signal.
Is this work done on simulator or you have used real-time implementation?
With real-time implementation. We are
But
using
what is
the
the
lab.
model? What is the model you used for noise generation? There are different models which are available, AWGN and things like that. Which one you used?
Here we use the adaptive filter model in LabVIEW.
One suggestion, if you could try on CMA algorithm, which doesn't require any kind of reference. So you
CMA.
CMA, constant modulus algorithm, you could try on that.
Anybody else?
Good afternoon, brother. Is this useful for peoples or medical fields? It's used in.
Sorry.
Is this project is used for peoples or some other medical doctors only?
We can use it for the wearable device.
No.
If
I'm asking. It's useful for peoples or any other doctors only.
We can give it to the people also.
Okay. Then how can we read that graph you have presented in the 10th slide? We can't read that graph now. Means what are the process?
Okay. Yes, here we are doing the analysis.
Okay.
Okay. From there you are going to get the values.
Okay. That.
How the normal variable watch which shows the time.
Okay.
Like from there you are getting the heart rate, like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, if any other questions, we can talk offline. Madam, you have? Clear. I have just one suggestion that in conclusion slide you have told that significantly you have reduced the thing. So if you quantify that one, that will be great. Means how much it is you have reduced. That if you quantify that one, that will be great. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Sunil. Next presenter will be with paper ID 247, Pallavi Segas.
You can use mic. That will.
Hi all, I am Nikhil. Let's just dive into topic. It is securing healthcare data with blockchain for diabetic and cardio disease. Here we focus more on securing the healthcare data. So in support, we took the diabetic and cardio disease prediction as a support. So So introduction about the technologies that we have used is machine learning for the cardio and diabetic prediction. So this is an ever emerging sector where we use it in the medical sector to priorly predict some diseases based on some algorithms and the images processing, etc. So this was a support what we used in our project. So this is the main topic that I have to talk about, blockchain. What is blockchain? Let me give a brief idea. Blockchain is a shared ledger which cannot be changed. It is an immutable changed ledger that cannot be changed by anyone. So giving a small example in 30 seconds, think that there are 10 people that are working in some places. One person changes a ledger and another person is not aware of it. So given a scenario that 10 people are looking at the ledger, seeing that one people have already changed, confirming with it 9 people, so this is a valid change or not a valid change, blockchain comes in place. So this is the technology that blockchain, this is the the facility that blockchain application gives here. So how it is used in healthcare sector? the healthcare sector needs its information, confidential information, to be stored very secretly, very confidentially, and it should not be changed at any cost. Change in minute data would lead to some other results that cannot be predicted in kind of diseases. So this technology comes in place here to secure it. So web application, it gives an interface for the thing what we have. The thing that I have presented here, we have already built this. It is already working. So use the web application to just give an interface for the work we have done. So objectives is they implement the use of latest technology, that is like blockchain. That was a very new technology. It is emerging. Many cloud-based companies are giving an enterprise level support for here, and apply machine learning algorithms and to maintain data security and data integrity. Data integrity, here where the blockchain comes in place. Okay, to develop a web application with effective user interface. This is a comparative literature survey. So we gone into different papers where the blockchain has been part of, and we took some of the key concepts where we can improve. So this is where about blockchain it talks, and this comes about the machine learning part. We took the cardio and diabetic disease prediction. We gone and searched the papers, which are the methods they are applying and how can we improve it. So we couldn't improve over the like heart disease prediction, but using ANN for diabetic prediction, we took some local data in the hospitals that are available, and we just put it in, tried to fill the data in the Excel sheet and tried to rerun it again, and we got around 0.8 something percentage of increase in the accuracy percentage, sorry. So what we have built, this is a design architecture that has been placed in our project. This is a complete design architecture where we have users like lab technician comes in, admin, he refers to hospital, doctor and patient, given a MetaMask login link, that is an encrypted login MetaMask. So how you log in through Gmail, so this is an Ethereum based, that is Bitcoin, Ethereum based login we have given with a high encrypted, what we call security. So we used MongoDB, which is emerging with the blockchain based solution there. So this is complete architecture that we have built it. So smart contract is the only thing that runs the blockchain. This is something like a code, Python. The Python is structured very well, saying it is a smart contract. It is a solidity coding, named as solidity coding, and we have brought in place, comes into records and records hash and public address of the patients. In a layman term, given a structure of Excel sheet, it is been encrypted, it is tagged with an ID and stored on the blockchain. So if a user want to access the same Excel sheet, he should fetch the data from the blockchain, take the hash, again hash the existing data, compare it. If the hash is compared very neatly, you are going to get the result. Else, it is not integrated and it throws an error. So results and discussion. So integration of the blockchain and machine learning. So this was a good part where we worked on integrating these two topics and giving a very good web application interface, predicting the accurate results using the machine learning objectives, ensuring that the data is immutable and it is very secure, and providing option for the patient to share their personal medical data. Even here we provided that we cannot trust doctors somehow. So we provided that means to give a means that if and only I am in consent with the doctor, I can share my data. And conclusion is introduction of new technology to the healthcare sector and a better way of securing the healthcare data, refined and accurate ways of predicting the disease. And these are the reference papers that I have used. Thanks.
Okay, so is there any graph or results? We didn't see anything.
I have a live application running on this.
But is there any how you analyze this thing, your system? So
analysis here is in a security purpose. We go with a right proper way of encrypting. So huge data comes in, huge encryption goes on. So there where the performance criteria for this one works.
Before going to audience, I have one question. That is, blockchain is completely decentralized peer-to-peer network, right?
Yes.
Whereas any machine learning algorithm runs in centralized system. So how you integrate these two?
So we have given a centralized access. There is not a centralized access. Hospitals runs the algorithms. That is decentralized with doctors, patients, and lab technicians. So the data is not at
Where your machine learning algorithm will run?
algorithm will run at our end.
Our
Application means at
it
servers.
is a one node of a blockchain or
Every node of the blockchain.
then it's a decentralized one. Then
Yeah. Blockchain concept comes with a decentralized concept.
any machine learning algorithm has lots of complexity and
Yeah.
it cannot be
It cannot be run on the servers due to huge data.
it cannot be run on the decentralized platform.
Yeah. Each node needs its own capacity. I understand that keeping a one dedicated node, and so machine learning algorithms are not like we should rerun it again and again and again to get a new result. Already pre-built models, giving feedbacks to those models, already ready models, so you can give me some results, that works here. So what we have done is we prepared the model, we deployed it to the web application, we kept the model ready. When a new data comes in with a new user giving his input by a lab technician, that result is predicted by the model and given back.
Adding to sir, it is prediction. You have mentioned that diabetic and cardio disease prediction.
Yeah, diabetic
correct?
and cardio disease.
Okay. In general, I'm asking. I'm not going into technical now. The patient that is coming to to the hospital is a normal patient or already a diabetic and a cardio patient?
He's a normal patient. So here there is an interface where we give him a interface where he can check whether he's prone to this disease or not. Based on that, he will be letting into our system.
Now, because if he is already a diabetic patient, then your application again will change for the prediction.
No.
Yes, it should be changing. It should be changing.
Like there is an interface given. If it predicts he is already a diabetic person, he will come in, he will test himself. So, if other models, we are going to store his data separately.
Okay, next, adding to this now.
Sure.
Okay. For a diabetic patient, continuous glucose monitoring is very important.
Very important.
How often does he comes to check? And how relevant is it for the prediction?
Yeah, for just, it was a 3 months of period. We took 1 month of data of a person, weekly twice, that's it. Not more than that, weekly twice we took it and we monitored. Because we were not in so depth and we saw the results of the model was working fine there. And we tried with out of boundary objects, like out of boundary values. And there it worked well. And so we thought it would be doing better there.
But again, a suggestion for it.
Yeah.
If you can implement this application for a CGM,
Yeah.
that's for the continuous monitoring, I think that would be a much better help rather than you taking a gap of that 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Because according to the study, diabetic data has to be continuously monitored rather than taking it in a gap.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. So that's already been implemented and a model was being ready and kept there. So giving a standard data set, it is being put into the model, it's run and the model was kept ready. So we exported the model and it was deployed in the web application. So that's done and it's going live. If I want to set up, I need an half an hour to set up it. Yeah.
All right. One advice to all the researchers, when you present, you also should, put a slide on what others can do on your work.
Yeah.
Basically, you have to tell what is the,
Basically research
things,
gap.
Research
Yeah,
gap in the
one thing that we have to do is fog computing. We have to put fog computing here, taking real-time data.
Don't tell
continuously.
so many buzzwords. One suggestion from my side, please look into the deployment complexity of blockchain and machine learning. Both are contradictory each other. Thank you.
Nikhil? Yeah, it was a good presentation as well as the nice application. But in adding to this, sir, since you had not put the literary survey part, see, there is an expectation from the reviewers in the sense, what is the performance criteria you have measured? And since you are going to compare your work with others, you need to tell in terms of some metrics, maybe the running time, or maybe the some other the encryption complexity in terms of key space, whatever it may be. So that's what is my session in continuation of this, sir. Thank you. Yeah.
I will take it as an answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikhil. Next presenter will be Sindhura DN with paper ID 256.
Good afternoon all. Myself Sindhura DN and I'm research scholar from MIT Manipal. So my topic is subaxial vertebral column fracture CT image synthesis by progressive growing generative adversarial network. Here the vertebral column is commonly called as spine. So spine fracture CT images are generated with the help of progressive growing generative adversarial network. So here image synthesis, CT image synthesis is the main objective of my topic. These are the outline of my presentation. Nowadays, the deep learning models are extensively used for discriminative tasks. So the success of the convolutional neural network has increased interest in applying these deep learning model in computer vision application. So in order to train the convolutional neural network, we require huge data. So if huge data is not available, then it causes overfitting of the model. So, but availability of this large data set is difficult in some application. One example for the application is medical application. So there the collection of the data is very difficult because of the following 4 reasons. One is effort of collection. Even though with a huge effort, if we collect the data, labeling of the data is another problem. We require the assistance of the doctor in order to do the labeling of the data. So in busy schedule, doing the annotation is another problem. And availability of patient of same type of disease is another difficulty, which leads to the class imbalance. So in order to avoid all these problems, the solution is data augmentation. So we have different methods of data augmentation, but here, since it is a medical image, we need to select the data augmentation method, which need to generate high clarity images, which are capable of showing the internal organ structure, and along with that, the images, the augmentation method need to support all the imaging modality like CT, MRI and all. So these two are the main criteria. High resolution images we want, and along with that, the data augmentation method need to support all the imaging modality. So the generative adversarial network is one technique, method of data augmentation, which can understand the images well and can generate high clarity images. So GAN is a member of generative model which can synthesize the data in all the imaging modality. So in the literature review, we have that is all the imaging modalities are supported by the GAN. So in the GAN, there are 2 neural networks. One is generator and another one is the discriminator. Usually generator used to generate the image and discriminator tried to discriminate between the real image and the generated image. So it will send one loss value again back to the generator. So generator will make use of that loss value in order to generate high clarity images. So in the GAN, there are many categories like deep convolution GAN, Wasserstein GAN and all. They are capable of generating the images, but they are of lower dimension, like 64 cross 64 and all. Suppose if we want to generate high resolution images, then PG GAN is the solution. So which can generate the image up to 1024 cross 1024 effectively. So till now, these PG GANs are explored only for generation of the natural scenes, celebrity faces and all. So in my study, I framed these 2 objectives, that is the generation of the CT image, which consisting of the spine fracture by making use of the PG GAN, by holding all the fracture features, and second, after the generation, how it affects the type identification model. So assessing of the PG GAN augmentation on the type identification model, that assessment is the second objective of my study. So coming to the details of the data set, so after obtaining the ethical clearance, I collected the CT image from Kasturba Medical Hospital, Mahe, Manipal. So here, 2 type of fracture I considered, B1 and then B2. 275 B1 fracture images from 55 patients in the sagittal weave I collected, and 100 image of the B2 fracture from 20 patients I collected. So total of the data set comprises of 375 images. All those images are in the sagittal weave because those B1 and B2 fractures are clearly visible in the sagittal weave. So I collected in the sagittal weave. So coming to the implementation detail, so PGCAN is the multi-stage model, so where training will take place in the stepwise manner. So that is from the lower resolution to the higher resolution. So since I generated 512 cross 512 image, so the training process will take place in 8 steps, starting from 4 cross 4, 8 cross 8, 16 cross up to 512 cross 512. So in each stage, new layer, extra layers are added so that the higher dimension images are generated. At the beginning, the large scale image distribution features are learned, and when it goes to 512 cross 512, the finer details are learnt by the model. So this is the diagram which shows the same thing, how the layers are added in each stage of the PGCAN is shown here. Initial first stage, only one convolution layer will be there which generate 4 cross 4 image, and next one more extra layer is added, 8 cross 8. Likewise, the generator and the discriminator are mirror image of each other. So here from the Gaussian distribution, 512 size vector noise is taken as input for the model, and these are the set of the parameters which are used in the PGCAN, and this shows the generated image. So here the first grid comprises of 4 images which are arranged in 2 cross 2. So that is B1 fracture, and second image is B2 fracture which is generated. So by seeing the image, we can say that higher dimension, higher resolution images are there, and it shows the fracture line clearly. So in the B1 fracture, the fracture line fracture starts from the posterior tension band, and it will extend into the vertebral body, that is shown. And while in case of the B2 fracture, the fracture in the tension band will extend into the intervertebral disc, that is also clearly shown in the generated image. So this shows that generated image is of high resolution, higher dimension, and it is capable of showing the fracture line clearly. So that is for the first objective. And second objective is for assessment, how it affects the type identification model. So here I used a transfer learning technique where VGG16 I have used for type identification. Initially to that model, only the real images are given for classification. So I got the accuracy of classification to be 70.51%. So after that, again type identification model was is used along with the generated image, that is real image as well as the generated image. Both are given as the input for the classification model, and got the accuracy of 87.01%, which indicate that when we give the augmented data along with the real image, it will increase the accuracy of the classification model. Hence, I can conclude the PGCAN can be effectively used for generation of the CT image which shows the spine fracture clearly, and along with that, if I used with the real image for classification, it will increase the accuracy of type identification. So it is a effective technique, PGCAN. And then in the future, so here only 2 types of the fracture images I generated, B1 and B2. Other type of the fracture can also be generated, and along with that, so clinical evaluation can be also done in order to show how it is, how PGCAN is effective. That clinical evaluation is another work we can do in future. So these are the references. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So any questions from audience? Yeah, madam. Just switch on your
image, that is the generated image, or we can call it as synthetic image. So we can give these set of generated image along with the real image for orthopedician to evaluate and to recognize which is the real image and which is the generated image, and we can calculate the accuracy of orthopedician prediction. So if the accuracy of the prediction is near to 50%, indicate what? There is confusion in identifying which is the real image and which is the generated image. So if that confusion occurs, then we can say that realistic images can be generated with the help of PGCAM. That type of evaluation can be done, and along with that, if multiple orthopedicians are there, we can do the inter-observer reliability, statistical analysis can also be done.
CT of spine is chosen. Why not some other application?
Because during the road traffic accident and all, so there is a chance of spine fracture, so which leads to the morbidity, so that thing. And the analysis of spine fracture and applying of the deep learning model on the spine fracture is not done, and rare work is there, so I selected the spine.
So thank you, and my observation, your presentation slides are almost perfect. So that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Sindhura. Next we have a paper presentation by Pavitra Casey with paper ID 176.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pavitra Casey, and I am a TMFI research scholar from MIT Manipal. The title of the paper goes like this: Statistical Analysis of Deep Learning Models for Diabetic Macular Edema Classification using OCT Images. And my co-authors are Dr. Preetham Kumar, Dr. Geeta M, and Dr. Sulata V. Bhandari. These are the contents I am going to deal with: introduction, research gap and research questions, objective, methodology, implementation details, results and discussion, conclusion, and then the references. Coming to the introduction, this is this figure explains the anatomy of the human eye. We all know how exactly a human eye works. It works similar to that of a digital camera, wherein whatever light that falls onto this lens will be focused onto the yellow colored lining which is present here. The yellow colored lining that is present there is called as retina, where the images will be formed. And the center part of the retina, which we call it as macula, is crucial for clear vision. For the vision to be clear, this macular area should not be affected. There shouldn't be any lesions present in the macula. Coming to diabetes, diabetic retinopathy and diabetic macular edema. Diabetes is a complication where there will be excessive amount of glucose in the blood. So this excessive amount of glucose can go and damage the tiny blood vessels which are present on the retina. So as a result of which, these blood vessels will start to leak out fluid, blood and all lipid proteinaceous materials onto the retina. As this leads to a complication known as diabetic retinopathy, wherein there will be lesions such as microaneurysms, hemorrhages, hard and soft exudates. All these are proteinaceous material extravasation onto the retina, and there will also be fluid leakage. Now, because of this fluid leakage or excessive amount of fluid present in the retina, the thickness of the retina will increase. That means there will be edema. Edema means thickening or swelling of the retina. Now, when this fluid accumulation happens in the center of the retina, that is in the macular area, we call it as macular edema. Now, because it is caused due to diabetes, we call it as diabetic macular edema. So, DME is irreversible. Whatever damage has been caused, we cannot recover it. So, it is good to detect it in the...
Oh, yes, I hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you can hear. You can hear.
Okay, yes.
Video is also very clear. We are lagging by just half an hour. Your session would start at 2:45.
Okay.
Is
Um, that's okay. Yeah. Shall I stay in the session here, or shall I come back in 20 minutes?
You can come back up 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, good. Then I will do.
We shall have lunch. We shall have lunch now and assemble in the same seminar hall for the next keynote at 2:45. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible? Hello, sir. Yes, sir. In a short while, we will start now, sir. In a minute. Okay, sir. Good afternoon, all of you. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you for the first invited talk by our resource person, Hiko Koziolek, Dr. in Corporate Research, Dr. in Corporate Research Fellow, ABB AG Corporate Research Center, Germany. It gives me an immense pleasure to welcome resource person for today's invited talk on behalf of National Education Society and JNN College of Engineering. I wholeheartedly welcome you for this session, sir. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Dr. Ing Hiko Koziolek is a Corporate Research Fellow for Software Architecture at ABB Research in Landenberg, Germany. After obtaining a PhD in Software Engineering in 2008, he has been leading research projects on software architectures and technologies for industrial process control and consults ABB software development units for the design of large-scale software systems. His research is concerned with predicting software performance and analyzing software maintainability, specifically in applied research projects connected to product development. He received most influential paper awards of the Elsewhere Journal of Systems and Software in 2019 and IEEE International Conference on Software Architecture in 2021. He is co-author of the book Modeling and Simulating Software Architecture, published by MIT Press in 2016. His professional activities include serving as Associate Editor at Elsewhere Journal of Systems and Software, as well as being Program Committee member of ICSA, ECSA, SEAA, and ICSE. He is a former member of the German Platform Industry 4 and an active member of the Open Group's Open Process Automation Forum and the German Computer Science and Society. So now our resource person is going to give a talk on software architecture challenges in industrial process automation from code generation to cloud native service orchestration. On behalf of our college, I welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for the introduction. Let me share my screen. And, I hope you can, oops, wait a second. I hope you can see the screen now. Great. Okay, great. Yeah, thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today. Yeah, I'm presenting, as already said, some software architecture challenges in process automation from code generation to cloud native service orchestration. And let me first say a few words about ABB because maybe not everybody knows the company. So ABB is a big global company in the industrial domain. Different areas, business areas are addressed by ABB. For example, electrification. ABB does home automation systems and electrical vehicle charging stations. Then we have the motion business area where we have industrial drives or various kinds of domains going to ship drives, for example, or for industrial drives. Then there's the area of process automation, which is mainly concerned with large production facilities, for example, chemical refineries, oil and gas plants, paper mills, and so on. So very large production systems which run continuously. And then we also have a discrete automation and robotics division. The robots of ABB are quite popular, and so this is many industrial robots, often for the automotive industry to manufacture cars. Yeah, these are the coarse-grained business areas where ABB is active. But besides the business, ABB is also a lot into research. So we have 7 different research centers across the world, which employ around 300 highly skilled scientists and engineers. We have a number of core technologies which are being investigated in those centers, among them multiphysics, mechatronics, power electronics, connected systems, sensing, switching, and software and control. And software engineering is my topic. I'm located in the Corporate Research Center in Ladburg in Germany, which looks like this. But we also have a center in India, in Bangalore, where we also have a couple of researchers and developers who help us in advancing the technologies that we are working on. We have around 200 technology projects per year and pre-studies. So we are investigating technologies for the ABB business units and we produce about 200 first filings and 200 publications per year. Yeah, and in Bangalore, there's another connection. I'm happy to report that recently we have awarded the ABB Research Award this year to Professor Utsav Banerjee from the Indian Institute of Science in Bangalore. He does very exciting research on innovative integrated circuits and systems for the security of the Internet of Things. So he has very cool microcontrollers which can be then embedded in IoT devices. And yeah, the award was handed over 2 days ago by our ABB CEO, Björn Rosengren, and our former ABB chairman, Dr. Hubertus von Grünberg. So ABB is very interested in also fostering research and advancing the technologies that are in our business areas. And I think this is a very good thing that the prize this year went to India. So Dr. now has a research grant of $300,000 US he can use over the next 3 years to advance this research and employ new PhD students. All right, with that being said, I'm going a bit deeper into the topic than I'm talking about today. So I'm doing research in the area of software engineering and software engineering specifically in the area of process automation. And there are different trends which are relevant, which come from the general IT world. We are looking at cloud native infrastructures, where we run our software in large data centers and use software containers to deploy our software. We're using microservice architectures to be more flexible in updating our systems and also caring for various non-functional requirements. Then we also researching on model-driven development. So we want to use higher level models to program our systems so that we have can reduce the amount of low-level programming that we need to do. And we're also looking into low-code development, which is currently mainly relevant for different kinds of machine learning tasks, for example, where data scientists are working with a lot of data and where we use some platforms to reduce the custom coding there. Continuous integration and deployment is also an important topic because we want to make our systems in a way that we can deploy new features faster to our customers so that we reduce the time to market and that we can respond to customer requests much faster. And then our process automation software runs on critical infrastructure, like, for example, power plants or other production facilities. And there we really need industrial strength cybersecurity. So we have also dedicated research groups who look into cybersecurity and what that means in this domain and make our systems ready for the coming challenges there. I want to focus today on 3 topics, the cloud native infrastructures, the continuous integration and deployment, and the model-driven development. And I brought you a couple of research examples from these areas, and we'll also highlight some open challenges for research. So let's start with the model-driven development. And here, I brought you an example where we did rule-based code generation. So we generated source code using a rule-based approach, and to give you some context, you have these large process automation plants, and they have a lot of, so for example, this one is from a chemical refinery. It has lots of automation equipment inside, like sensors and actuators and controllers. And these controllers run ABB software, and they need to be programmed. And if these plants are designed and created by chemical engineers who have various plans on how such a plant shall look like, and they use computer-aided design tools to design the plant and how it should look like. Here's an example for such a CAD drawing. It's a piping and instrumentation diagram. looks very complicated. We have here a tank, for example, where some fluids can be heated. And then we have a heat exchanger also where we can also control the temperature of something. All the arrows here are some kind of pipes that have to be installed in the plant. And then we also have here another heat exchanger, and all these little circles that you see here, these are actually sensors or sensor points where something needs to be measured. For example, the temperature in this tank, or the filling level in this tank, or for example, the pressure in some of the pipes. Yeah, so, and for a plant, we have not only one of these drawings, but we have often hundreds of those drawings. And they are being used by our automation engineers in ABB to also design the control applications, the control algorithms, because they can derive from these drawings, okay, where we need to install a controller and what kind of behavior the controller shall have. What we do today is that we take these hundreds of P&I drawings and do mostly manual programming. So often we only have PDF files or printouts, which are not structured data and which are very difficult to process algorithmically. And then the automation engineers take that as input and then do their control logic implementation. And the control logic implementation is very similar to regular programming. So you have these programming languages, here for example the IEEE 61131 structured text, which is a little bit like C code or Pascal code. And this is mainly then done by hand. For example, here's some little code to control the filling level in some tank. In the future, we want to have these diagrams not as PDFs or printouts, but instead have them as object-oriented topology models according to a standard. There's a new standard coming up called DEXB. It stands for Data Exchange in the Process Industries. And some large chemical companies, as well as some CAD software vendors have joined to create the standard, and this would allow us to get an object-oriented model from these drawings. And this allows us to process them much more easily with algorithms, so we can identify things like pumps or tanks or valves in here. And this allows us to create rules and have a rule engine that processes these diagrams and then semi-automatically generates parts of the source code. That's the general idea where we want to be with our research. And yeah, let's look a little bit into literature. So this idea is not completely new. So researchers in academia have looked into this already for almost 15 years. So there were also several attempts to use P&I drawings as the basis for the control logic generation. Most of these approaches also generated then some form of this 61131 code. And they have used different procedures for that. But most of them are really small approaches done in labs and not really with real data, and none of them also uses this new DEXB standard. This was also something that the former approaches were limited in, that we didn't have these standardized data formats, and so each of them started essentially from scratch. Okay, yeah, I try to explain a little bit how this rule-based code generation actually works. I have a little example here. For example, we have here a little control loop where we have a vessel, so kind of a tank where we want to mix some fluids, and then we have a rule which an automation engineer has in his head, right? If a vessel, for example, has a level sensor attached and there's a level sensor high alarm signal, so that means that the filling level in the tank gets too high, then automatically close all the valves on pipes feeding the vessel. Yeah? So, and they have this kind of rule in their head, and then they search in the topology of the plant for such a situation where this if clause is true. So when we see here, we have here a level sensor indicated by this letter L here, so it measures the level in the tank, and it's connected actually to this vessel here, and then we can find can search for all the pipes feeding the vessel here, so for example P1 and then also P2, and identify the valves. And then we can create an interlock between this level sensor high alarm signal and the switching of the valve. And so then the automation engineer writes the code here. So if the B102 level sensor has a high limit reached true, so the alarm goes on, then send a signal to the valve 102 to open false, so that the valve closes. And the same thing we also do for this valve number 104. The level sensor then initiates that the inflow to the tank gets off, so that we don't overflow the tank and that the tank does not burst. And then the fluids can outflow of the tank, and then we can get back into regular conditions. What we have done now is we created a rule language to specify these natural language rules in a structured form. So we have this notation here. We say vessel, alarm level high, and then we specify the navigation that you have to do through this topology and say, okay, vessel, if it's backwards connected to a pipe and then backwards connected to a valve, then we need to close the valve. And these rules can be written by automation engineers based on their experience, and then they can be applied multiple times, so not only once or twice, but maybe 100 times throughout an entire plant. And then the time is being saved for writing all this code by hand, because we can algorithmically just apply this rule and then generate the source code automatically. All right, yeah, a little bit behind the hood. We have our own topology model also in our approach. It's detailed in the paper that's referenced here. You can get the reference after the talk. And this topology model is essentially an excerpt of these DEXB models. So it has elements like vessels, heat exchangers, different kinds of sensors for temperature, level, flow, and pressure. And it has pipes so that we also know the connections between the different sensors and actuators. And then it has actuators like heaters, valves, motors, and pumps. And then I showed you already an example of our rule specification language. And here's the grammar behind that, which is also reported in this paper here. Okay, so we had this approach, and then we wanted to test it, and we implemented it actually, the rule engine and also a tool to apply the rules in as a Windows application. You see here we have already a topology model where different elements have been recognized based on the object-oriented terms that they have been in there. So we have here pipes, valves, and level sensors, so not only drawing elements, but really object-oriented concepts. And then we can select different rules here. Depending on the project you're working on, you might need different rules. We have these rules specified here, and then we can generate the control logic by letting the algorithms run through all these rules and applying them and generating the code accordingly. And some monitoring messages are displayed here on the bottom. Yeah, so we applied that also in some real-world case studies. So we analyzed 4 different industrial plants. One was an oil platform, then a chemical plant, another chemical plant, and a crude oil separator. And we had available from these cases these piping and instrumentation diagrams, and we did a post-mortem study. So we had also the manually coded automation logic available, the interlocks that the automation engineers did manually, and then we tried to reconstruct the source code that they had been done manually and try to do that automatically. Yeah? And we had different numbers of DNI diagrams available. For one of the plants, it was like 130 diagrams, these very complex diagrams available. We selected a few ones of them to prove the concept that it's possible. And then we also we derived a lot of rules by analyzing the topologies. So these are these reusable rules, which are then can help you to generate source code. So about 20 rules we generated per plant. We created the rules, so we derived them from the topology, and then they could be used to generate source code. And yeah, here you see a photo of these diagrams. So one of the plants, we analyzed 24 different diagrams. We had to lay them out on the floor, and then we marked them up to really understand how the topology works and how the different sensors and actuators are interconnected, in order then to come up with the code generation rules. Okay, and then we looked how well does it actually work. So how many of those interlocking logic we can actually generate, and we had a target of we wanted to generate 80%, because if it's less than 80%, then the automation is maybe not that useful. But actually in these cases we were quite successful, so we reached more than 90% of the interlocks that had been specified manually before, we could generate with these rules, so almost automatically. For one of the plants, we even could generate all of the interlocks that the automation engineers had specified manually. Most of the rules were also classified as generic, so we can transfer them also to other plants which have similar equipment. And many of the rules also generate multiple interlocks, so they are not very specific situations in a very specific plant, but actually they can be applied again and again, so that the automation makes more sense. Okay, yeah, this is one example for model-driven code development, and what we still have a lot of open research questions, so we're still searching for an appropriate abstraction level for these topology models. I showed you this model with the motors and generators and the valves, but yeah, this could still be optimized to support the code generation. And then we only mined like 80 different rules here in our case studies, but that could be, and we mainly focused on rules for interlocking logic. But there are also other kinds of control logic, like sequential logic, regulatory logic, and maybe there could be also rules specified for that kind of logic, and that requires further case studies. And then, of course, you can also extend it. If you have these object-oriented models for code generation, you can also use them for other use cases. For example, our plant operators, they use process graphics to supervise the process. And currently, many of those graphics are done by hand. And if you have object-oriented models, you can also use algorithms to generate actually the process graphics. And another use case is to generate simulation programs from the topology so that you can test a given control logic and a given plant design before actually deploying the plant. So that would be also very interesting. All right, this was the first topic. And then the second one is into continuous deployment. And here the example is what we call plug and produce field device commissioning. So essentially, you have to imagine that if you have a large production facility, you have a lot of sensors and actuators installed there. So each of these red dots is, you can imagine, as a sensor, and we have different kinds of sensors, like this temperature sensor here, which measures the temperature in a pipe, or here kind of a flow meter, which measures flow in a pipe, but also drones and motors and other kinds of probes in there. And all of them have to be installed here by technicians and commissioning engineers. They have to be plugged into the network and so on. And so it's a huge effort, and usually it can take months to erect a plant here and install all the equipment that's needed to automate everything. So we wanted to speed that a bit up. And to explain that better, let's look at what a commissioning engineer usually does when he installs these sensors and actuators and controllers. So normally they go on site, and then they have a laptop with a lot of configuration software, and then they stand in front of the equipment and install that. And the commissioning works like this. It's a bit simplified, but to explain the procedure, I think it's sufficient. First, the sensor is placed at the right point, also according to these drawings that we saw before, and then the sensor is connected to the power and also to the network, so it can send its signals to the automation equipment. Then you have to set field bus addresses. You have to retrieve the sensor type in order to be able to download the right device package to the sensor or to the motor. You have to enter configuration parameters to adjust the device for the given context where it's operating, and then you have to also connect the device to the control logic, so the actual control algorithms that do something with the device. You have to map the program variables, and afterwards you can only compile the control logic and download it to the controllers. This you have to repeat for all the devices. So you have to, for each device, you have to go through all these steps. So, and only after you've done that for maybe 1,000 devices or 10,000 devices, then you can start the production. This can take 60 to 90 minutes per device, and that's quite a long time and costs a lot of money. So we're looking for ways to bring this time down. And our goal is actually that the commissioning engineer only needs to connect the sensor on site and connect it to power and network, and all the other steps execute automatically. So it should be auto-configuring, discovering in the network, downloading the right device packages, and then also downloading the right configuration parameters. And the target is that this is achieved in less than 10 seconds per device. Of course, this also requires shifting some of the work pre-installing the device, but still it would be a huge advantage to have this much faster. Okay, let's make a very simple example again of a typical control loop. So we have here our industrial boiler, and the boiler is equipped with instrumentation, for example, this laser level transmitter, which measures the level in the tank, filling level. It's connected to an automation controller, which runs control algorithms cyclically and sends signals to a pneumatic valve that can regulate the inflow and outflow of the tank. So what we have as requirement here is that these devices need to be automatically discovered once they are connected to the network. They need to have standardized device descriptions because they can come from different vendors, not only from ABB, and we want to use standardized device descriptions. Then we want to automatically match the signals between the devices and the controller so that the commissioning engineer does not have to map the program variables manually. Then we also need to have real-time communication because some of these signals need to be very deterministic and very fast. And so the entire approach needs to support that. And finally, we also want to have an approach for device replacement. So if we shut down one of the devices and disconnect it from the network and then reconnect an updated device, for example, then this should be also supported by this plug and produce approach that we are doing. All right, and there's also a lot of related work in that one, plug and play approaches, you know, maybe from your Windows computers very way back, or USB devices, but they are not really meant for industrial devices. There have been also plug and produce approaches for network devices in industry, but they used mainly proprietary protocols and also did not support this device replacement. And currently with the Internet of Things trend ongoing, there have been also some approaches to bring together Internet of Things devices in a similar manner, but they use very simple information models compared to the huge parameter sets we have for industrial devices, so we cannot directly transfer them to the industrial domain. Okay, so we came up with an approach, proposal on how we could make this plug and produce reality. So we said, okay, first we equip each of these devices with a so-called OPC-UA server. So it's a client-server protocol where you can communicate the values that the sensors record, and also the control signals for the actuators. All of them need to have this kind of server so that we have a standardized way of communicating. And then what we add here is our plug and produce service. So it's essentially a software service that can search for new OPC-UA servers in the network. And then it has some knowledge inside so that it can configure the devices and connect them to each other. And this is our main contribution here. This is also, this is mainly based on this OPC-UA protocol. So OPC-UA stands for Open Platform Communications Unified Architecture. It's also an IEC standard, IEC 6245041. It's a bit parallel to HTTP, you could say. It's a client-server protocol. It's meant for periodic updates of sensor values. It can be also used for deterministic communication. And it can also be transferred over wireless protocols, of course. An OPC-UA server looks a bit like this. So the black box is the OPC-UA server. It carries an address space, and that the address space has a number of nodes. Each node represents a value in the real world, for example. Could be, for example, the temperature value that a sensor measures, or the filling level in tank. Can be also a configuration parameter, like how high shall the tank be filled, something like that. And then you can have an OPC-UA client, which is a PC program, or another agent that runs in an industrial device, and it can read values from this address space to get an update on what's happening in the plant. So it's used for supervision, for example, and monitoring. Or you can set up also a subscription, so to say, give me the temperature values from this sensor every second, so that I can really see what's periodically see what's going on in the plant. All of those nodes are connected to real objects, or many of those nodes are connected to real objects, so that we can use this as an interface for with the actual equipment. Good, and then we designed kind of a reference architecture on how this should look like. So it's a bit complex, but let me briefly go over that. So we have these field devices I mentioned already, the sensors and actuators. They have now an OPC-UA server integrated, and also the controller devices have an OPC-UA server. Everything is connected via Ethernet, and then we also have an operations server. So this is not an embedded device, but a server, and we have also an engineering server. And then we have via the internet, we can also get access to public driver repositories. So these device OPC-UA servers, they expose standardized information models from industry organizations, so that we can really, for each newly connected device that complies to these standards, we can really understand what it is and what kind of configuration it needs. The field device also then has an OPC-UA local discovery service, so LDS stands for local discovery service, and that allows us to detect the new OPC-UA server in a network once it's connected. And so our plug and produce service that's located on this operations servers can then find out, okay, there's a new field device connected by some engineer. It needs a device package, and then download the device package via OPC-UA. And then once the controller is connected, it can also find out what control logic is available and to which devices it needs to be connected. And then it can set up automatically the subscriptions that the controller needs for the devices, and also the publishing it does for the devices, if it sends, for example, motor signals or something like that. So that's the rough idea of our approach, and that we have this kind of software agent that runs autonomously in the in the network, in the plant, and constantly searches for new devices being connected. And once he finds devices that match certain parameters, then it can configure them and connect them together. That's the idea. All right, yeah, and coming back to the requirements that I stated earlier, with this local discovery service, we can address the automated network discovery with the standardized device descriptions. Based on these standards, yeah, we can find out about devices from different vendors. The automated signal matching is realized by our plug and produce service. We have real-time communication also here via Ethernet, together with time-sensitive networking. So this is an Ethernet extension that allows us to do deterministic communication here via Ethernet. And we have also done some procedures to allow device replacement via our plug and produce service. With the interest of time, yeah, this is the procedure for device replacement, but maybe it's a bit complex to go through this right now. I mean, you can read up the details in the adjacent paper, but yeah, it is foreseen to also replace devices with this approach. Okay, so we also tested this kind of architecture. So we implemented the plug and produce service. We equipped different sensors and actuators with these OPC-UA servers. You see, for example, here we have a laser level transmitter, which we equipped with an OPC-UA server running on this this microcontroller here. We have some communication boards to do the Ethernet communication. We also have here a temperature sensor, which is also connected here. Yeah, and we use this rack then to run a few tests on this approach. Yeah, and remember our initial goal was to bring down this time from 60 to 90 minutes to 10 seconds. So we try to do an estimation on how much faster it can actually get with our approach. And for that, we did a comparison here of the different steps. So we have different steps that you have to go through in the commissioning. We have the classic approach, which uses, for example, the HART protocol, and then a lot of PC tools to configure the devices. And then we have our new approach, this OpenPNP approach, which uses OPC-UA communication and the plug and produce service. And we have then done detailed estimations of the time it takes in minutes here, and we can then sum it up. We had here between 1 hour on medium, that's the medium value that we see for one of the devices. The configuration time alone is like 10 minutes. And here in our approach, we brought it down and arrived at a configuration time of only 46 seconds. So almost a tenfold improvement compared to what was before. So that was quite encouraging. So we had an up to 90% reduced efforts for the configuration, thanks to the automated transfer of the device parameters, the automated identification of the devices, and then also that we can bring the controllers and devices together via this automated signal matching. Also, we benefit here, of course, from the faster Ethernet communication compared to this HART protocol that makes things also a bit faster to discover the devices, for example. However, if you consider a plant with 10,000 devices, this can accumulate to 1,500 hours of time saving, so almost 1 person year. And so it's a significant cost saving if we have this approach available. Good. Yeah, we also did some performance measurements because I said we need these real-time capabilities. We actually used Raspberry Pi devices to measure the performance here because they are roughly in the same ballpark as our industrial controllers and are a bit easier to handle for us in research. So we compared then OPC-UA communication for PubSub communication and client-server communication and found out that we can handle up to 40,000 signals per second via PubSub on one of these small devices actually. So, this is actually sufficient to support the 60,000 devices we need on 2 controllers here. So yeah, roughly 30,000 signals per controller we need to support, and we managed 40,000. So even on such resource-constrained devices, the approach is appropriately, has the appropriate performance. Yeah, the main bottleneck in these scenarios was the CPU, so the main processor, not necessarily the network or the memory, but even for these very small devices, we managed very good performance. Good, but this is also not yet finished. It could be taken further even, still we rely on manually specified device configurations. So some engineer needs to say, okay, the device is used in this and that context, so it needs certain parameters and in certain thresholds, but you could also think about that we use the models of other devices to actually synthesize the configuration, because we know, okay, if this device has neighbors of this and that device, and we have kind of digital twins for each of the devices and can from that derive actually the configuration, so that even the configuration can be generated and doesn't need to be specified manually. So that's a very interesting area we could explore further. We're also looking at lifting this plug and produce approach from individual devices, so like motors and generators and so on, to entire plant segments, so that you have a module in a plant and you can assemble a plant from different modules and connect those together. And then that's yeah, even on a higher level than we showed before. And then we could also use the simulate the device behavior before commissioning and use that in control logic testing. All right, that was the second topic, and then I have a third topic, which is in the area of cloud native infrastructures. And here the example is bumpless updates and live migrations using a software container orchestration. So these process plants I've talked about, they have also these operator consoles, and our plant operators, they sit in front of a lot of information, and they also, yeah, they supervise the process. They can interact with the system. They can, for example, turn on some pumps or some motors. They can handle alarms and so on. But they also sometimes optimize and tweak the control logic. Yeah, say they change certain parameters so that the control runs more optimally. And for that, they need to do smaller changes to the control logic. And we have currently the process that we, the problem that we often have to stop the plant if we want to change something in the process. However, we want to do that without changing, without interrupting the production process. So we don't want to wait for a plant maintenance cycle, which occurs 1 or 2 times per year when the entire plant is shut down. But for these smaller changes, we want to do them online during production, yeah, without that the production system ideally does not really detect the change. And yeah, let's look into that. Here's again a similar example. So we have a boiler, we have 2 valves, one is feeding, one is the outflow valve, we have a level sensor, and we have a real-time controller. And the real-time controller executes some control logic. For example, this one regulates again the filling level in this tank, and then sends valve opening signals out to the valves. And now, so the question is, how can we update the control logic without interrupting the process? So what we don't want to do is shut down the entire controller and yeah, shut down the entire process, because refilling the tank and getting the process again in the right conditions after shutdown, it takes a long time, and so it's very costly. So we want to avoid that. So okay, we came yeah, a little bit to explain the problem here. If you want to update this control logic here, we cannot just shut it down and then restart it on another node so simply, because it carries internal state. So the variables that it uses, the algorithms, they carry internal state, and it depends on the it depends where the algorithm is currently at to compute the next values. And that's what we see here. So we have this heat exchanger example, for example, where we have some process medium inputs and then outputs. And then we transfer, we have temperature transmitters and valves here, and this is the controller, and this is the control logic that runs in the controller. Certain variables here declared as input and output. And then we have some code here where some variables are computed. And some of those variables actually depend on what happened in the last cycle. So they depend on this internal state. So if we restart this entire algorithm, then we need to initialize the values correctly. Okay. Yeah, there's also some related work on this, on dynamic software updates for embedded systems, but this was not yet done for software container environments, on virtualized platforms. There have been also tests where researchers looked at programmable logic control software running on software containers and on virtual machines, and they demonstrated that the logic can be computed in such containers with acceptable jitter. So it's actually possible to use software containers, Docker containers, and Kubernetes frameworks to run control software. And for these kind of technologies, there have been also state replication approaches for container orchestration engines, where researchers have looked in transferring the internal state between containers in order to restart them. However, those approaches were done for consumer applications where they didn't have these very fast control cycles that we had, and they had also very simple internal states. All right, so we used this control application here, and then we came up with our approach, and the approach looks like this. We say, okay, we replace this real-time controller here with a set of servers. So we have different nodes here, and the nodes are hosting a Kubernetes cluster. So Kubernetes is a software container orchestration framework which allows you to run software components and can start them and stop them on different nodes. And then we say, okay, we package the software into a Docker container, our control software, and have it running on one node, the original one, and then we also start a separate instance of this software as an updated application and run it in a separate container. So this can be done by the Kubernetes system. And all we have to do then afterwards is to transfer the state from the original control application into the updated application so that it has the same conditions as the currently running application. And this state transfer needs to be really fast. So if you're talking about control cycles of 100 milliseconds here, and we don't want to lose a single cycle, then we need to execute this much faster than 100 milliseconds. But afterwards, we can then say, okay, once we have transferred the state, then we can switch over the sending of the output signals to the updated engine and shut down actually the original engine. And then we have conducted the update. Okay, yeah, a bit of details on this Kubernetes system. So Kubernetes is a container orchestration framework where you have usually a cluster of computing nodes which run so-called pods with multiple software containers, for example. And then you have a control plane where you actually manage the handling of these pods and containers. It also already has a custom or an extension mechanism. You can have Kubernetes operators which execute some custom logic on rolling out these containers. And we actually use that in our approach to do the state transfer that is needed to update the control applications. And this is how our testbed looks like. So we had a mini cluster with a master node, and then we had two worker nodes. And we actually put our IEC 61131 programs into containers. So these are software containers, Docker containers, so to say, and Kubernetes pods. They carry some internal state here. They receive input signals via OPC-UA and also write their output signals via OPC-UA, and can also receive their configuration from engineering tools via OPC-UA. So this is the original system running. And now we have introduced an additional component which we call the virtual PLC controller. So it's a Kubernetes custom controller that can monitor what's happening to these containers and pods in the system. And it can, for example, detect a change that a plant operator does via an engineering tool. So for example, the operator says, okay, I need this and that parameter changed. And once I change the program, I need to upload it to the controller. And this upload can be detected by the PLC controller here, and then it stops the upload into the current program and actually initiates our state transfer procedure. So what it does, it takes the updated program and starts another instance of it on a separate node. Can be also on the same node, but yeah, for more generality, we can also start it on a separate node. So this one is then an updated control logic program using the plant parameters, the updated parameters by the plant operator. And yeah, it can then also be connected to the input signals here already. Before transferring the state, we do not connect it to the output signals because that would then interfere with the process, and yeah, that could lead to wrong signals because we have not yet transferred the internal state. But once this is up and running and connected to the input signals, we can then initiate the state transfer. We extract the internal state from this program and transfer it over to the newly started instance. And then we can run some verification procedure to check whether the desired results are computed. And once the operator is satisfied with the result, then we can say, okay, we switch over now the control to this updated instance, and it's now allowed to write the output signals, and we deactivate writing the output signals on the original program. And then we can shut down the original program and archive it, and yeah, have it in the archive if you want to do any rollbacks. This is the entire procedure I just explained. So we detect the update request, we start a second PLC runtime engine, then we connect it also to the input signals, and then we enter these steps from 4 to 9, this red framed area, and this needs to be then really done very fast. So it needs to be done in less than the cycle slack time, so we say around 90 milliseconds it's allowed. And in that time we need to pause both PLC runtime systems, extract the internal state from the first runtime system, and send it to the controller, and then send it from the controller to the second runtime system. There it needs to be deserialized and extracted so that the algorithms are correctly parameterized, and afterwards we unpause both of the engines, and then we are out of the critical zone again, and then we can verify the correct behavior. The verification can be done manually, but it can be also done automatically. And if it's incorrect, we have here still the possibility to roll back the update and stop the container. Or if it's correct, then we disable writing the outputs from the first runtime and switch over to writing the outputs to the second runtime. All right. Good. So we also tested this here, and I have this little animation here. You see here a Kubernetes dashboard. It shows you what containers and pods are running in such a virtual cluster. And we have, for example, an OpenPLC control execution engine. And this is running as a pod now in the system. This is the user interface for the control engine. It's a very simple example, as we've seen before. So we have some values that we control here. We have the fluid level in a tank, and it has a configured upper level. And now we can say, okay, this upper level, we specify a filling level that we want to have in a tank, for example, 600 centimeters. And then we enter this, and this is then used in the control logic. And now the fluid rises because the valve has been opened, the input valve. And then once it reaches 600, then the process is in a stable condition, and the controller is then programmed to always keep the filling level at around 600 centimeters. This is now the condition. So we have the stable runtime conditions, and we have some state here, right? So the upper limit that's configured, that's internal state of the program. Now we simulate an update, and for that we exchange here the function blocks in our logic, and then we have a new custom logic that we need to replace the original one. That's what we do here, and then we can start this updated controller, and we have then an updated pod running here actually. So now we have two pods running, so we see two user interfaces here. On the left-hand side, the original one, and on the right-hand side, the updated one. So the updated one does not yet have the internal state of the former one, so it's freshly initialized with default values. So now we can do the state transfer, and we do that here with the command line tool, and we switch over the 600 here to this new engine. It goes very fast, so it's just a few milliseconds, and you see now already it has been loaded into the new engine. So now the engine is correctly initialized and can also take over the writing of the output values. We do this here by reconfiguring the pod to reconfigure the pods so that the writing of the signals is switched over. And we see both are almost in sync, so then we can make the decision to stop the original node and shut it down. And now the new node is controlling the actual process. Yeah, that was the procedure, and we tested this also with a little bit larger example. So we had a case study we derived from this liquid natural gas plant in Norway. There they have a system with 18 different controllers, and these controllers have huge control applications with up to 100,000 internal state variables per controller. And we use this to carry out some experiments using the state transfer approach. And here are already the results. You see here on the x-axis the number of variables that we transferred. So we have here the goal of transferring 100,000 variables. And then we see on the y-axis the state transfer time. And I said already our threshold was like 90 milliseconds. It needs to be below 90 milliseconds, otherwise we lose control cycles. And we want to reach these 100,000 variables. And you see here, if we do the transfer via OPC-UA, we had in the worst case in our experiments a state transfer time of 42 milliseconds, which is well below this 90 millisecond target. And so this actually shows that the approach is feasible and we can do the state transfer even if we have these very large control applications. Yeah, in our paper we also had an alternative approach where we use inter-process communication on a single node, so it does not work in a network, but on a single node you can of course be faster because you don't have to go through the network. And then in some extreme scenarios where you don't want to switch the nodes but only stay on the same node, you can be even much faster. We tested it even with higher numbers of variables, so you could go even higher to 200,000 variables and still be within this threshold, but this is yeah, currently not realistic because that's way beyond the biggest control programs that we have seen so far. All right, yeah, we digged a bit deeper where the time is actually spent. So not so much time is actually spent in the networking and the marshalling of the values to the network, but actually most of the time is spent in reading out the internal state from the control engine and then writing it back to the new engine. We tested it also on different kinds of platforms. So we had a single board computer, essentially a Raspberry Pi 4 device. We had a server PC, a Xeon server, where we tested it, and then also an industry PC, which is an industry-hardened PC with an Intel processor, and yeah, we had different kinds of yeah, performance values. Here, the industry PC was the fastest because it was also tuned for these kind of algorithms. But we see here how well it behaves, and then the state transfer here with the 100,000 variables and how far we can get. All right. That was the continuous deployment, no, the cloud-native process control system that we showed here. We're still researching the practical limits of transferring the internal state in multiple chunks. So if you don't have to transfer the entire state, then it would give us even more flexibility in doing the updates. But that is yeah, still ongoing work. Also, we're still exploring how we can use these cloud-native technologies with containers and container orchestration and Kubernetes in an industrial domain, since we have more challenging performance requirements than a typical web application or a consumer application. We need to be very fast, real-time, and it needs to be highly reliable, and then we need this industrial strength security, and yeah, there's a lot of work to do in that direction. And another interesting research we are currently looking at is, can we also use these cloud-native technologies on resource-constrained devices, like, for example, embedded devices? Some real-time operating system vendors have already announced container runtimes for embedded systems, and yeah, maybe it's in the near future. It's also a possibility to take these classical embedded systems and also equip them with the capability of running software containers, and then yeah, that might make it much more flexible in the future. Good, yeah, to sum up, I presented you 3 different approaches or examples of research that we are doing. One was the rule-based code generation, where we generated from these diagrams or models of a plant, we generated actually source code using rules. We have still a lot of open questions there, and how we can use these topology models for other kinds of situations, so there's a lot of stuff to do. I showed you the continuous deployment on the example of the plug-and-produce field device commissioning, where we had these devices connected to the network and they got automatically configured and yeah, connected to each other. This is something we want to even take further, that we raise the automation degree for this kind of approach even further. And finally, just showed you these bump-list updates using container orchestration, where we transferred the control applications into a Kubernetes cluster and then did a very fast state transfer in order to replace a control application with an updated control application. And this is one of the examples of yeah, running this control software actually in cloud-native infrastructures. Good, yeah, this were 3 topics that I presented here. We have other topics as well in ABB research, so yeah, there's lots of work to do here. But with that, I conclude my talk, and thank you a lot for the attention, and I'm now open for questions.
It's time for queries. If you have any questions regarding the topics, feel free, you can just discuss with sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. It was a very good presentation. Am I audible? Okay. Yeah. So my first question is, can some prognosis also be incorporated into this control, devices and then algorithms which you talked about? Something fails, something stops, something heats too much, or something like that. Can it also be brought into your algorithms? Just a moment.
Yes, definitely. We're also working on that. Advanced, where we use machine learning to do higher level control and actually learn some control patterns and then improve and optimize the control. On the other hand, we're also looking at approaches to help our plant operators, so we can simulate certain conditions and do what-if analysis and do prognosis on how a process or a trend in the process will develop in the future. And then we want to get back feedback to the operator on what kind of options he has to interact with the process and maybe to resolve an alarm condition. Yeah, so we give more hints to the operator. We call that augmenting the operator. So we want to have an augmented operator that has more information at hand to make decisions on how to interfere with the process. Currently, we don't believe that we can run these processes completely autonomous by algorithms. We still need some human oversight, but we are constantly working on increasing the automation level.
You would use it. So how do you, having deployed these devices, how would you test the quality of the liquid nitrogen which you produce or something like that?
Yeah, on the one hand, you have to differentiate. So we have our control software, which of course we test also before installing it in the plant. Yeah? So we have very sophisticated simulations which we use to simulate the behavior in the plant, so that we can sort out the errors in the automation even before before installing all the equipment. On the other hand, the quality control for the actual materials being produced, that is something you can also to some extent measure, but that's then more in the domain of the chemical engineers, I would say. They can better judge what kind of quality levels are required and what kind of sensors you need to detect those quality levels. So this is something that needs very good domain knowledge, and there our equipment can support, but I think need really experts to judge the data and then find out if quality deteriorates, and that needs to be then engineered into the system.
So you seem to have used about 1,000 pub sub devices. That is what you mentioned when you make the presentation, and also in your other presentations you mentioned about microservices also. So how would this pub sub architecture compare with the microservices architecture?
Yeah, so actually we are thinking about microservices that use OPC-UA communication. So each microservice actually has an integrated OPC-UA server, and it can be client server or OPC-UA pub sub communication. They don't necessarily have HTTP servers like consumer microservices, but our industrial microservice would have OPC-UA servers integrated. Yeah, so I think it's actually the same thing we are talking about. So these microservices, they have integrated OPC-UA servers, and that's how we make them communicate. And but essentially, it's the same principle that we want to have these units of computation, these microservices that we can also replace and much more flexibly combine and deploy, so that the systems become better updatable and maybe also better to handle regarding reliability, because we can restart instances much easier than before.
All right. Thank you very much. It was very informative. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you so much, sir, for presenting wonderful technical talk on software architecture challenges by giving very good illustrative examples and information about the modeling in M2M, middlewares, and so many advanced technologies. I wholeheartedly thank you on behalf of National Education Society and JNN College of Engineering for joining all over from Germany and spending your valuable time with us. Once again, thank you so much, sir. I
Thanks a
request
lot.
all
Thanks a
the
lot for inviting me
audience
and
to give
giving
him
me
a
an
big round of
opportunity to talk.
applause.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful time, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. After successful completion of Invited Talk 1, we are heading towards Invited Talk 2. We have with us distinguished resource person, Dr. Snehansu Saha, Professor Bits Pilani. I think sir has joined online. Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, okay, sir. Okay. Dr. Snehansu Saha is a mathematician and computer scientist. He has vast domain knowledge and works extensively in machine learning theory, econometric models, and applied computational modeling. He has over 14 years of experience in teaching and handling research-oriented projects and has already published papers in high compact journals such as IEEE and ACM transactions related to the methodologies in learning theory, optimization, and deep neural networks. Dr. Saha is a senior member of IEEE and ACM and fellow of IETE. His research focuses on point-wise smooth approximations of gradient, discovering activation functions from data, new activation functions in deep learning, and parameter inferences, smoothness and convexity studies of loss functions, methods in interpretable deep learning, novel loss functions in backpropagation, chaotic neural networks, etc. Dr. Saha is an associate professor at Computer Science and heads the Anuradha and Prashant Palakirti Center for Artificial Intelligence and Research, BITS Pilani, KK Birla, Goa campus. On behalf of National Education Society and JNN College of Engineering, I wholeheartedly welcome you for this invited talk, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much for the kind introduction. I'm really happy to be here. I wish I could have joined physically. I wanted to, but I wanted to thank you, Professor Satyanarayana, for the kind invitation. And without much ado, let me present the topic of my talk today. I'll try to wrap it up within 40 minutes and then have time for question and answers if there are any. Okay, so let me share my screen. Okay, it's visible, right? Yeah. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so my talk today is broadly on optimization, but not on classical optimization, but optimization in the context of deep neural networks and deep neural network architectures. So, before getting into that, we have walked some path towards inferences which can support very extremely large data sets with a lot of diversity in the data. And it is also possible to make some sort of meaningful inferences over different domains. We all know machine learning has been successful in enterprises, planning, anomaly detection, all areas of basic sciences, all areas of applied engineering, all areas, many areas in robotics, scheduling, planning, etc., etc. Okay, there are still some areas where the industry still does not trust machine learning or deep learning based models, but that's okay. We are going to get there. I mean, the journey was not always this smooth. It's always, I mean, you know, at least even 30, 35 years back, we used to deal with very, very small, tiny sized data sets and what used to be called then as pattern recognition. Okay. So the difference from pattern recognition and modern day deep learning, right, which many people accuse deep learning of, are guilty of, is that, you know, the model is not visible. I mean, I don't know what kind of model I'm using. I really don't have a closed form model. I'll come to that, okay? But it's actually not the fault of deep learning. It's actually the way the modeling is done, is that there are trade-offs to when you actually know the model before seeing the data, or when we discover the model after seeing the data. And because of the complexity of the data and the associated architecture with it, it's not feasible to actually, you know, define the model in a closed form, which is okay. That does not necessarily mean that deep learning is actually a black box system. Okay. So when we had those really small, tiny data sets in pattern recognition domain, then the training issues were much less, right? I mean, we could easily think that, okay, let's say, I'll give an example. Let's say, you know, we are trying to figure out, given papayas of different colors and shapes, right? I mean, whether some papayas are tasty, whether some papayas are not tasty without testing it, without really, you know, having. So, I mean, I preset some sort of features, let's say color and softness, and based on that, I assume that there is some sort of a rectangular box, right? And if there are examples within the rectangular box, which means there's some degree of softness and some degree of some extent of color, like maybe too red, less green, so on and so forth. Based on that, I have a sort of a measurement which tells me that if my measurements are like this, both in terms of color and softness, then the papayas will be tasty. If there are papayas which do not belong within the boundary of the rectangle, that means those papayas will not be tasty. So these are sort of simpler, realizable assumptions that we had the luxury of taking in the small data group. And so therefore you could always see some elegant models like a linear predictor model, like a support vector machine, and you know whatnot, right? A linear regression model, so on and so forth. But the trouble is when you had more and more and more data, right? And because of the nature or the complexity of the inference problem itself, you couldn't know that whether there exists some sort of a predefined model or whether there exists some sort of a hypothesis which will for sure separate out data points which belong to one class from data points which belong to another class, right? We are not so sure anymore. So in such cases, we could not rely on a preset list of features. We had to have architectures and methods which will figure out the features for us, okay, all right? We also could not make an assumption, deterministic assumption on the labels of the data points, so on and so forth, okay? And in the context of this evolving big data domain, somewhere the elegance got lost, or the beauty of having some nice mathematical model, okay? But as we progress, as we mature in the field of deep learning, I do see that the methodological elegance per se is re-emerging, okay? And of course, in order to do so, I mean, when we want to infer on such complex multi-class problems over a diverse range of data sets, right, where you do not have any realizability assumption as such, I mean, you don't really know whether you should be using this set of features or that set of features, right? Of course, there is something which is known as no free lunch theorem emerges. So some of these results are actually classical results, right? And then people thought that, oh, well, in the context of deep learning, these results are not valid anymore. That's not exactly right, okay? Because so the difference from the standard deterministic modeling to the modern deep learning is that, I mean, most of the inferences, I mean, all of the inferences are probabilistic in nature. Not only probabilistic, sometimes they're chaotic and dynamical in nature as well. Okay, so these things bring additional baggage to your learning paradigm. And since because of this additional baggage in your learning paradigms, right, you lose the luxury or the beauty of a fixed form mathematical model, because your idea is still to obtain a pretty good performance measure on your data set, on the data set that you have seen, plus the data set that you have not seen. So this is the no free lunch, okay? However, deep learning has other issues, which I do not have the luxury of talking about today, is that, you know, sometimes what happens in deep learning is that deep learnings are not robust to adversarial perturbation. So let me give you an example. Like, for example, let's say I have an image of a panda bear. Sorry, I have an image of a sloth bear. I have a sloth bear, right? And then someone decides to do some mischief and just sprays some white paint on the nose of the sloth bear. Is my model robust enough to still detect that as a sloth bear, or is it recognizing this as a panda bear because it has some white spot on its nose, right? So these are called robustness to adversarial perturbations, meaning if I put in some noise in the labels itself, right, will that throw my model off? Okay, so these are some of the considerations that deep learning models are, you know, becoming more and more aware these days. And while keeping all of these awareness built inside the model, it is no longer possible to come up with a preset model. Okay, all right. I mean, I'm not going to, you know, go through a tutorial of neural networks, but you know that, you know, it is an, you know, fully connected network of neurons. Starts where you feed your data at the input layer, and there is at least one hidden layer, right? And then from the hidden layer, I collect my outputs at the output layer, right? And so each neuron is connected to each other, okay? And these connections are achieved by having some arbitrary weights to begin with. So the point is, I mean, I'm talking about supervised learning, supervised classification problems, but then title of my talk is optimization. Why is that? It's because at the output layer, what you do is we collect the labels of the training samples, right? So for each sample in my data set, I do have an actual label, which is my target label. And for each such corresponding sample, I predict a label of that particular sample, right? And my job, my goal is to match the target labels and the predicted labels. If I'm matching, fine, okay, it's perfect. If I don't match, I have to go back, and this process is known as backpropagation, right? I have to go back, you know, and update the weights, because the weights are chosen at random, right? And I keep on this. So what is the idea? The idea is that the difference between your training labels and the actual labels and the predicted labels, this difference you need to minimize. So as long as you are able to minimize or keep this difference, this divergence between the predicted labels and the actual labels to a minimum, your objective of predicting the correct label for the samples that you haven't seen, is achieved. Which is why all classification problems can be converted into an optimization problem where you optimize some loss function. Sounds very simple, right? But I mean, let me tell you, it's not so simple. I'll just, you know, give you a simple example, in the sense that I will just, so if I look at a standard optimization, very simple classical optimization problem, like for example, I take a mean square error, right? It's a very standard problem. And I know that it has a closed form, C is 1/2, and you sum over all the training examples, I is equal to 1 to m, right? It's yi minus y hat whole square. Okay, so this particular value is your loss, sum loss that you have defined. Okay, now you have to sum it over, okay, and find out that the average loss should be as low as possible. So ideally you want this to go to 0. Okay, now if I have a univariate optimization problem where my loss surface, so by definition this particular form looks like a parabola, right? So it sort of looks like this. So in principle, if it's a univariate optimization problem, what I'm trying to do is that even if I don't know where the minima is, I can actually start moving in directions like this, right? Okay, and from both directions until I find the minima, right? So it's sort of an iterative process. Now, when I say, now because this kind of a shape is like a convex shape, because each and every point along the surface of your loss function opens up towards the center, right? So something like this is convex, but something like this is not convex. Why? Because if I take any 2 points here and I join these 2 points, the entire line segment does not lie within that set itself. Okay, so however here I don't have any such problems. I can do it in any way I want, and then I can always, you know, move along in that particular direction, right? Here also, if I have a convex surface, I mean, I can sort of, I will have my tangents move along this, and wherever my tangent line becomes parallel to my horizontal axis, I stop. Now, this is a very simple one-dimensional example, okay? The problem, the trouble, so, and therefore, for all convex problems, you have a defined minima, and that defined minima has to be a global minima, meaning of all possible minimas exist, you must always choose the global minima. That's when you know that that is the minima of that particular function. Simple for one-dimensional examples, maybe even for two-dimensional examples, but in deep learning or classification problems, our examples are much more complex. And the reason is the following. The reason is this. You see, what is happening is you are optimizing, you have a functional form, which I have just written down, right? But then there are a lot of constraints. And these constraints are given by the weights of the connections of your neural network, right? Okay, and when I try to solve this problem no longer remains locally convex, which means I have a situation where I have to use a Lagrangian and the rules of partial derivatives to find where my partial derivatives go to 0 and things like that. These, and by using that, update the next set bunch of weights. These things are analytically fine, but in practice, achieving the global minima becomes a problem of exponential order. Okay, so what we do is the following. So typically, I'll just skip this slide, okay, and I'll just once again go back to the meaning. So what happens is, I mean, ideally, I should have something like this, but what I have in practice are loss surfaces, which look like this, okay? So, I mean, a region of particular interest is this, or even something like this. So what happens, you know, I mean, when you run your loss function has to sweep the entire loss landscape, right? So that the difference between your predicted value and actual value is really, really small. So it shouldn't really get stuck in a particular local minima. Okay, all right. In fact, I should have, you know, continued with this. So yeah, something like this. Okay, so if a particle gets stuck here, right? And you think by using the classical laws of convex optimization, you think this is the minima, you are wrong, it's not, right? And if you mistakenly identify this as a minima and use that to update your weights, then your inferences will go all wrong, right? So this is where the challenge in deep learning based optimization comes into picture. So you cannot treat this problem as a pure convex or a concave optimization problem. So there is a mix of, so you have to be able to at least sweep through the entire landscape and find out all the local minimas, okay, in a particular domain of the problem. And within that domain of the problem, if you see that that particular local minima is the list, then you consider that as your local minima, and that's it. You don't even bother trying to find out the global minima, okay? All right. So therefore, what is it in terms of the representation of the problem that needs to change? In a standard one-dimensional classical optimization problem, your partial derivatives have to be exactly zero, or better, I mean, you need to be able to explicitly computing your derivatives, right? But in a deep neural network setting, a good enough approximation of your derivative is good. So if you are not able to find a closed form analytical expression of the derivative of the parameterized space, because you have the weights, you have the biases, and you have all the sample points, that's okay. If you can come up with a sample-wise approximation of the derivative of the function based on which you will determine where your loss is sort of low, that should be all right, okay? So based on this principle, okay, we sort of have the different settings that we do in order to solve a deep neural network based classification problem. Remember, I'm still doing the classification problem, but my approach to solving the classification problem is an optimization problem, okay? The approach is optimizing. So how do I optimize? See, there is another problem. This is probabilistic in nature. The inference is probabilistic in nature, right? And you have the neurons, right? Now, each neuron needs to be triggered, because usually neurons are at their inertia of sleep stage and needs to be triggered by some sort of a function which are known as activation functions in order that you fire the neuron, right? So therefore, there are several control agents in this whole game of deep learning neural network based classification problems. One of those control agents are activation functions. So if you think that, well, if I choose a good enough activation function for a particular data, I am done. No. So because based on the problem landscape, some of the times your activation functions are, you must have seen, I don't know if you have done some projects where you tried one activation function, it didn't work, then you tried another activation function, probably it worked if you're lucky. And then, so why it is happening? So imagine a situation like this. Forget that you know anything about deep learning, and you are trying to think of this, that your data has an unknown distribution, not only over the set of features, but also over the set of labels, right? So that distribution is unknown, and what you are trying to do is to infer that distribution. Okay, so your best guess is to come up with an affine transformation or a linear combination of an activation function applying on the set of weights and biases. Okay, so you have some activation function, forget about the form, you have some activation function, and this activation function works on set of biases over the different layers, and it will give you some sort of a distribution, it will give you some sort of a non-linearity. Your unknown probability distribution is also non-linear in nature. So what you need to be doing is, after doing several epochs, like several trials and errors, forward propagation, back propagation, forward propagation, back propagation, you would like to infer, or you would hope that if you have enough number of samples or training examples, then the divergence between your unknown probability distribution and the distribution that you are generating through the activation function and the optimization, this distance or divergence becomes smaller and smaller and smaller. In order to achieve that, your activation functions need to have some analytical properties. Like, for example, it needs to be continuous, it needs to be differentiable, except for finitely many points, right? And it shouldn't blow up. I mean, you should be able to control the magnitude or the norm of your activation function, because eventually you will be applying it with the weights, right? So between the deep and shallow networks, there is this complexity argument that you need to play. So people think that in general, what is found, that ReLU or some version of ReLU is a good enough activation function, right? But that's not a rule of thumb. So the idea is always like whether your activation functions are able to approximately satisfy learning the unknown probability distribution, and whether it is able to do it within a stipulated amount of iterations. You cannot just go on iterating, right? So in that context, we showed a result that in a backpropagation environment with one hidden layer neural network, of course, this particular results hold for only one hidden layer neural network, that you will need at least order of 1 over epsilon iterations in order to achieve the error tolerance that you set. So if you set an error tolerance epsilon equal to, let's say, 0.1 or something like that, then you would at least need order of 1 over epsilon, which is at least 10 times the tolerance that you need, that many number of iterations to converge towards that particular threshold, given a specific loss function. Okay. And this is for the non-convex case as well as the convex case. You can imagine for more than one hidden layer neural network and for a non-regular loss function, we cannot really achieve this sort of bounds. Or let me put it this way, I mean, it's extremely difficult to figure out or find out this kind of bounds. Okay. So what I'm trying to tell you is the following, that just activation function is not good enough. Just choosing a good loss function is not good enough. You have to also be able to choose a good parameterization of the weights, so on and so forth. So all of these control agents together form a feasible optimization scenario for your supervised learning problems. Okay? So far, so good? So this is just an example illustration of the kind of loss landscapes. You have many hills and valleys, etc., etc. Okay? So the learning is not an easy problem. Okay, now there are lots of other issues as well, right? I mean, what sort of, so, you know, when you descend down a surface, right? If you descend down too fast or you descend down too slow, how do you determine? So this is determined by some constant known as the learning rate. The standard wisdom is, I mean, you need to set some learning rate which is not too big or too small, but it's some sort of a fixed learning rate, right? And there is no way to alter that learning rate during the process of learning. We also negated this kind of an idea because we showed that given a particular loss function, you can actually come up with a formula for such learning. Okay, I mean, if I have the time, I'll come to it, but I'll just skip for now. And so once again, the point is, these conditions like this classical Lipschitz condition, right? These kind of conditions are very, very popular and well known in the classical machine learning paradigm. Turns out these concepts are finding relevance in the deep learning paradigm as well. Okay, all right. So therefore, the principal question that I would like to pose to you is that given there is a loss landscape, would you like a pointwise convergence or would you like a sort of a total absolute convergence? It has to be a total absolute convergence, right? Because if you are trying to infer the unknown probability distribution, and if you are good at certain number of points and you are really bad at certain other number of points, your overall error could actually blow up. So the idea is your average divergence as well as your pointwise divergence both need to be small enough. Okay, not too small, but small enough. Okay. So there is this balance between the pointwise divergence and the average divergence. It's once again, there is a trade-off, and once again, the no free lunch theorem comes into play. So remember, I was telling you about these exponential order of the learning problem, right? That if I have to insist on finding a global optima, then the problem complexity becomes exponential. But I can argue, so what? I mean, which means that I would actually require my samples to be exponentially larger than what we currently have. So I would require a lot more samples that I usually have. But what's the problem? I'll tell you, okay, fine, I will give you samples. I will provide all these samples to you. Take as many samples as you want. Now, this is in direct contradiction to the principle of learning. Because what does the principle of learning say? The principle of learning say that given a particular data set or a sample set, right, while learning, and this is according to the no free lunch theorem, you should not see more than 1/2 of the sample. Because the idea is you take as small a slice of your entire set as possible in order to predict the patterns in the other part of the data set that you have not seen. If you are able to do that, that is when you are learning. But while in the learning process itself, if you consume more than half of the data set while learning, then you are not learning at all. This is known as a memorization. So that's the difference between learning and memorization, right? And so therefore, with all of these complexities together, like finding a global minima, which is of exponential order, and you cannot use an exponential order of samples and so on and so forth, right? It becomes pertinent to figure out whether there exists a good enough approximation to the error gradient, because that is precisely what you have to minimize, right? So your error gradient is nothing but these are functions of error with respect to your weights. Why? Because you started with a weight distribution which is random, right? Of course, with a random choice, it is less likely that you are going to converge to your desired result in the first iteration itself, right? So you keep on repeating the process, right? While you keep on repeating the process, the hope is that this error, that the total error with respect to the weight space, right, that becomes smaller and smaller and smaller. And if that becomes smaller and smaller and smaller, your successive weight updates become redundant. And after a certain point of time or a certain number of iterations, you no longer need to update those weights. And that's when you stop. So there has to be a stopping criteria for your algorithm, right? Okay, so so therefore, you can see this is a partial derivative. So you can actually symbolically or calculate this or analytically calculate this in an exact form, or you can come up with some sort of an approximation of this particular partial derivative, because that is very, very crucial, right? So this is what we came up with, and this is what I'm going to talk about, right? We came up with an approximation, although I used an equal sign here. It's not exactly equal. It's a pretty good approximation, right? Okay, so this is what is the point. And we have shown that if we come up with an approximation of this error gradient and use that in our optimizer, okay, then we are efficiently able to optimize a complex deep learning network scenario for learning supervised classification problems, okay? All right, I'm going to skip this because this is something, about the interpretability or the confidence of deep learning based classifiers. I'm going to skip that. I'm also going to skip the fact that, I'll just mention this, that these modern deep learning architectures are compute intensive, though they eat up a lot of memory, they eat up a lot of resources, right? So efficient methods, which are resource constrained in nature, because these days people are interested. In fact, Heiko was telling you before me that there are things that run on some industry devices which are sort of on the edge, like Internet of Things, right? So there the compute power, maybe those devices are plugged in. So battery is not a problem, but the compute power, the total number of RAM that is available for each of those devices may be limited, right? So can you do something which are resource efficient, right? So therefore, and this is sort of a hard optimization problem. This is the kind of optimization problems that you would like to solve. You can see there are 3 levels, and the way these 3 different classes are distributed in space, there is no clear boundary that you can see, so that you are able to separate the violet ones from the yellow ones and so on, and from the blue ones, right? Okay, so what you have to do, you have to sort of, from a 2-dimensional space, you have to project it into a higher dimensional space and so on and so forth, right? Okay. And this is actually an actual image. So what happened was, one of those deep learning models that my student was training, his laptop got so hot, he had to use his refrigerator to cool it down, right? Okay. So those are some of the practical issues of deep learning. So what's the takeaway? The takeaway is, or at least, if we agree on principle, that the idea is to optimize, optimize. Okay? And you have to come up with new methods in optimization. Try to get rid of very, very extensive architectures, like, for example, the language BART models that Google came up with. It just has 784 hidden layers. I mean, I don't have, and I don't think any institute in India has the resources. Probably IISc has. Okay?
Appa, in the 68 slides, 16th slide.
Excuse me? Excuse me? Shall I continue? Okay, all right. Yeah. Okay, all right. And if possible, if at all it's possible, that if you can learn things in just one shot, like one forward propagation, one back propagation, and that's it. I mean, you don't even need a back propagation. So your activation functions have to be that robust, right? So the title of my call, so there are lots of troublemakers here. The weights, the hyperparameters and parameters of the neural network, the weights, biases, the learning rates, so on and so forth. So I call these bandits. So this whole thing is sort of a bandit optimization, meaning I do not want to know the exact value of the minima. If I am good enough, if I'm close enough, I'm good. Okay. Typically, the language of bandit optimization is where they look at the max, right? But in the kind of problems that we solve in deep learning classification-based problems, we look at the mean, which is the dual formulation of the max problem. Okay. All right. So, the standard performance benchmarks, accuracy, loss, so on and so forth, how many epochs you require to converge. Apart from that, I mean, we insist on certain additional parameters, such as the CPU and memory utilization, as well as what is your algorithm's carbon footprint. Okay, so these things are easy to calculate. There are Python programs that will help us do that. So when I'm done with my presentation, I will actually show you that, for many of the cases, we were able to reduce the carbon footprint by at least 1/2 of the actual, in comparison against the benchmark algorithms. Okay, so once again, this is something. So also, there are some standard loss functions, but then there could be some non-standard loss functions as well, where your classical optimization methods will not work at all. Okay, let me give you an example of that. I'll come back to this slide later. Yes. So this is a Schrodinger equation. Now, what Schrodinger equation does is basically tries to figure out the position and velocity of a particle, right? Okay, with respect to some sort of an energy state. It's a very famous equation in quantum mechanics. Schrodinger is a very well-known quantum mechanist. He got Nobel and so on and so forth, right? But what if I tell you to solve this differential equation by using neural networks? This particular differential equation does not have a closed form solution, right? And it does not, you can't use a standard loss function like, yi minus y square or mean absolute error or binary cross entropy. So in this case, your loss function is actually the difference between your left-hand side and right-hand side, which you need to minimize, because you have solved the equation when you have minimized the difference between the left-hand side and the right-hand side. But the problem is, when you do this difference or divergence between the left-hand side and the right-hand side, it is a non-standard, non-convex optimization problem, and you need to solve it using the neural network. Right? You can argue that I can use a discretization approach, but a discretization approach will be extremely tedious. People use it to solve it, but it takes too long, right? So, and people do it by constructing some trial function, so on and so forth. It's really nasty, trust me. So the motivation was, one of our motivation was this, the construction of the trial function that people usually do, we will completely avoid it, okay? And we will train a neural network which will satisfy the initial and the boundary conditions, okay, along with this non-standard weird function that we need to optimize. So there are several motivations that actually forced us towards thinking. So this is sort of the Schrodinger loss. You don't really need to worry about it, but this is how the loss is written, right? Okay. So this actually sort of forced us, pushed us towards figuring out an optimization technique which will not only solve the general deep learning, deep neural network-based classification problems, right, which by dealing with some standard loss functions, but also by dealing with some non-standard loss functions such as the Schrodinger equation. Okay. So we did not propose this. We wrote an optimizer, which we call as add a swarm, and the job of that optimizer is to come up with an approximation of derivatives. Okay, how much time do I have? How much time do I have? Anyway, I'll just continue. Another 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. Okay, all right. Okay, so therefore I don't have the time to go through the details of what the method is, right? But I'll just probably, present a visual approach. So this is what I call it as a sort of optimization motivated by jealousy. So typically what PSOs do is that, I have a current position, right? You have a position somewhere over here, and you know that this is, you are a nobody compared to a neighbor, right? So you have to be able to do as well as your neighbor. So what you do, you try to move towards your neighbor, okay? And the movement is sort of a concatenation of linear operations. Like you move in a line, and then you move again along a line, and then you move again along a line. So what happens is, for each particle, which you can think of as a neuron, for each particle, there is a personal best. So what you have to do first is that you have to improve upon yourself. So think of this as something like 0. So you improve upon yourself, right? And then once you have improved upon yourself, right? So first you move in the direction with some velocity, and you determine that you are not going anywhere. So you have to at least, move in the direction where you will achieve your personal best. So you move in the direction. Then you realize, well, you are nowhere near your neighbor who is doing the best. Then what you do is you move in the direction of the neighbor. Okay. So if I represent this mathematically, the velocity at every iteration, the velocity and the position of each particle is updated so that you go towards the global best from your personal best. So you can see there are two terms here, personal best and global best. So we used these two terms. We first wrote an exponentially averaged momentum particle swarm, which basically means the following, that when I'm updating the velocity of a particle, right, I will not only consider the previous position, I will consider all historical positions, but based on certain coefficients associated with each previous position of the particle, I will give it a varied weight. So the weights, as your velocity and position updates are older, the weights are smaller. Okay, but nonetheless, there will be some past information that will be used. So this past information from memory helps us navigate complex surfaces. Okay, so that's something that, but our objective was not to write a meta-heuristic optimization algorithm, but it was to sort of solve a deep learning based classification problem. Okay, you can ignore the math, okay, and then come up with an approximation. So I'll first, tell you where that approximation comes from. So we proved a bunch of theorems, and one of those theorems was that how do I compute the error gradient, right? So you know the weight update rule according to the gradient descent, right? And we used Taylor series expansion, and then we used two simple ideas, very, very simple but powerful ideas. One is, when you are near the optima, your particles do no longer need to move, right? So if near the optima, the velocity of the particle from your swarm equation tends to be equal to 0. It becomes, or even if it moves very, 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 very slowly. And near the optima, the personal best of the particle and the global best, when you are converging, near convergence, these two are approximately equal. And also think about this, when you think of updating weights, now we are thinking of updating the position of the particles, right? The particles move in space, right? The exact same thing happens with the weights in neural network. You have to have weight updates, right? So weights also move in space. So if I am conjecturing my position based on a stability in terms of position and velocity of a particle, that conjecture can be written in an equivalent fashion to the stability of the weight vector positions of the particles as well, right? So when you no longer need to update your weight updates, that's when you say that you are near completion and you have converged, right? So that means your weights have stabilized, right? So I can think of weight as an analog of my position vector x and replace the x vectors in my particle swarm optimization equation with the weights. If I do all of that, pretty complex calculations, I actually come up with a formula which I have written down here. Okay, or maybe more precisely, sorry, I think, yeah, written down here, right? It just tells us that the gradient of a function can be equivalently represented as this, where C1, R1, C2, R2 are parameters that come from the swarm. The denominator is the learning rate, right? Which you either can fix or learn, right? Okay, and if you do that, you have a new optimizer. Okay, and how did we test it? So our first point of testing was not on the neural networks. Our first point of testing was we took some weird functions and we wanted to see if by applying this simple gradient equivalence technique, whether we can get a function or the shape of the function close to the original analytical form. So I just took x cubed minus 3x squared plus 7 and I computed the gradient of the function, right? And you can see the dotted line and the original blue line. The original blue line is the exact derivative of the function and the dotted lines are the derivatives which are computed using our method, right? You can see they are pretty close. For functions which are not differentiable at some points, extremely weird functions also, what we observe is that when it comes to finding the minima of such functions, the approximate method and the exact method are pretty close. It may deviate away from the local minima, but listen, we don't care about what happens away from the local minima, right? Our whole objective was, around the local minima, whether we are able to replicate the gradient itself without explicitly computing it. And that was our purpose, and that purpose was successfully solved, right? So this formed the basis of a new method. I'll go to skip all of this, right? I mean, because I don't have the time, right? And the other nice thing about it is that whether my loss function is a standard loss function that I use in a neural network, like mean square error, binary cross entropy, mean absolute error, so on and so forth, even if I use some weird loss functions like the Schrodinger equation, the one that I've shown you, right? Even then, those approximations work very well. So the equivalence, gradient equivalence formula that we came up with works with, it's actually loss agnostic. It doesn't really care what kind of loss function you actually feed, right? Okay. Anyway, so having said that, after all of that, right, we came up with this optimizer, which we call it as adder swarm. So what it does is that it saves us a lot of computations, a lot of iterations. At the same time, it also is able to approximate the error gradient efficiently, thereby saving us the trouble of finding the exact error gradient, right? Okay, and it also improves a whole lot in terms of CPU and RAM utilization as well as the number of iterations. So sometimes what happens is, if you compare this with the state-of-the-art architectures, right, sometimes this particular method, adder swarm, may be 1%, 1.5%, or 0.5% less efficient than the exact the benchmark baseline model, but it does beat the benchmarks on all other performance metrics. So as I said, there is no free lunch, right? So there is always this trade-off between how much you are able to achieve in terms of raw performance metrics and what are the other costs that you are paying, right? Okay, so with this, I will, I wish I could have shown you some results, but trust me, if you go and read the paper, if you go and read the paper, you will see that on a variety of data sets, we have been able to match and outperform in many cases the existing for such kind of deep learning based optimization problems. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. One of the trending topics nowadays is deep learning. Thank you so much, sir, for presenting invited talk on a multi-armed bandit in deep neural networks with many mathematical models like optimization, activation functions, loss functions. So I think the knowledge is very much essential nowadays to build any machine learning and deep learning models. Thank you so much, sir, for presenting and making this invited talk a grand success. On behalf of our college and National Education Society, I wholeheartedly thank you very much and making this event a grand success. Thank you so much, sir. I request audience to give a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
If there are any questions, I
Yes,
could,
audience, if you have any queries. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We will have a tea break for about 5 to 10 minutes. I request all the participants to assemble in the same hall after the tea break. Thank you.
Good evening all. I welcome you all to the paper presentation session. For this we have Dr. Sunita GS and Dr. Pramod Kumar S as a session chairs. Dr. Sunita GS, she is professor and head of the EC department, BIT Davangere. She has 28 years of teaching experience. Her research areas are VLSI and WSN. She has published 11 papers in reputed journals. She got Best Teacher Award from BIT Davangere. I welcome you for this session, ma'am. Dr. S. Pramod Kumar, Associate Professor EC Department, JNNCE Shivamogga. He has 13 years of teaching experience and his research areas are image processing and VLSI. He has published 23 papers in national and international journals. I welcome you, sir. I request all the participants to stick on the timings. 8 minutes for presentation, 2 minutes for discussion. First paper ID 238, Divisha.
Good evening to one and all present here. I am Divisha Jaisinghani and these are the other authors, Diksha and Aarti. We are from Amrita School of Engineering, Bangalore. Our paper is about a cascode current mirror based 90 millivolt to 1.8 volt level shifter with elevated delay. This isn't, next slide. Okay. So our domain is VLSI. So VLSI is the leading technology in the chip industry, and as we all know nowadays, each chip has greater than 10,000 transistors. So our topic which we chose was level shifters. Now, why do we use level shifters? We may have a chip which will have different components at different supply voltages. So we may need to upshift or downshift the voltages, as we can't continuously supply different voltages to each component. Therefore, we have designed a level upshifter which will upshift voltages as low as 90 millivolts to 1.8 volts. And our motivation was to improvise on parameters like delay, area, power consumption, and energy per transition. The tool which we used is Cadence Virtuoso, and the technology was 45 nanometer technology. We have used a multi-voltage system, VDDH being at 1.8 volts and VDDL being at 140 millivolts. The purpose of multi-voltage system is so that the time-critical components of the circuit will work at higher voltages, whereas the non-time critical components can work at a lower voltage. This is the design of our circuit. We have used a total of 10 transistors, 5 MP1 to MP5, 5 PMOS transistors, and MN1 to MN3 NMOS transistors, and an inverter there. We have used the concept of split input inverting buffer so as to improvise on the efficiency of the circuit, and a pull down boost. MP4 here acts as the pull down boost. Now my friend Aarti will discuss about the working of the circuit.
Thank you, Divisha. So I'll be explaining the working part of the circuit. So starting with where the input is given as 90 millivolts. So can you get the circuit? Yeah, so in this circuit, for example, in the VIN section, if you give a 90 millivolt value, the MN1 transistor, since it's being an assert high transistor, will get turned on. And since there's an inverter present between MN2 and MN3 transistors, MN2 and MN3 will get turned off. And MP3 and MP4 being an assert low transistor, they will be turned off due to a supply of 90 millivolts. And MP1, MP2 and MP5, all these three will be turned on due to the gate voltage value being a low potential. And hence the output is raised from 90 millivolts to 1.8 volts. The next section where we give A as 0 is similar to that. Wherever it's assert high and on, it's just exactly the opposite. So this slide talks about two important tables. So the left side table talks about the length, width, and the aspect ratio parameters of each transistor. So So we have taken a common L minimum with respect to our circuit is 45 nanometers length and width is 500 nanometers. Hence our aspect ratio, which is nothing but the W by L ratio, comes out to be 11.11. So the main importance of aspect ratio is nothing but it determines the current carrying capability of the circuit. And the reason why we have taken 45, which is our L minimum, is because it increases the efficiency of the circuit. And the right side table talks about the threshold values, which we have obtained from the Cadence Vertiso tool. And threshold voltage is nothing but a minimum voltage required to activate the transistor for it to function. So this slide talks about specifications. As explained by Divisha, it is 45 nanometer technology with 1.8 supply voltage, and we use a cascode current mirror mainly to have energy efficiency along with a split input inverting buffer at the output section. And as mentioned, it is conversion rate is 90 millivolts to 1.8 volts. This is nothing but a snipped image of a simulated output taken from the Cadence Vertiso tool. The first red color pulse is an input pulse, and the last blue color output is our waveform showing the up conversion from 90 millivolts to 1.8 volts. The second and third wave, which is a green and pink color waveforms, are nothing but the node voltages of NDN and NDP respectively. The next slides will be explained by Diksha.
Thank you, Aarti. Now I would like to discuss about the results of our proposed circuit. Basically, the first column is the re-implemented circuit of the robust, high-speed, energy-efficient level shifter using RVT, which are also known as the regular voltage transistors. And the second column is the same circuit with low voltage threshold transistors. And the third column is our proposed circuit. Basically, as it can be observed, the range has been converted to a wide extent, and also the delay has been improvised. Like say, in the proposed circuit, it's 5.17 nanosecond, whereas here it's 8.3 and 8.2 respectively. So we have improvised it to an extent of approximately 35%. And also the power has been improvised to an extent, and the energy is calculated using the integral of power and the current supplied, and it is improvised to an extent of 100%. And the power delay product, which is also the PDP, is also improvised to an extent of 65% approximately. And next slide. Now to summarize the above points, we have analyzed the low to high and high to low transition using different concepts for all the circuits. And as discussed previously, these are the conversion range and the improvised factors, like say the delay by 37, energy by 100%, and so on. And we have also reduced the overall number of transistors by 2. Next slide. And which would automatically reduce the area of our total circuit as well. And this would reduce the cost as well. And we have also reduced the average switching delay and power as discussed before. Next slide. And yeah, our future scope would be to improvise on parameters of delay and power. And we also intend to reduce the overall cost of the circuit by reducing the number of transistors. And we are also going to use the same concepts and implement a level down shifter, which would basically level shift from a higher voltage to a low sub-threshold regime. These are the references. And thank you. I hope we conveyed our points efficiently.
Okay, any doubts from audience?
The presentation was good, and you have said that you have able to reduce the delay. Is it? You have shown the comparison. You have said you have reduced the delay. How you are able to achieve the reduction by some percentage? You said 35 or so. How you are able to receive? Can you justify that?
Just a second. So we had referred to a base paper for our literature survey. So that base paper we implemented. Base paper is the leftmost column, re-implemented circuit using RVT and LVT. So we'll compare with the LVT since our proposed is also LVT. That base paper circuit, we used it, they had also done it in 45 nanometer, but we implemented in Cadence Virtuoso since it was the only tool available to us. So in that circuit, we had got 8.2 if we copy paste the same circuit. So when we came with the new design, we changed the position of this pull down boost. They had used a pull down boost. We instead used a pull up boost, and we added an extra PMOS transistor and tried to reduce on the NMOS transistors, and split input inverting buffer we used as it is. So we noticed that by changing the circuitry design, we could get a lesser delay for that. Yes, yes.
Input, when we make the comparison, the parameters has to be same. It will be better for the comparison. So input is 200 millivolts, and in your this it is 90 millivolts. How you can justify that?
Yes, ma'am. Because our not only delay, but we also wanted to increase the conversion range. Like there, 350 millivolt to 1.8 volt up conversion is happening. But the circuit will be any day better if it happens from a lower value. So that is why we tried to give as low as possible. So 90 millivolt was the value for which we were not getting any distortions in the circuit. If we increased further from 90, which we had also tried like 80 millivolts, then the noise value and distortions were increasing. So we understood that for that circuit, 90 millivolt is the minimum it is taking.
Okay, and you're using 45 nanometer technology, correct?
Yes.
And VDD you're considered here 1.8.
Yes.
Okay, why you selected only 1.8 for 45 nanometer?
So because like for most of the circuits, usually they convert up till 1.8 in real life applications in smaller chips. They don't go for beyond that. So that is why we tried to stick to what the base paper initially had, since it was from 350 to 1.8.
Okay, is there any VDD specification for 45 nanometer or any other nanometer technology?
Initially, actually, we tried it with 90 nanometer technology, but then like for the efficiency to increase the decrease the delay, actually, like there's one comparison what we read, like if you reduce the length, then it indirectly reduces the area, which indirectly reduces the MOS capacitance, which indirectly increases the switching speed. So thus the delay decreases. So we kind of experimented with the supply voltage as well as
Tools available to us were 45, 90 and 180 were the only designs on which we could experiment. So we chose the least one.
Okay, just I want to know how you calculated the delay.
Yes, sir. It's a delay parameter on Cadence Virtuoso. In the output itself, we can just find the delay of there is an inbuilt calculator in the tool.
Means you're not considering any rise time, fall time of input or output?
They consider it in the graph itself, sir. Like on the tool, you can have like for energy we calculated manually using integral of power and current, but for delay and power, these were the values which we took directly from the tool after the output is shown.
Okay, for schematic, not for the layout.
Schematic.
Okay, means for layout simulation?
We did not, for layout simulation, this is we did not do layout simulation, so this was our simulation. This is a snapshot from the Cadence tool, which.
Okay, you're using PMOS mirror, correct?
Yes.
PMOS mirror circuit.
PMOS, yes, CM, yes, sir.
Okay. What is the purpose of PMOS mirror instead of NMOS mirror? Means why you consider PMOS mirror only, not NMOS mirror?
So because these were giving us more efficiency in terms of delay and like
bigger than NMOS. Like we needed that parameter to balance the NMOS's delays part and output. So hence we used a pull-up boost instead of a pull-down, what was shown in the reference. We cancelled it and used a pull-up boost so that it will balance the rise time fall time issue. And we had like limitation of the software also. So we
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. The next paper ID is 125, Kavya Patel. Okay, we'll move on to the next paper, 187. Kavya.
Hi, good evening to one and all who are present over here. I'm Kavya and I have done my MTech from Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, Coimbatore, and currently I'm working as a silicon design engineer at AMD. And today I'm going to brief my work that is of title Test Vector Generation and Sensitivity Analysis for Hardware Trojan Detection in Compact Rare Nodes under the guidance of Dr. Ramesh SR and Nirmala Devi ma'am, who are faculty from our department, Amrita School of Engineering, Coimbatore. So let's just yeah, here is our overview of the brief discussion what we will be having further. So introduction as a broad introduction to the domain which I have chosen to work and the design aspects of it. Then the proposed workflow and the algorithm we have used and the performance matrices which we have considered for experimental analysis and the results of that which are related to rare node test vectors and sensitivity analysis which we will be doing, which we'll be seeing further, and then wrapping up the discussion with inference and the conclusion of the work. So yeah, let's start with the introduction. So we know that like any design cannot be designed from in-house or from a single team. So it will be distributed among the teams. It will be distributed among the various destinations across the globes also. Manufacturers can't design a particular system in a particular location. So this hardware security issue will come into picture there, because when third party, because they can't design a system from the scratch. So because they can't meet the time to market and the competency of the other products. So they will be depending on third party IP designs. When that comes into picture, they might be the primary adversaries who can add a malicious circuit in the golden circuit and can alter the performance of that design, which can lead to the failure of that chip or the product later after using it for few years later. So this introduction of malicious circuit is called hardware trojan. This hardware trojan will be introduced in particular area of the design where it will be very rare, like the circuit will be having very low activity, or even that particular part of the circuit is difficult to test. They will choose such areas to introduce these trojans. So because of this reason, the significance to the hardware security comes into picture. So we have chosen non-destructive, non-invasive and a test time approach, which means non-destructive is without damaging the chip or any system, we will be identifying the Trojan presence. And the second is non-invasive, without disturbing its originality, without disturbing its original function, the Trojan will be identified. And the test time approach is like based on delay-based analysis. So yeah, currently the delay-based side channel analysis has few bottlenecks. Some delay-based analysis which are related to like power, time, and all. So we have chosen the time-related. The bottlenecks goes like this. As the technology node shrinks, there will be a environmental noise which will be affecting the parameters. That parameters will be fluctuating with respect to the environmental noise due to the shrinkage of the node. So with that, an extra gate or a delay which will not give us a conclusion of Trojan presence. So that is addressed in our proposed work. And the second thing is to generate the high quality of test patterns to sensitize the critical paths. That means we have to change the critical path of the original circuit to get the better delay of the Trojan inserted design. So the proposed approach has been developed to generate test patterns for a path delay-based side channel analysis based on sensitizing critical paths and sorting the test patterns with respect to it by considering a compact rare node concepts, which I'll be explaining further. So here is the design aspect of our work. So from the first figure we can see which demonstrates like a Trojan inserted design has a extra gate. So if we consider only purely based on the delay, we can judge only like that extra gate will give some extra delay. This will work only for small part of the circuit, or if the design is very small. So when it comes to the big picture, when 10 millions of gates comes into picture, means an extra 2 gates delay won't make us much difference, and we can't conclude the Trojan presence. So for that, we have to trigger that Trojan, whatever it is present. So triggering that Trojan will force the system to change its critical path, where it can give the maximization of the delay difference by changing the critical path, and we can get the better clarity with respect to the golden design. But that triggering the Trojan itself won't be enough, because that triggered Trojan has to propagate its output to the output layer from the triggering point. Then only we can get the whole critical path picture. So for that, we have to filter the test patterns in such a way that it should force the output changes to reflect in the final outputs. And also there are cases where this critical path change or the Trojan delay can be masked by the signal, whatever the design signals present in that. But fortunately, the adversary can't insert the Trojan either at the primary inputs part or the output parts, somewhere in between where the low activity will be there. With that, we can get enough delay difference from input to Trojan target. So with that, this problem can be solved. So here is the rare node analysis, whatever we have considered. For considering the rare node or the compact rare nodes, we have taken 2 techniques. That is, one is transition probability, and the other one is scope measure. Scope measure stands for Scandia controllability, observability analysis. So here, both the things from transition probability, we can evaluate the probability of that node switching, and with that, the lower the probability of switching gives the lowest area of or the lowest nodes which are switching. We can get where the adversary can target those nodes to insert the Trojan. So this is the first step where we can identify with their perspective how they are targeting the system. And with respect to the scope measure, where we will be considering the high controllable and observable nodes, where controllable and observable node means the circuit nodes will be difficult to control or observe with respect to inputs, primary inputs or the primary outputs. These are the two major factors which are more thrown to Trojan insertion, and including that we will get a strongest and a efficient rare nodes where it will improve whatever the existing method we have kept as a reference, which will give the Trojan sensitivity in a better way, like around 12% of Trojan sensitivity increase we have seen by considering these two. And this is the proposed workflow. As I have explained earlier, like the first thing is we have considered the rare node analysis by, yes, okay. I'll just give it a brief list, yeah. Then we'll be going for the test pattern generation. Those test patterns are sorted in such a way that which will trigger the rare nodes. That will be sorted. Then they are reordered in such a way that using a minimum Hamming distance, so that those reordered test patterns will be power efficient, and with that again the sorting will happen with respect to the critical path delay deviations with respect to golden circuit. And this is the algorithm which we have used, and it is implemented using Python. This is the same thing which I have explained in the proposed workflow. And performance matrices which we have considered for our experimental analysis is compactness of rare nodes and the test vectors and the sensitivity analysis. So these are the results. We have used for test pattern generation open source Atlanta tool, and for delay deviations and analysis Xilinx, Vivado Xilinx has been used. So here is the compact rare node analysis result, which this experimental analysis has been done using a combinational ISCAS 85 circuit set, where we can see the where the reference 5, which is our base paper, which has a number of rare nodes as 180, but considering these two techniques combined, it will give a reduction to 43, which are very efficient and gives the 100% result. So with that, we can see overall average as 48% improvement in compactness of the rare nodes. And since the rare node compactness is reduced, test vectors compactness will also reduce, since we are targeting to the efficient nodes. So the test patterns we will be getting will also be efficient. So with that, we can see the average of 20% increase improvement in the test vectors which we have used to identify the Trojan presence. And this is the performance comparison of our approach with scope measure and transition probability rare nodes. It's like we have considered the original circuit and the Trojan infected circuit with the rare nodes of scope measures, with the rare nodes of transition probability, then the compact ones. By using the compact ones, it gives a better sensitivity analysis of around 12 to 15% extra compared to those two. So here's the inference, like what I have inferred is like going with the non-destructive, non-invasive approach, we don't damage anything. So without damaging a system, if we can identify the Trojan means, we can reuse it for the further analysis as well. And the proposed methodology gives the 48% improvement in the rare nodes compactness, and it gives and compared to the existing approach, 20% improvement in the test vectors, and 27% improvement is observed with respect to the sensitivity analysis results. And conclusion is like, yeah, hardware Trojans, yeah, it is always threatful, and it's always, instead of even detecting it, we should make sure that it should not even come into picture, because once it comes into picture means it takes lots of effort of lots of engineers' efforts to debug it and then fix it. If not, that product will go in loss in the market. So and also the existing measures, whatever it is there with respect to scope measure and transition probability, they have their own drawbacks, and that's why this compact rare nodes will help in achieving a better results. And Yeah, these are the references which I have referred for my, few of the references which I have referred for my work, and thank you.
Any questions from the audience?
Any question from participants? Use the mic, sir.
Very good presentation.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
This one, you have told that Trojan, you by
Yes.
introducing extra gate, extra delay.
Yes.
But gates.
Yes. Change the critical path, the maximum delay path of the original circuit and the Trojan infected circuit will be completely different. With that, either it will be fully low or high. With that difference, we can identify, yeah, there is a Trojan. Then we can go for area analysis, like where the power dissipation or power hunger is more. With that saturation things, we can identify the Trojan presence.
Thank you.
Okay, you've done this Trojan identification circuit, means circuit identification.
Yes.
But analysis, only this is analysis or any implementations with respect to like Vivado implementation in
Yes, the Vivado implementation wise, that's what. We have first chosen the compact rare nodes by considering those two techniques. By taking that set of nodes, then we have, like, we just gave that for automatic test pattern generation. With that test patterns, we went for fault site simulation. That fault sites are considered as these rare nodes. Like, for example, in a circuit, some 200 nodes will be there. That I will take it as a fault sites, and when I will give this whole test patterns, that will change only for that particular nodes. That means, yeah, my all the compact rare nodes are active. So with that, by introducing in some particular rare nodes, we will only introduce the Trojan, and then we will find that whether our methodology is giving the better results or not.
Okay, to back this your accuracy, is there any literature survey or existing models?
Yeah, this fifth and the third, like the methodology, the change in the what critical path idea is taken from the third paper, third reference, which is detecting using delay-based side channel analysis. But they have used some app-based technique to identify the rare nodes, and the comparison of this compact rare nodes is done through taking the reference of fifth paper.
Okay.
Good presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
See, I would like to know, in your proposed algorithm,
Yes,
you
ma'am.
have used Hamming distance.
Yes,
Yeah.
Hamming.
What's the significance of having that Hamming distance?
Actually, it's
Yeah.
a future scope of our
Because-
work, actually, significant, introducing the Hamming distance. Whatever the power patterns which we are giving now, that we will reorder our patterns in such a way that the operation of that patterns itself will reduce, and we can reduce the power with efficient Trojan detection.
Have you used it in this?
Yeah, we have used it, but
In
there
your
is some little more addition which we have to do with respect to the algorithm for tracking the power in details. But that's why I haven't added that results here.
That results are not there, but you are planning to
Yeah,
use
yeah,
it,
that is the
Hamming
future,
distance.
yeah, continuation of this work.
Then you define one more term, sensitivity. How do you measure?
Sensitivity means from original circuit to the Trojan infected circuit, how sensitivity is to with respect to the time. Like if I
How you have measured it, right? You are making the comparison.
No, we have measured it through Vivado only. Like we will be giving a test bench of the test patterns, whatever we will be getting, we will be passing that. Then with that, whatever the time it will take to process that, and it will show the maximum path delay, and we will check the difference of that through it. It is done manually, like giving every pattern and cross-checking it through Vivado.
So you have achieved the better sensitivity.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you, Kavya. Next paper is 187. Shrija.
Good evening. I am Alla Srija, worked on exploring the VGS40 MTJ model for different memory applications under the guidance of Dr. Vinod Kumar Joshi and Dr. Somashekar Abhat. And these are the different contents that I am going to cover with. CMOS challenges, and the solution to it is spintronics, and the MRAM is a special spintronic device where I will be exploring on, and VGS40 PMTJ switching mechanism, and different model analysis that I performed on VGS40 PMTJ model. To begin with the continuous growth in the CMOS technology, by scaling down the dimensions of the transistor and increasing the transistor density, there are several challenges faced by the CMOS. As you can see, as technology scales down below 45 nanometer technology, static power is almost comparable to the dynamic power, which will increase the overall power consumption. And logic and memory modules are volatile in nature, hence we need to provide continuous power supply to restore the data, which increase the standby static power dissipation. And also by decreasing the scale, technology scaling, it is clear that global wire delay is increasing, which in turn increases the dynamic power dissipation. To overcome these CMOS challenges, the solution is spintronics. Here, we will be using electron spin as an information carrier to store the data. The device offers high resistance to store logic 0, and the device offers low resistance to store logic 1. Whereas, in contrast, CMOS use charge as an information carrier, and short circuit represents logic 1 and open circuit represents logic 0. And in spintronics, when power supply is off, the charge will be retained, hence they are non-volatile in nature in contrast to CMOS, where CMOS are volatile in nature. The data will not be retained when the power supply is off. And spintronics solves the problem that are faced by the CMOS. Storage is non-volatile, hence static power is completely cut off, and storage and logic modules are merged, hence wire delay and chip area can be reduced, which in turn reduces the dynamic power. And it is also compatible to build on CMOS layer. And magnetoresistive random access memory is the most suited among all the other non-volatile memory technologies, because it has comparable cell size over other non-volatile memory technologies, and it has attractive write latency, write power, and endurance over other non-volatile memory technologies. MTJ is the core element of the magnetoresistive random access memory. It is composed of two ferromagnetic layers which are separated by a non-magnetic layer, and the magnetization state which is fixed is called pinned layer. The magnetization state that can be changed to store the data is the free layer. The device offers low resistance state when the magnetization states are in parallel, and the device offers high resistance state when the states are in anti-parallel. To store the data, logic 1 low resistance state will help, and to store the data, logic 0 high resistance state will help. And to change the state of the MTJ from P to AP and AP to P, there are different writing mechanisms that are explored, among which I will be focusing on voltage gated spin orbit torque because of its advantage over other non-volatile memory technologies. VGS40 switching mechanism. VGS40 model is composed of PMTJ, which is stacked on AFM material. To demonstrate the switching mechanism, I have considered the initial state to be parallel. Now when I apply charge current through the AFM material, electrons start flowing through the AFM material. Because of high spin orbit coupling of the AFM material, opposite polarized electrons will deflect in opposite direction, which will produce the vertical spin current to change the free layer state from Z axis to minus X axis. And with the help of in-plane exchange bias that is offered by the AFM material, the free layer state can persist towards minus Y axis. And with the help of VCMA assistance to overcome the weak HX problem generated by the AFM material, which will reduce the energy barrier between parallel state and anti-parallel state to change the state to anti-parallel. This is how we switch it from P to AP in VGS40 PMTJ with the help of SOT, that is spin orbit torque, exchange bias, and VCMA. The several advantages are listed over here for VGS40 mechanism. It enables field-free switching, it reduces SOT switching current, and because it is a 3-terminal device, read and write routes are different for this device. It improves reliability, low switching energy dissipation, and it is the ultra-low power next generation MRAM. And when it comes to model analysis, you can see it is clear that Without SOT, there is no switching happen. Hence, it is clear that primary source for switching is SOT. And without HX, deterministic switching cannot be obtained as shown in the red color here. HX is used basically to break the symmetry of the device to achieve deterministic switching. And VCMA is to overcome the weak HX problem because of the AFM material, and STT is to achieve fast switching when it combined with other effects, SOT, HX and VCMA. And to write the data into the PMTJ, the voltage need to be provided at terminal T3 and at terminal T2. T2 and T3 are the terminal to induce SOT effect, and T1 is the terminal where we induce VCMA effect. When I provide the voltage at VT3 with constant VT1, the MTJ will change the state from AP to P, and when I provide the voltage at VT2 with constant VT1, the MTJ changes its state from P to AP. And PMTJ resistance is calculated through transient simulation, and it is noticed that parallel state offered 331 kilo ohm, and in the anti-parallel state it offered 615 kilo ohm for the memory applications. And when I introduce the VCMA effect in the switching, the advantage is it reduces critical switching current. As shown here, when VT1 decreases, so when VT1 increases, the voltage at terminal T3 can be reduced, which in turn reduce the critical switching current to switch that PMTJ. It is observed the critical switching current decreased from 80.9 microamperes to 8.9 microamperes when I changed VT1 voltage from 0.2 volts to 1 volt. Because of which I can achieve low energy consumption, and also it is smaller footprint for access transistors to reduce the area. And when I change the pulse width of VCMA and SOT, it is clear that switching delay increases. And when I observe, SOT pulse width will induce more switching delay over VCMA pulse width. And also when I vary the amplitude, when you see here, first 4 cases represents constant VCMA with varying SOT amplitude, and the next 4 cases represents constant SOT with varying VCMA amplitude, and here it is noticed that switching delay increases when I increase VCMA amplitude as well as SOT amplitude. And also when I performed on device parameters, when I vary the H exchange along with the TFL, that is free layer thickness, HX is exchange bias. So when I increase the exchange bias, free layer thickness can be reduced. These two are inversely related, it is observed. And also switching delay is increased when I increase the free layer thickness from 0.9 nanometer to 1.3 nanometer. Hence, from the analysis, it can be concluded that deterministic switching can be obtained with the assistance of VCMA and HX, which means field-free switching can be obtained. And also, with the help of VCMA, it is observed that SOT switching current can be greatly reduced. Hence, it is used for high-density, ultra-low power, and energy-efficient devices. And also, when I precisely control pulse width and amplitude of the VCMA and SOT, I observed that write delay can be modified and achieved properly. Hence, I can apply it for sub-nanosecond switching for memory applications. And distinct read-write routes, because it is a 3-terminal device, it improves the reliability of the device. So because of all this, I can conclude that VGSOT is a promising switching mechanism that I can apply for in-memory computing or stochastic computing, probabilistic computing. There are different memory applications where I can explore this model on, so which I will be carrying it out as my future work. And with this, I acknowledge Manipal Institute of Technology for providing me laboratory services and also TMA scholarship. And also I would like to extend my special thanks to Dr. Kylie Zhang, who provided me with this VGSOT model library. Thank you.
Okay, any question from audience?
Madam, very good presentation.
Thank you, sir.
You have mentioned all the advantages.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, we are trying to replace the non-volatile memories in the memory hierarchy in level 1 and level 2 caches. Still, research is going on in exploring in that. Yes, sir. Logic 1 represents low resistance state. Logic 0 represents high resistance state. Sorry. Yes, sir. Power consumption is less because I am using VCMA assistance to reduce the critical switching current. No, sir. Here, We are not using charge as an information carrier. We are using spin as an information carrier in spintronics. Exactly. Yes, sir, correct. So when they are in parallelly aligned, it means it offers low resistance state. When they are anti-parallelly aligned, it means they offer high resistance state. No, sir, they won't nullify because they won't be same. The resistance that offered at parallel and anti-parallel will not be same.
This in advantages. Okay,
Yes,
you
sir.
have said that it will offer the error-free switching.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that how you can say that it is error-free switching?
Ma'am, with the analysis, we have observed that there is, probabilistic of switching is high in this model compared to the other writing mechanisms.
Is high.
Yes, ma'am. Writing error is reduced compared to the other models. That is what observed with BGS40 PMTJ model.
How exactly you can say error-free switching, because for switching it needs.
Ma'am, one more thing, because it
You
is a
say
three
it is,
terminal, yeah, ma'am, because it is a 3-terminal device, I'm not going to write the data and read the data through the same terminal. So because of which there is less chances to flip the state of the MTJ without writing.
Yeah, that's what it will be less, but we can say that it is error-free.
No, ma'am, probability is very high that we can achieve error-free switching.
No, because that's the advantage.
Yes, ma'am. Like yes, ma'am, over other writing mechanisms, yes, it is observed in this model, it is very good in achieving error-free switching.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Next paper is paper ID 180, Sharanya.
Good evening, everyone. Today I'm presenting a paper titled Design of Asynchronous Circular FIFO Buffer for Asynchronous Network on Chips. Before starting the presentation, let me introduce myself. I am M.N. Saranya. I'll be the one presenting our paper here today. My co-authors are Shruchi Chaturvedi and Dr. Ratnamala Rao. We are from National Institute of Technology, Karnataka. So let's get started. Moving on to the presentation. So this is the agenda for today's presentation. So let's move on to the first part of the presentation. The advancement of VLSI technology has led to large computing systems to be, that house thousands of core modules integrated on a single chip, paving way for even more complex system-on-chip designs. So typically an SoC consists of processing core modules, an interconnect architecture, and some interfaces for peripheral devices. So an interconnect architecture is actually the backbone of an SoC, and it just not only connects your core module, but also facilitates the intercore communication. So thus it is a very limiting factor in terms of system performance as well as in terms of power for any system. So here, in the last 2 decades, network on chip has become the standard approach for on-chip communication, and it has replaced the traditional bus-based architecture as well as the point-to-point interconnect architectures. So here I have shown an abstract view of an NOC, where you see the green blocks are the core modules, and the peach round blocks with the black interconnection wires represent the network fabric. So when you zoom in, this is how it's going to look like. So you have the router module. The basic components of a network fabric will be your router module, the bidirectional interconnection wire, which is nothing but the links. Then if the router is attached to a particular IP core, it will have a network interface or module also, that is the NI. So a transaction or a communication begins when the message from a core module is placed on the network interface. The network interface, what it does, it breaks this it breaks this message into packets, and then this particular packet is actually routed to the attached router switch. From there, the router decodes the destination address, and based on which it will actually transfer the message to the bidirectional links to the next neighboring router, and this is how the communication happens in the SOC. So further zooming into a router microarchitecture, this is a generic router microarchitecture where you have set of input buffers, and then you have a switch fabric, then a route selection module. This is a very generic architecture. There are other versions also, but what you have shown here is a very generic model. So buffers actually play a vital role. The need for a buffer in input or output is because these buffers actually help in avoiding packet losses during a high traffic scenario, which is actually typical in any communication network. So when there is a congestion or something, packet loss is something that is not a good choice for us. So we need packets to be stored. So that is why we have these buffers in the router microarchitectures. So it can either be on the input as well as on the, it can come in the input places as well as it can be on the output, or it can be in both the sides, just to maintain the incoming as well as the outgoing traffics. So these buffers actually, we have two options. Most of the architecture follow the linear architecture of FIFO, but we have other option also called the circular FIFO. In linear FIFO, actually there is multiple stages with one input stage and one output stage. So the data is always written into the input stage, and the data has to be traversed from the input to the output stage through the intermediate stages. Where this is actually going to increase your latency. So that is a trade-off that comes with the linear architecture. So you have a higher latency trade-off for higher throughput. Whereas in circular architecture, each of these input stage is going to be connected to the input port as well as the output port by means of a common bus. So that is why we have opted for a circular architecture, but most of the design go with linear architecture. Apart from this, there are two options to approach for a design. It could be synchronous or as well as a asynchronous design approach. When you opt for a synchronous design approach, with the technology scaling, we actually, we may experience numerous other challenges, such as the clock distribution and clock power area, then the EMI, electromagnetic interferences, robustness with the process variations all. So in order to overcome this, recently, in the past 2 decades, asynchronous design approach is coming into the light. Actually, this design approach is one of the old approaches, which actually lost the, it lost its place in the designers, and now it is once again regaining its influences through recent works. Even the commercial, industrial persons as well as the academia is trying to work on asynchronous design approaches for SOCs. So when you say asynchronous design approach, it means it's nothing but a clockless handshaking interface. Basically, when you talk about asynchronous, it is always about the global clock. Here we don't have any global clock. Rather, the stages are interact with each other through a local handshaking interface where you have a request and an acknowledgement wire that is come. So when the data is placed, the sender sends a request to the receiver, and if the receiver is free and he is accepting the data, he is going to send an acknowledgement back. However, for the fundamental design, you have 2 key parameters that has to be considered. One is the handshaking protocol, and the second one is the selection of data encoding schemes. We actually have the common handshaking protocol that is 4-phase and 2-phase, and for data encoding, we can broadly classify it into single rail as well as delay insensitive encoding schemes. Since time has been limited for me, I'm just giving a brief overview of how the encoding scheme can be chosen. So this is the common encoding as well as, so this is a common encoding scheme, one of the common encoding scheme as well as a protocol that has been chosen. Here the data is bit X is actually encoded in with 2 wires. So a single bit of data is going to be encoded using 2 wires, X0 and X1, and this is how the encoding is going to happen. A 0, 1 represents a valid 0, a 1, 0 is going to represent the valid 1. So this is a wave data. So this is the wave transmission, data transmission, where you will see that a complete cycle has to be done for a token to be returned as well as captured by the receiver. We have another scheme which is single rail encoding with two-phase protocol. Single rail encoding is almost similar to your synchronous design, except that you will be bundling a separate request signal along with your data, and you will have an acknowledgement coming from the receiver. So here in two-phase protocol, for each transition you will be capturing a data. So it is much better. So these are the two commonly used protocols. So this is the synchronous 4-stage FIFO buffer architecture. This is actually an existing architecture which has been redesigned to draw a fair comparison with our proposed architecture. So here we have the a write control block as well as a read control block with a FSM based synchronous FSM status register. So this is the synchronous FIFO buffer architecture. So this is the proposed asynchronous FIFO architecture. Here what you see here, this is the control path of the architecture. You have a write controller, a read controller, and a completion detector. So instead of using the registers which we usually use in synchronous design, we use latches here. So when we have a latches, when we have to ensure that the valid data has been placed on it. In order to ensure valid data has been placed, we have a set of completion detector which actually helps us in ensuring that the data has been placed in the buffer or not. So instead of a FSM that we usually use in synchronous design, we have a very simple design here. So these are the control path subblocks. We have a write controller, a read controller. The completion detector, what we have used is actually static NOR. The latches we have used is a dual rail domino logic. So for a domino logic, we have used a static NOR as a completion detector. So this is the data path of the architecture. We have storage latches, a MUX, and then we have an output latch. So this will be the overall architecture of the 4-stage FIFO buffer. So this is again, the simulation was done in LT Spice using a TSMC 180 nanometer technology. This is the output waveform for synchronous circular FIFO buffer. So consecutive read-write request was tested, and we were able to see it was working fine. So this is for asynchronous. Actually, I would like to add some more details on it. So moving on to the next slide. Here we have opted for a dual rail encoding scheme. So the data validity, like a valid 1 is placed by using 2 wires, a true as well as a complement. This is a true and false. So we have a valid 1 followed by a valid 0, then valid 1. So this is how the data is going to be placed in each of these 4 stages. At the end, you see there is one more read request, a valid data is coming. But since the buffer is full, the next write request will be stalled. So similarly, when there is actually a read request, the first latch which was written will be written out. Similarly, on the consecutive read request, each latches are being written. At the 4th read request, you have a simultaneous write request. But since we are giving priority to the write request will be returned first. Only then the next read request will be accepted. The read request with a write request will be ignored. So once again, all the data from the latches is written out, and finally the buffer is once again empty. So all the possible test case scenarios were actually simulated and was verified. So to draw a fair comparison between the synchronous as well as asynchronous design, we had taken some few parametrics. So power dissipation was around 28 in synchronous, whereas it was 14 microwatt only in asynchronous. The cycle time was 1 nanosecond for synchronous buffer, whereas we had to take the average cycle time because we don't have a clock there. So it is 2 nanosecond. So the throughput was measured to be 1 gigabit per second in synchronous, and we had a synchronous buffer was around 0.5. So this is the write latency, read latency measures, and transistor count also was marginal difference we were able to achieve, like a reduced area count. So coming to the conclusion, a synchronous design promises to have almost 50% of power improvement asynchronous design has a reduced chip area, as well as the write latency is very minimum in asynchronous design. However, the asynchronous design took a hit with read latency. This is again because of the controller block was not properly optimized. So as part of the future work, we are actually improving the controller block, as well as we are planning to integrate this particular FIFO with the NOC to find its suitability. So that's all. With this is my references. Thank you.
Any queries from participants?
Thank you, sir.
But if you introduce a latch, no, it will increase the delay by 1 clock cycle, no?
That's what asynchronous design doesn't have a clock. We are like talking about a design.
No, if the data has to come out of the latch from the input to the output, it has with respect to clock, isn't it?
No, here that's what it is a level. It just needs a level control signal. It doesn't need a clock.
Okay.
So we are giving a level signal like through the write control block. That is why we have this control block.
Okay, I understood.
So here we have those write control as well as a read control. So these will give a one hot encoded signal, which will be a level signal. Those control signals will control the latch. So based on which you will be reading as well as writing into the latch. Yeah, of course, sir. Because just for the test purpose, we have used only single latch. But when you are using it for a proper NOC testing, we will be having a bank of latches. At each stages, it will be like 8-bit because will increase, obviously, sir.
For this, you have used linear or circular buffer?
This is a circular buffer, ma'am.
Circular buffer.
Yes, ma'am.
So when you say that it is full, what happens in circular buffer? When you said read and write cycle, right? Buffer is full.
Yeah, no, the major difference between a linear and circular buffer in this case is that the input data need not traverse through all the intermediate stages. Like when you say a linear buffer, it has to travel through all the stages to reach the final stage. Whereas here, we have a common bus. This is the data bus, this is the input data bus, which is again common. Similarly, here we have a mux, which is common. So it is directly connected to the output port. You don't have to wait to move through the intermediate stages. This way, we will achieve a low latency while still maintaining, largely maintaining the throughput.
Significance in considering FIFO only?
Yeah, ma'am.
Because there are good number of different types of buffers.
Can you come again?
No, why did you go for FIFO? Any significance?
No, actually, that's what it is. What we are talking about is the hardware implementation, sir. Like when you come to hardware implementation, that there is always some kind of gap. So most of the literature, if you look into the literature survey, most of the designs use only the linear FIFO. They actually opt for a higher throughput with a trade-off on higher latency. That is what they achieve.
You said that you are using circular.
Yeah. Because we had referred, so most of the papers have only used linear. Nobody has opted, only very few have tried for a circular FIFO, and that too with asynchronous design, there were very minimum papers. So that's why we wanted to propose with asynchronous design paradigm.
So any reason for going for FIFO only?
Actually, this is
were existing, you continued with that, and
yeah. Actually, this is a part of asynchronous network on chip design, ma'am. As part of my research work, this is going to be included in a network on chip design, a router switch design, asynchronous router switch. So there I need this circular FIFO buffer, either at the input stage or at the output stage I might require. So I have designed this as part of that.
So with board you have implemented on LT Spice.
As of now, this has been implemented in LT Space. Already we have exported it into Cadence. We are working on optimizing the read controller block because the read latency was actually more. We took a hit on that alone. Whereas write latency was very less compared to the synchronous design. So we are working on optimizing that to achieve a better improvement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next paper ID is 60. Ananya.
A very good evening to one and all present here. Thanks for the opportunity to present my work, that is an optimized RISC-V processor with 5-stage pipelining using branch predictor for an efficient performance. I'm from Keele Technological University, and my co-authors, my guides, Dr. Saroja and Professor Jayashree. So moving on further, coming to the introduction. So first let's set the context, like what is RISC-V. So we know broadly there is CISC and RISC architectures. RISC-V is one of the open source architecture that we get so that we can use it for academics, research and development purposes. Whereas other examples is ARM and Atmel, but we cannot use it, we cannot change anything there. So this is why we have used RISC-V architecture. Second is we have used the method of branch prediction to lessen the number of cycles that the processor uses. Because in any RISC architecture, it aims to decrease the number of cycles used to execute instructions. So one of the aspects that we have tried to cover is the branching part, where there is a loss of many number of cycles. So we have used an efficient way of branch prediction technique. There are many, and we have used tournament branch predictor. And we have drawn a comparative analysis in the end. So the objectives are firstly to understand and design a 5-stage pipeline RISC-V architecture, and then go through and understand from the literature survey what are the different types of branching techniques and what have been already implemented and what ways it can affect the performance of the processor. And in the end, without a branch prediction and with a branch prediction, what are the differences that we can get in aspect of speed. So the literature survey, I'll quickly go through it. So first, just to understand what is the architecture, the single cycle as well as the pipeline. We have gone through some papers. The idea of using branch predictor came from the third paper, where they have used this technique for RISC-V processor, but they had used a 2-bit predictor, branch predictor, not a tournament predictor. Then the microarchitecture of superscalar processors and combining branch predictors, these were not specifically for RISC-V, but in common for computer architecture. But combining branch predictors helps us to understand what a tournament predictor is, and it has already been implemented in processors like Intel and other architectures. So we thought, like, why can't we use it on RISC-V and see what is the comparison that we get. Last was a lecture note. So RISC-V architecture, we have used 5-stage pipelining. We all know what 5-stage pipelining is. This is the fetch, decode, execute, memory, and read back. So it's nothing but to get the instructions through, it's a pathway to get the instructions through the processor. And each stage, it is divided into each stage so that we don't lose cycles. So when we are in the second instruction, our first instruction is already in the decode phase. So we can fetch the next instruction and so on. Okay, so why the use of a branch predictor? First we'll understand why in branching, in all the instructions, why branching requires like more number of cycles. So this is just one example where if R1 is equals to R2, then we should jump to label, otherwise not. So normally first we will fetch BEQ, first instruction, and then when it goes to the next instruction, we'll, next phase, that is the decode phase, will fetch the next instruction. But after going to instruction for the third cycle, in the execute phase, when we understand whether my R1 is equals to R2 or R1 is not equal to R2, then we understand that, okay, if my R1 is equals to R2, I should have not actually fetched these two instructions. I should have gone to the label part. So my 3 cycles are just lost. So if we could have predicted that in the first cycle itself, we could have saved those next 2 cycles. Yeah, if R1 was not equal to R2, yes, it's fine. But if it's equal, it's lost. Those 2 cycles are lost. And it's just one instruction. We use loops, so it costs a lot many cycles when we see in a complete instruction set. Okay, So going through the branch prediction techniques, first is static. Static branch prediction is nothing but we just say that, okay, my branch is taken. We keep it as fixed and we predict that every time a branch is taken, but it has a very less accuracy because there's no logic behind it. The next 1 bit, 2 bit, 3 bit are based on the history. That is, if I'm talking about 2 bit, it means it checks the last 2 bits history. Like before this, what was the outcome of the last 2 branch instructions? Based on that history, I make a prediction. So that becomes a logic. But still, the accuracy is good. They also take care of the mispredictions, and those mispredictions are taken care and also updated in the history table. In the hybrid or tournament branch predictor, what happens is we use multiple these branching techniques. It's kind of a hybrid, and it's kind of like we predict which predictor to use, which will be a better predictor. Coming to this design, so we will have a local predictor, we'll have a global predictor, and then we will choose which outcome, whether should we take the outcome from local prediction or whether should we take the outcome from the global prediction using a selector that will be a choice predictor. So coming here, what is local prediction? Nothing but the last 12 outcomes. I've taken the last 12 similar branching instructions. For example, if this branching instruction I'm currently in is BEQ, so it will have some binary value 1010, last 100. So last 3 bits, that is the LSP. So I'll take that as similar. So whatever last 12 similar outcomes I had with those 100, so I will use those outcomes as my history. That will be a local branch predictor. In global, I won't care about the last LSP. I will take all the last branching outcomes and take into consideration the prediction. Then if both the predictors say that, okay, branch is taken or branch is not taken, both aligns, then fine. If not, then I use a choice predictor, which is also indexed by the global history. So in the choice predictor, it also keeps an eye on the mispredictions. So if there are more number of mispredictions in the local prediction, there is an update in the choice prediction. Based on that, it again selects in the mux. And then the next step that I need to do is, I have made a prediction that, okay, I will take the branch. But next thing I should know is, where should I put it? That what is the target address? So to predict the target address, we use the branch target buffer. And if I know the target address, and if I know my prediction is to be taken, then yes, we go to the next PC, that is the next address. We take the target address. If not, we go to the next instruction. So this is about excuse me. So this is about the branch target buffer that is used to predict the next instruction. Because if I'm predicting the outcome of a branch, then I should also know where to place it. So that is there. And this is the result analysis. So this is, we have done it on Xilinx Vivado design suite. So this is with tournament branch predictor. So we have calculated the number of cycles required, what is the simulation time, and what are the number of instructions. So we have used a set of instructions. And then we have done the same thing without a branch predictor, using a simple branch comparator without any prediction. So there we have also calculated the number of cycles and everything. So this was the result. So in a branch comparator, that is without branch prediction, what is the number of instructions? It's 11. And the time period, everything was calculated. That is time period into the number of cycles. So instruction divided by cycles into time period. That will be the IPS. That is the factor that we are considering for the speed. Same with the tournament branch predictor. So you can see that it was in terms of 10 to the power 9, and the speed changed into 10 to the power 10. That is 10 times more. But a future scope is also there, where we should compare it with the 2-bit, 3-bit branch predictors, not only without a branch predictor, but also with different types of branch predictors. what is the difference between all of them. So, so this I've already covered in the last slide. So as a conclusion, we have implemented this RISC-V architecture using a tournament branch predictor and drawn a comparative analysis as a future scope. As I said, that is one thing. And second thing is, can we make it more hybrid? Like we have used two 2-bit predictors. We can also use two 3-bit predictors or maybe more than 2 predictors and see what is the outcome of it. So that is one of the future scopes that we can talk about. So these are the resources. There were not only the references, but also a lot of lecture series and everything that I had to take to understand how this architecture works. So, yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, any questions from the audience?
Hey Ananya, it was a good presentation.
Thank you so much.
My question is like, see, branch predictors, when it comes to picture, there will be a hazards like control hazards and branch hazards will occur. So how it is tackled with respect to this?
Yeah, so that's what I was talking about.
Okay.
There is also mispredictions that is taken care of. So when it's not always the prediction is right, whenever there is a misprediction, there is a stall to
Will it not increase the branch instruction latency then?
No. Like that's what normally the number of predictions are right. So whenever there is a small misprediction anywhere, it updates. Yes, it does take 3 cycles. But for example, you have 100 branching instructions, right? And out of that one place, you get a misprediction, and it takes 3 more cycles extra. But instead of that, if you don't use any prediction, then each of the 100 instructions will use 3 cycles.
Okay.
I hope you understood or get.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir.
About future work, na?
Yes. Yes, true, sir. I don't have an expertise in that, but I will surely try.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Next is paper ID 189, Chaitra.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Shreyas. I'm completed my BE from NIE. Today I'm here to talk about our work, that is design and implementation of synchronous and asynchronous rotor. Today we all know that computer has many components, and also electronic circuits has also many components. These are just nothing but components will be in integrated circuits. This is nothing but system on chips. And all these components should be communicate within each other. So in a single chip, different components should communicate. So for that, network on chip concept can be used. Then with growing number, as technology is advancing, number of cores in a processor also increasing. So as the cores increases, number of components also will increase. So how efficiently communication can be established? That is the question which will arise. So we can go for recent developments like on-chip network communication, as on-chip routers has been designed for so that we have chosen this topic. Now coming to objective. Now if initially, as I said, as number of cores are increasing, scalability issue might occur. So also some design parameters like delay, power consumption, frequency, those might not match for what we need. So we can adopt conventional bus architecture along with crossbar for better way of switching to achieve those performance parameter and also efficient communication link between the components. Now how to implement it? This is the typical NOC architecture what I have considered. I have considered a 2D mesh topology It will mainly consist of three parts, that is IP core, network interface, and rotor. And IP cores are nothing but intellectual property cores, and this NI is network interface, which acts as a bridge between those two, core and the rotor. And network interface has mainly two aim, that is for protocol conversion and also to form the data packet formation, so that the data is processed between the core and the rotor. Then rotor, it is mainly use the path. This is nothing but the backbone of communication in NOC. And here you can see typically in mesh topology there are four directions we can consider: north, east, south, west, and this one can consider as a local or resource port. Now coming to the survey, some of the papers which has been already done in asynchronous, and also some recent papers related to asynchronous rotor I have put it here. Like Gauss architecture has been used to achieve the minimum power consumption, and also synchronous rotor has been used to convert achieve end-to-end asynchronous communication. And also for this Gauss architecture, like this TDM scheduling mechanism is implemented in this here. And also recent paper what you have seen is like bufferless rotor employs parallel transmission method, which is suitable for AI. These are some recent papers regarding the asynchronous rotor. Now coming to the architecture, I have designed two rotors, synchronous and asynchronous. I will talk about the synchronous now. Here it mainly consists of three parts: data traversal, link traversal, and a header parsing unit and X-bar unit. First, like data traversal takes place in duplex form, that is in a bundled format, request, acknowledgement, and data. First, initially request will be sent, then for the request it will go and data will be processed to header processing unit. HPU will process the data, and it will modulate, it will do one-hot decoding based upon the direction which I specified earlier. And it will go to X-bar. Here each port will have separate HPU units, and all those select lines along with data will be transferred to X-bar unit, where switching mechanism takes place. After that, data is transferred, acknowledgement signal will be sent back, okay, indicating success or failure. Now coming to the asynchronous architecture. Here the same thing. Here initially what will happen is this request and acknowledgement signals will be here, and data will be here. Initially we have to bundle it. The data which has been sent from the network, it should be bundled with request and acknowledgement signal. Then based upon this request and acknowledgement signal, control logic is used here. It's nothing but XOR. Based upon that, latch will be enabled. Then that data is transferred to header passing unit. In HPU, that data is processed, and like select lines are selected based upon the rotor information which has been coded, and some delay elements has been introduced here. Some delay element has been introduced here. Like then also here no clocks are there, so it should be latched with HPU latch. Similarly, the same option takes place here. Then it will go to crossbar. Here some C Muller element has been used. This is nothing but SR latch. It is used to store the previous value. And in the X-bar, the select lines are selected from here, and data has been transferred based upon the appropriate select lines which has been selected. Now coming to the results. Now what the logic what we have implemented is using the software Quartus Prime and Model Sim. This is the whatever the modules design flow put here. Initially, the test bench module will have the test cases which are specified. Then it will initiate the rotor module, and this rotor module it will input output ports will be declared, and then the HPU module and crossbar module will be initiated in the rotor module. First HPU module will be initiated. Here the data will be extracted and one-hot decoding will be done, and then that select lines and data will be transferred to router module. Then it will be gone to crossbar. Then crossbar will be initiated. From the crossbar, appropriate destination it will reach. This is nothing but interact package. This is nothing but some constants we have defined there. So so that it's easier to access in different modules. Now here I considered an example. This is the 2D mesh topology what I have explained. This is the NI. From here, this is the considered as a source. This one is considered as a destination. Initially, I will show one example here. Like here, this is the NI. From here to, so this is the specified direction, say. From this local or resource port to, it has to go to west direction. The one-hot decoding what I told earlier is nothing but I told north, east, southwest directions. For that, what I have put is north for 0, 0, east 0, 1, like that, 1, 0, and 1, 1 have specified. So for this to travel from here to here, this is nothing but it should travel to 1, this is enough to 1, 1. This is the simulation result what we have got for this synchronous rotor. This is initially the data is in this resource port now. 4 stands for resource port there. Then after some time, after the processing of whatever the logic we have done, the select lines will be selected. This select line here you can see the last 2 bits. Here last 16 bits represent routing path which were specified in the test case. Last 2 bits will be processed by the HPU unit, and it will decode it. 1, 1 means I have related west. So this west direction select line will be selected. Then this select line and this is the HPU data. This will be both will be forwarded to rotor module. Then again will go to crossbar. Then appropriate selection. This is nothing but this is the 3. 3 stands for west. From 0 you can north, east, south, west, and resource. So from resource to west port, it has data has traveled. Now coming to the asynchronous, this is the instantiation module. Similarly like that, test bench, then rotor module initiated. In rotor module, like on the previous also you can see like how here the stages are there, like the same stages, here will come. Initially the data will be bundled, then this X bar, crossbar will be, HPU unit will be selected, then crossbar module will be generated. That same, whatever the designer said, the same type of instantiation will occur here. That same example for asynchronous also I will consider. For whole, from source to destination, I will show the simulation result. This is the initially is at, this is the same diagram, resource port, then HPU will process it, then this one is the, you can see this is the west port. From resource to west it has gone. From next, it is the east to, it has to go to south. South means 1, 0. That HPU will process that last 2 bits again. Then this one is the initial where the data is present. Then this is the output port where data is traveled. Similarly for last, this one is the north to, it has to go to local. While mentioning one-hot decoding, I only told 4, north, east, south, west. I didn't tell resource. What logic what we have implemented is, for north to north, data can't go. Because from there only data is coming. You don't want to travel long distance. Other path you don't want to consider. So for that, 1, 1 itself, I have considered it as it is an invalid gate. So that one I considered as a resource port. That is the logic what we have implemented. That one only, like here it is initially in the north, then it has gone to final to that local port. This is the RTL schematic what we have gone. Here also you can see these are the channel modules, these are the HPU modules, all for each ports, 5 are there. Then this is the crossbar. Now coming to the conclusion, like work design was a simple synchronous rotor was specified, and it was observed that frequency was more compared to the asynchronous, and also that ALM needed was less in synchronous as design was simple compared to the complexity of asynchronous, and the maximum fan out was observed in 565 and 240. And what future enhancement what we can do is nothing but here what I processed was though there was no traffic signals or congestion issues was not considered, so we can consider that congestion issue and remodify the routing, reconfigure the routing data. And also we can go, this is a static rotor though, so you can go for dynamic rotors. And also this one is what we have observed, like this one is should be less for but we have gotten more. So some logic utilization for ALM reduction can also be done. This is the reference paper which I have gone through. Thank you.
Okay. Any question from the audience?
Very good presentation. Why did you use TDM scheduling?
No, sir, like TDM, what we did was, like I didn't, yeah, mesh topology. Yeah, like, yes, sir, like in what we done was, TDM was not there, like rotor part what we have implemented, like but reference paper what we have considered, like there were two, one was Gauss for problem, power consumption reduction was used, another one was for TDM for more reliability can be increased through TDM, recent paper or used, so we can combine those and do for future in the.
I think it was too complex using crossbar and mesh.
Excuse me?
Crossbar and mesh, both you have done. Everything complexity is
Yeah, like. Yeah,
It's very large in mesh and this crossbar. Because here you will be modeling for one.
Yeah.
For specific you have shown the results. But actually, you will put on all directions. It would have been better, it would have made a table to put how you have taken, how you have mapped for difference. It would have been.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you one and all. I request Pramod sir to give a memento to Dr. Sunita ma'am as a token of our respect and gratitude.
Yeah, good evening everybody. We have reached the last end of session for today, technical sessions. We have completed keynote speech by Dr. S.D. Sudarshana, Executive Director of CDAC Bangalore. Later we had paper presentation sessions, 2 parallel sessions we had. Post-lunch session, we had 2 online sessions. One session was from Heiko Koziak from Germany, who spoke about software architecture. The next session was from Dr. Snehansu Saha, who was the professor at BITS Pilani, who talked about deep neural networks. After that, we had 3 parallel sessions of paper presentations where we had 18 papers presented, 2 presentations were in person and 1 presentation was in the online mode. So now in the evening we are having a very interesting session by Dr. A.G. Ramakrishna, who is the Senior Professor of Indian Institute of Science. Till now we have gone through all the technical stuff. Now just to calm our mind for a good health, can we have something non-technical to make our life very healthy? That is, pranayama makes the people to reach their destiny. That is the title of the talk. I request Dr. A.G. Ramakrishna to take over the session I request all those who are gathered in the last last seat to come to the front seats and occupy the occupy the seats. It would be a wonderful session. Just to say a few words about Dr. A.G. Ramakrishna, who will be talking on a technical topic tomorrow at 10:30. There we will be having his formal introduction. Just very informally, Dr. A.G. Ramakrishna is coming to our campus 3 times. That too, he is very special to me because he will be always there for my conference. He will always say, Satyanarayana, I will be with you for 2 days. That is the greatness of Dr. AGR. We will be always calling me as Dr. AGR. And one more speciality is, once you mail, in the next 1 minute you will get the reply. When I had started the preparation of the conference, I was looking for advisory committee members. As a formality, I was I wrote a mail to him. Immediately he asked, no, this particular conference does not come under my area. Immediately I told, there is a track called as healthcare. Who told it is not there, sir? Here, you are with me definitely. Immediately he replied, then I will be there with you for another 2 days. So this is how myself and AGR is associated with, and his greatness is, sir, technical talk, it will be there. Whatever session you put, I'll give. One session on pranayama I want to give to the audience who are interested. That would be some evening for about half an hour session, you please give me, he was telling me. So that is how all these plans happen. Just to give, I wanted to just share these words with you. So with this, now it is over to Dr. AGR.
Very good evening. Sir, how much time I have? 40 minutes, okay. So, can I request all the people who are in this thing, see, if you are not interested, you can go out, there is no force on anybody. If you want to look at your mobile, you can very well do it outside, the temperature is much better. So, whoever is interested can be there, but it will be nice if you sit in front so that I can see your face. So there are a lot of VIP seats, please. Okay, so see, the whole my interest in these things started because I was taking hypertension tablets, that is BP tablets, for almost 9.5 years in my life. And even though doctor was saying you should walk, you should not eat this, all that, whatever I was trying to do, the dosage went on increasing. So I was clear that this is not going to go anywhere. And then I learned some pranayama techniques and meditation and so on. I started practicing very regularly. And slowly, things became stabilized. And after 1.5 years, I slowly tapered off my medicine myself. And it is 4.5 years now. 4.5 years, I have not touched any pill. Okay. And even during COVID, when I was infected, I only took vitamin C, no other tablets, because I know that I read a lot about health. I know that none of that is really going to help anybody. So I just took vitamin C. So that is about this. And what I found is, there is so much talk about health. Eat this, you don't eat this, do that. I felt that it's all unnecessary. Having good health is fairly simple. That's what I want to show you now. And I'm going to give you and that's why I changed the title, Achieving Great Health is Simple. And I'm actually giving you a bold promise. If you just follow whatever I'm saying, very simple things only, I told you that you don't need to change your diet. You don't need to change, if you are doing exercise or if it is there, it will be definitely helpful. Yeah. So if you are doing exercise, you can continue. If you are not doing exercise, I am not asking you to go do any changes. And you can eat anything that you want. If you like fried items, keep eating. Whatever you want, you eat. But there will be simple rules on how to eat and when to eat. Not what to eat, but how to eat and when to eat. And some simple deep breathing exercises. I'll show you 1 or 2 YouTube links. And later I will give it to Professor Satyanarayana in case you don't. But fairly simple things. If you just know the names, you can YouTube, you have enough videos. And these exercises you can do anytime. You can, if you're traveling in a bus or car or a flight, or even during short intervals during your workplace, you can do this. And my promise is you will become at least twice as you are fit today, and reduce weight if you need to, and feel energetic even at 10 p.m. And see, I'm 63 years old. Honestly, I feel more energetic than I was when I'm 10 years before. Okay. So, what I am saying is a fundamental change in your perspective about health. See, there is a lot of talk about food only, right? But if you look at, as engineers, if you look at our body as a system with inputs and outputs, there are 2 major inputs. What are the 2 major inputs? Outputs, whatever we do out of our brain, out of our body, and various things, right? What are the 2 inputs? Yeah, please shout out. Food and air, right? So, see, nobody talks of air, right? Correct. But whenever you go to a doctor, they only talk about food. Nobody talks about air. But that's equally important. And as knowledge workers, we totally depend on brain. And you know that if brain does not get oxygen for 4 minutes, that part, whatever part didn't get oxygen, will die. And even though it takes 2% of the body weight, it takes 20% of the oxygen that we inhale. So it's that important. Unfortunately, not much importance is given there.
Hello? Yes, it was off, sorry.
Hello? Are you able to hear? Okay, fine. Good, thank you. Okay, let's continue. And if the time is over, you tell me 5 minutes before, so I'll just conclude wherever I am, hopefully. So I will convince you that breathing is much more important than your diet. And some of you may even get enthused to start research on some issues related to respiration. And this is also a bold thing I'm telling you. The next 10 years or 20 years, there's going to be a lot of explosion on people's understanding of breath and its, enormous connection, everything that is there in our body. And whatever I'm going to say is just not even 1/4 of what I know. I can give a talk on 3 hours. And when Professor Satyanarayana called me some 2 weeks ago, I was attending a 1 week retreat in Rishikesh, and you won't even believe if I say what all is possible from breath. Even I'm not able to understand, but I will work on it, and when I know more about the basics, I will come out with that. So a question again. See, suppose somebody is heavy weight, okay, and then they do something, whatever they do, right? And they reduce that weight by 10 kg, let us say. Where does that weight go? Because when somebody gets weight of 10 kg, it's actually physically, there are molecules or atoms or whatever, right? Either it is showing here or somewhere else, right? And then it goes. Tell me, where does it go? Or how does it go? To the nature, but from the body, those atoms have to come out, right? How does that weight, mass, weight, okay? Any other answers, please? Urine, okay. Carbon dioxide, okay. But how carbon dioxide removes your weight? Normally, every time we breathe, carbon dioxide goes out, right? Anybody, any other question, any other answers? Extra water, okay. Yeah, partly, some of you are correct. So, there is actually a paper, interestingly, in British Medical Journal, and impact factor is 93, today I saw, okay. So, the paper is titled, when somebody loses weight, where does the fat go? So, it's not something that I'm creating, it's a paper published in 2014. And this person also gives a YouTube video. So it actually goes out in your exhaled air, like somebody rightly said. Since the exhaled carbon dioxide or water, both are correct to some extent, they have 1 or 2 atoms more than the inhaled oxygen. Oxygen comes in, when goes as carbon dioxide, it takes 1 carbon atom, takes out. And when it goes out as water, 2 molecules of water will take 4 atoms of hydrogen from the body. But it may not immediately happen by this, but many people ask me, how did you reduce weight? I didn't do anything. I don't do great exercise. I don't do this special exercises, cycling and all that, nothing. So that's all I said. If you do some of these things, you can even reduce the weight. But of course, if you can also do exercises, nothing wrong in that, but I'm just saying. So this equation is from this paper. They are saying that triglyceride molecule is the one which is mainly the fat, and with oxygen it gives rise to carbon dioxide and water and small amount of energy. So an oxidation of 10 kgs of human fat requires 29 kgs of inhaled oxygen, and it produces 28 kgs of carbon dioxide and 11 kgs of water. So oxygen goes in as you breathe in, so more you breathe in, more of this can happen. And then from 10 kg of weight it goes out as 39 kgs of carbon dioxide and water. And any of you, if you have learned Yogasana from a proper teacher, then they will always say that Yogasana always goes with synchronized breathing. If somebody is teaching you Yogasana without breathing, immediately stop that. They are not a yoga teacher. They don't know anything what they are talking. Because I have seen some of the teachers like that. And in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra, you know this Ashtanga Yoga, 8 steps are there. After asanas, which is normally taught as yoga, there is pranayama. Before you go to dhyana, which is generally the meditation, everybody talks of, most of the yoga researchers in India, if you see, either they work on yogasanas or they work on meditation, but very little on pranayama, especially the mechanism. So you should know that is, before you go there, you should go through this. The body has 37.2 trillion cells. Somebody has made some systematic study to come up with these numbers. Let's not get into that. And each of those cells has a function. It has a life cycle. You know that our blood cells die and then new things are produced and so on. Different things have different life cycles. They have an input, output, etc. But when we are created from our parents, we have start our life as a single cell, right? And that single cell divides and divides and divides and divides and divides, becomes trillion cells, and some of them specialize. They become heart cells, lung cells, brain cells, and doctor says no, now lung is this thing, so we cannot do anything. You have to replace. But you should know that everything came from a single cell. So what is the difference between the heart cell and the lung cell? Anybody can tell me? Because it has the same DNA. All the body cells, including your hair cells, have the same DNA. So how is it that your brain cell is different from the heart cell is different from the lung cell? Can anybody tell me? It's a very important question. Somehow people don't teach us in school this way. Otherwise it will be very interesting to learn this. So what I found out is, later I will be telling you about epigenetics. So it is the same set of genes are there in all the cells, but in some genes are expressing, which means they are doing function and they are producing proteins and whatever, and they express as lung cells. In some other things, the genes are silent, other genes are expressed and they become brain cells. In certain other things, because there are thousands and thousands of genes and different things can. And how did we get this 37.2 trillion cells from the one cell? It is just your anna saru, idli dosa, or chapati, or pizza, whatever you eat. So, and this has been mentioned in our Bhagavad Gita. Krishna said, Annad bhavanti bhutani. Whatever is living in the world is living because of food. Because it's all food. You are just produced as a cell in your mother's womb, and then you get fed from your mother, and then it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and you come out, you take more food and bigger and bigger and bigger. So everything is just food. And if you take any cell in your body, it will have your DNA. But whatever you eat, whether you eat animal or whether you use plant material, it will have its own DNA, which is distinct from your DNA. So the body, within few hours, has to break down the whole thing and reconstruct that and as your own cells with a different DNA. It's an extraordinary chemical plant is going on inside each of our body, and it's constantly working. It's amazing if you really look at what it is. So our body is self-repairing. It's an amazing chemical factory, I told you. It's a computing device, It's a learning device, it's a communication device, it's innumerable sensors throughout the body. It picks up your oxygen, carbon dioxide, pH, everything. Your brain is programmable in milliseconds. You should read a book by Vilenu Ramachandran. Amazing how he says, even at my age, your brain can change, learn in milliseconds. And I feel one of the best areas for research is these things, how they actually reset, reprogram, and rejuvenate this self-repairing miracle mechanism. So this is what I'm saying. Pranayama can even reprogram your genes. It will not modify your genes, but it will reprogram the sense, like I said, epigenetics, it can switch off bad genes so that they don't express and give you problems, and it can switch on good genes. And there are papers on this. And what are the mechanisms on this? So, I gave a talk in June 2020 to NIMHANS. Some of you may know National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences in Bangalore. And they were also very happy with my talk. So I talked to all the doctors about this. And that time I said that, this Brahmari Pranayama may be useful for our COVID-19. This is maybe 2.5 years back. So, I think there is not much time I'll go. So what is Brahmari Pranayama? What is the connection? So, you have this paranasal sinuses. Somebody says they have a sinus trouble. That means, there are some pockets behind your nose and eyes and this area. I don't know exactly, but figures are available. And these are pockets, and when they get filled with some fluid, unnecessary fluid, then you get into problem. But otherwise, they have so many functions, we don't have time to get into that. In this context, the most important thing is that paranasal sinuses are major producers of nitric oxide. It actually produces a gas called nitric oxide in your sinuses. And when you inhale air, the nitric oxide goes with that into your lungs. And this nitric oxide it has well-known property of reducing blood pressure by dilating the blood vessels. Okay, and so there are papers on this. And nitric oxide is, because of this purpose, it is used to support premature babies with lung insufficiency. They actually mix nitric oxide and give it to the premature babies. I talked to one doctor in Chandigarh, and he said, they regularly use it. So, and it also helps, nitric oxide induces neurogenesis. See, when I was doing my PhD 30 years ago, there was a principle that, neurons will never get reproduced. Whatever neurons you have is over by the time you are 2 years old. After that, it's only decay. But now, things say that if you do a lot of exercise, you can get new neurons, especially if you do a lot of running, for example. You will get new neurons in your hippocampus, which is important for your learning. So maybe it will prevent, your memory problems and so on. So it says that nitric oxide can induce neurogenesis. That means new neurons can be produced because of nitric oxide. So there are more papers on that. If you are interested, I can get you all the related papers. But here the connection to Brahmari is a pranayama. It's a very simple thing. You inhale, when you exhale with the sound of sorry. So it's like, when you say the word Om, and then when you end, it's like Om, like that. Okay, that is when you are doing that way for exhalation, it's like, instead of that, so when you inhale normal inhalation, when you exhale, you create that sound. And this German scientist proved that Lundberg, he has many papers. His first paper is in 2002. He showed by studying on around 50 normal people, just when you start humming, your nitric oxide production is increased 15 times. It's not 15%, it is 15 times. That means 1,500 times it increases, and this has been proved now, and he has published many more papers on it. So, and like I said, it can kill, viruses and this thing, and so you can just create it by just doing this Brahmari Pranayama, which will improve your immune system quite a bit. So in the talk I have mentioned that probably this will help COVID-19 patients, because your COVID-19 was also supposed to go through your nose only, and then that is where you can create this nitric oxide, which can directly kill, and there have been papers after that on this. And there is a Canadian firm, Sanitize, which claimed that nitric oxide nasal spray, they didn't talk of, we can create nitric oxide. They put it in this thing, and you can put spray, and then they said it kills 99% of the coronavirus. And I read a year back, they said it was being tested in Canada and UK. Of course, now COVID has a lost its this thing, so I don't know what is the exact status of that. But people were they did work on that. And I personally feel this is not supported by any of this thing. But you know, if you look at most of the Sanatana Dharma prayers, all the prayers will start with Om. And so probably they wanted us to say this Ma, you know, quite often, so that you know it automatically creates or increases your this thing. And there is in this thing there is something called, you know, you might have heard of this thing called Rudram Chamakam and so on. So in the Chamakam, the entire thing is me it comes. Rajastha me, Pranavastha me, Patitishta me, Vijishta me, Tasishta me. That any Ma will create this nitric oxide. I feel that, you know, they created all this so that, you know, you automatically get it. In olden days, they won't tell you all the mechanics. They just say, do it, it's good for you. Okay, and people believe it, not in our generation. Now we need to get into the mechanics. So most of the, okay, I will skip this now. And you know, this is good conference on ECE department, so I don't need to define what is signal to noise ratio. I thought I will define something called signal to noise ratio with respect to our body. Okay, so it's not with respect to electronic signals and power and so on. So signal to noise ratio in this context I'm saying power of desirable signal, right? And divided by power of the undesirable signal. So I feel that yoga, pranayama, meditation increases the signal to noise ratio of our body, mind and brain. Which means our own signal to noise ratio as a human being. Now how do I define the signal to noise ratio of the brain and the body? See, I mean, we already said, you know, the body is great, you know, self-repairing machine, etc., etc. So during the COVID time, you saw, you know, around the world, you know, a lot of effort has been done to clean up the rivers. In you know, in Paris, myself and Niranjan, we went to Paris at the beginning of Paris. Now there is this river Rhine going in the middle, and they wanted to clean it up like our Ganga. And whatever they did, spent crores of rupees, nothing happened. But in the COVID, you saw that you don't have to do anything. Just stop whatever you are doing. And all the rivers in the world, they became clean. And the people saw, you know, animals which they had never seen, they came, and you know, you know, people saw that, you know, what they cannot see because of pollution 30 kilometers away, Himalayas and all, they could see. I feel it's the same thing in the body. So when you don't do anything and when you stop spoiling the nature with all our industries and everything, whatever we do, then the nature, you don't have to do anything, it just comes back to its state. Similarly, our body and mind and this thing, it also has its own intrinsic new state. For that to return, all you need to do is just stop whatever you're doing. You don't need to stop permanently, but at least stop for 10 minutes, 20 minutes. That's what they say meditation or pranayama, yoga. These are, you know, you turn your attention instead of outside, you turn your attention inside, and it slows down things, and you can come back to your native new state. So our body, if you look at 99% of the body mass is oxygen, carbon, hydrogen. So these three things, if you look at it, you know, most of the things what we call carbohydrates come from there, and then calcium, phosphorus. And I also told you the brain consumes 20% of oxygen. So if you really get this, you will realize that it's much more important to worry about your cholesterol and oil than to worry about how to get enough oxygen to my brain. So if you get enough oxygen, that is signal. And if you don't flush out your carbon dioxide sufficiently, that is your noise. And so what I would define as signal noise in the body is the ratio of the oxygen concentration in the body to the carbon dioxide concentration in the body. And carbon dioxide also comes as, you know, the more carbon dioxide is there, it dissolves in the interstitial fluid and it becomes carbonic acid. Carbonic acid again separates into hydrogen ions and below 7, it is acidic. If it goes above 7, it is basic. And our blood thing is normally around 7.3 to 7.4. So to have good health, we need to be a little basic and not acidic. But many things that we do are actually increasing our acidic things in the body. So I told you already, the ratio of partial pressure of oxygen to carbon dioxide to be defined. It's my own definition of signal mass per human body. I told you the pH is 7.35 to 7.45 for the body, right? We come back to that, how many people, even the very educated so-called, advanced countries, how they do misuse their body and this thing and the food and all that, and create basic the acidic thing in the body, and because of which, if you know the statistics, the number of deaths, COVID deaths per million, don't look at the total deaths, because Indian population is much, much, much higher. If you take any one state in European country, that the state population is less than Karnataka, anyone. So you cannot just compare, okay, you have so many people and they have only this many. No. Per population, for 1 million population, how many people got COVID, how many people died? If you look at entire West, I have a paper on this, I can tell you on this. It has been given the first prize in another FCP conference. So as on today, the number of COVID deaths per million population in US and most European countries is 8 times that of India. And all you know that, if at all any comparison is that their medical systems and everything is supposed to be much superior. But in spite of that, their death rate is 8 times. And that is because they are spoiling their signal constitution. That also I have written another paper on that. But I didn't use the word signal constitution, but I have given enough for this. So something more about, now that you know some importance about oxygen, and I will tell you what is the amount of input, how much you can increase your normal oxygen. See, normal breathing, that is, we don't even know we are breathing, right? Even when you are sleeping, that is involuntary. And only inhalation is an active process. Some muscles, your brain is actively moving, then you are inhaling, but expiration is like a passive. You can give that example of a balloon. If you have to blow the balloon, you have to put energy to blow air into the balloon. That's like your inhalation. But if you want to release the air in the balloon, you just release it. You don't have to do anything, it just goes. So the same thing happens in our lungs. So when you are inhaling, there is diaphragm and 11 pairs of external intercostal muscles. So around 23 muscles are active. But when you exhale and you are doing active exhalation, like some of the pranayama exercises you would have learned, some of you, you have to exhale so that complete air goes out. And when you try that additional thing, another 11 pairs each of internal and innermost intercostal muscles will come into picture, around 44 muscles. And there are other abdominal muscles and so on. Finally, if you do, really brisk, energetic breathing, you can actually, instead of 23, you can go up to some around 84 or so muscles. I don't know the exact number. So it is around 14% of all the muscles in the body, just by breathing. So you don't have to go to gym and do exercise. Just sit there wherever you are and do good breathing. You will be activating 14% of your muscles. And you see also how important it is. These muscles are controlled with 17 spinal nerves. So these are the different muscles. I don't have time to get into that. So if you look at our spinal cord, C1, C3, it controls accessory muscles. C3, C5 accessory diaphragm. T1 to T11 controls the intercostal muscles. That means in between all the ribs there are many muscles. And then T6 to L11 controls abdominal muscles. So in almost most of the nerves except these few are involved in called why I consider breathing is a good exercise and why this is one of the keys that came to me. How by breathing I am able to control my heart rate. What is the connection? The connection is there is something called respiratory sinus arrhythmia. This is known from for 200 years, not only in animals, not only in human beings, but also all the vertebrates have it. When you inhale air, the heart rate goes up. When you exhale, heart rate comes down. So every time you breathe, you are exercising your heart. And the more deeper you do, the more exercising you are doing for the heart without doing anything else. And in our labs, we have found that when you reduce your breathing rate and do very deep breathing, not without any force, but not with any force, relaxedly, but just increase your depth, we can change the heart rate between inhalation and exhalation by 20 beats per minute. That much it can change just by deep breathing. So it's such an amazing exercise. Just sitting and deep breathing is such an amazing exercise to your heart. And this is another interesting. For an average person, when we normally inhale, without our own knowledge, we take around 7 ml of air per kilogram of body mass. So average adults, they say roughly around 500 ml. 500 ml, we are assuming here, they are assuming around 70 kg maybe, prepared by US standard. For India it may be less. So it says that normally you get only half a liter of air when you are inhaling. Even half liter looks very high. But when you do deep breathing with maximum effort, you can reach the vital capacity, which is the maximum amount of air that can be moved in and out of the lungs, is 4.8 liters. From 0.5 liters, you can go to 4.8 liters. You don't need to be a special Ramdekar. Anybody can make it. It's all there. Everybody has the same lung pain, heart pain thing. You either do it or you don't do it. So 9.6 times you can increase or the mean tidal volume goes, which means 860% increase in the effectiveness of breathing, and to that extent, you can send out the carbon dioxide, you can enrich your brain with more oxygen and so on. So I already told you about the respiratory sinus arrhythmia. So it's a good exercise, I told you, and when we get this oxygen, it's taken by your blood system to every one of those 37.2 trillion cells has to get the blood supply for its maintenance. That's an amazing system. So this number is so high, you cannot just imagine. It's such a big number. I will skip this part. And there are other connections to breathing, which I am looking at. So one of my friends, Dr. Chakravarti, Srinivas Chakravarti from IIT Madras, is working on Parkinson's disease, modeling the neurons involved in that, and they are called substantia nigra. Okay. There's something inside the brain. I don't know, but that is the thing which is causing the problem of Parkinson's. Old people who cannot maintain the walking and the hands are shaking and so on. And these, what it tells me, my friend, is these neurons, they have a very high metabolic requirement. Compared to other neurons, they need a lot of food. Okay, like you can say Mahabharata, Bhima used to eat much higher than others. So it's like this neurons require much more this thing, and when there is not enough energy, he says they give up, and that is what is causing Parkinson's. And he has published some papers modeling that and all that. So what I was thinking, if you can give enough supply to the brain is intelligent enough to decide where to send what it needs. After you take your food, some of you might have experienced, you had a very good lunch, and then the immediate session after lunch, it's very difficult for you to attend. It's not because you are not interested. It is because the body has to digest your food, and the brain decides the most important thing now is to send the blood to the stomach, and it doesn't have enough blood because your volume of blood in the blood vessels is 8.5 liters, but the amount of blood available for average person is 5 liters. So anytime it can only send to some places, preferably, and it will shut off others. Okay. So what I thought is, if you can pump in enough energy into the brain, then the brain will take care of, and if this essential neurons don't have it, then it will send it and it might just by analyzing EEG to extent of almost 100%. That's not very capacity. So when you are not getting enough oxygen, you will experience a host of symptoms, including fast heart rate. Suppose not enough oxygen and you are walking and the body says that it should be enough oxygen for the muscles in the leg. Your brain cannot do anything. Okay. So all it does is, okay, pump more. So it just increases the heart rate so that more is goes. It's thinking. So whatever it can do, it does. So similarly, on the other hand, if you have enough oxygen, it should slow down. We have proved that. Increased oxygen and reduced carbon dioxide levels in the blood are picked up by the chemoreceptors. I told you many sensors are there, and this is fed back to the cardiorespiratory centers in the brain, and consequently heart rate and the pumping force of the heart reduces. And there is also a paper in clinical investigation, hyperbaric oxygen reduces the heart rate. Hyperbaric oxygen is a chamber, they put the person and pump in oxygen at pressure above the atmospheric pressure. So, so less pumping force means blood pressure has to reduce, which is linked well. And you can see that, I'll tell you that simple breathing, you have a BP monitor, you do for 15 minutes, you can see that the systolic comes from a minimum of 10. I have checked it many people now. Okay. And then there is a connection of oxygen to cancer. So this is, unfortunately, the cancer, the pharmaceuticals will not tell you anything because they make billions of money, so they will not tell you anything about this. This biochemist, Otto Warburg, he got Nobel Prize, and what he showed is cancer basically needs a low oxygen environment to survive. He actually did experiments. He took two sets of rats. Both of them he created cancer in a particular tissue, and in one he made sure that all the tissue around that cancerous tissue is having sufficient oxygen, and they lived without any problem. That cancer never expanded. In the other one, he didn't bother, and cancer progressed and they died very soon. So it clearly showed that it is only lack of oxygen which is reason for the cancer growth. So what I want to study is, our yoga masters who do pranayama, because some yoga masters don't talk much about pranayama, but if you are doing them, you should check whether they are free of cancer inside them. So there is also a paper which connects that hyperoxia means extra oxygen. They give, normally when you inhale the atmospheric air, you get around 21% of oxygen. But they increase the thing, they increase to 40%, and they found that their immunity against breast cancer increases. So I told you about the importance of pH. So now we'll come to this. You would have read, in some rural pockets in India, people meet some illicit liquor and they go to hospital. Some of them die, and we say, oh, they don't know what they are doing. But like I said, same thing is being done in the name of Coca-Cola and everything in all the Western American countries. So in our lab we tested all these different drinks that are what they call soft drinks, and the pH varies from 2 to 3. Okay. I told you 7 is normal. Anything below 7 is acidic. Even less is not good. You need to have above 7 to be healthy. But what we are drinking in terms of Coca-Cola, and of course many of you have known this, is usually we are drinking acid. So that's one of the reasons why I feel colon cancer is very high in US, and the immunity is very low, because of which COVID deaths are increased. And there are papers, soft drinks increase, they cause diabetes and many other things. So I call that as noise content. So if you take soft drinks, your city's noise reduces. So how much time? So what time I started? What time I started? Because I didn't stop at 6. Huh? Maybe 6:30. Okay, I should stop in another 5 minutes. So let me stop with this kind of topic. All of you would have known that DNA is the thing, and if you have that, if the parents have that gene, then you may also get that gene, and you will get this, all that. But that's all humbug. This was published above your genetics. So there's something more you can do. You cannot change your DNA. You can't change your genes, but you can shut it off. As electrical engineers, we know switches. You have a switch which can switch on or switch off. You have other things like thyristor which can increase or decrease. So graded response. Both of them are possible on your gene, and because of which you can actually shut off certain things in your body which are misbehaved genes. And that is the thing called issue. And what are the things that cause epigenetic changes in your genes? Many things. Certain food items can do. Stress can do it in a negative way. Pranayam, there is a paper I will show you, can actually positively affect some of the immune related genes. It can switch on. And so this is from the NIH, National Institute of Health. So it's not yoga or anything. It's proper, current science, which is they say what are the epigenetic mechanisms by which you can switch off a gene or you can modulate the function of the gene. And this man is very interesting. He took identical twins to and he knows what are the type of food if you give, it can do epigenetic changes. So he gives completely different things which can operate on their this thing. And after some time you can see that one of them became like this, another so they're completely different in terms of color and everything. And this is a very powerful paper. You can see that it was 1630 citation. So that is the thing. And another interesting thing is, suppose you do some meditation or pranayama. This is where is that paper? So this paper in class 1, April 2013, they showed that 2 hours of pranayama, around 40 people were there, and there is a control group also. Expressions of 111 genes change in the lymphocytes. Lymphocytes are related to your immunity. So just 2 hours is enough, and they have seen the epigenetics of your genes. And not only that, once you change it, they have found that it is going to be there. If you switch off or switch on a gene, it's going to be there even in your offspring. That is also true. Even they have checked up to 3-4 generations in rats. I'm assuming that it will be there in the gene. So yeah, and coming to an end, and 2 slides left. So I really want people to know, the children to know about the power of breathing and some of these things, how it can improve our health and the body and the brain. And this should be taught in our science books. And I feel it is much more important than studying about Panipat War, how many brothers Aurangzeb or Shah Jahan killed for coming to power, or the number of governor generals and the British rule. All this we should stop and teach better things in school. As well as we should educate doctors, because in COVID-19 I know a lot of doctors and they are close, so they tell me, I ask them, how do you improve your immunity? They have no idea. Doctors don't study anything about positive health. They only know about disease and cure. If you are normal, they don't know anything. You say, I'm normal, but I want to improve my health. You say, no, that's not possible. I don't know anything. So we need to really revise a medical curriculum to include aspects of positive health and immunity, in addition to what they call allopathy is just alleviation of disease. All they study is alleviation of disease, nothing else. They are healthy, they have no connection. So, one more slide, yeah. So I told you, in 6 months you can really improve your health by doing just simple breathing, plus also something on the food. Today is not about food, so I just put the crux of it in this slide. So what do you do about food? Whatever you eat, you should chew your food in your mouth completely. Which means you shouldn't do anything else. When you are eating, you should only eat. Not look at your mobile and eat. Not do laptop and eat. Not look at your TV and eat. You don't even know what you are eating. When I first came to know about this, I realized that I don't even know whether I chewed it or not. It's just doing it. It was there, and after some time it's not. So many of us do that. If you just change that, I'm telling you, 1/3 of your health problems will go. Just chew say some vada and some hard thing like I don't know, something else. So whatever you eat, you should bite it in such a way that by the time it goes to your throat, it should become a paste. This is one of the important things. And you will find that the taste improves so much. If you are not used to that, you try to do this, you will find extraordinary taste in your food. And eat only if you are hungry. Don't simply eat whenever food is available. Right? You know, when you go to our normally in our house we eat 2 or 3 times. When you go to this thing, marriage, morning coffee, after this thing one more some drink, and then again this thing, and again this thing, and 3 o'clock bhaji, whatever they keep on eating. Don't eat. Of course it's difficult. I'm not saying you have to become a hermit, but wherever, whatever, you know, limited control you can have is really going to help you. And drink water only if you're thirsty. Don't keep on keeping one bottle in the fridge. It's a bad habit. Drink when you want 1 tumbler and that's it. You don't have to go on sitting. No need. Absolutely this. And complete all eating before 7:30 p.m. This is very, very important. People who are in IT industry and other things, you say, I come back at home at 9 o'clock, then only I can eat. No. You talk to your, this thing, I feel, you know, if I have an influence, I will definitely talk to all the industry. If your employees are going to be there with you for 8 o'clock, you should give them dinner. If they are not able to do, it's your health. You know, do something, take some fruits, whatever, or maybe canteen, eat at 7 o'clock or 7:30. When you come back home at 9 o'clock, you just sleep. You don't need anything more. I have tried this in so many years now. You know, you don't need that. And go to bed by 10:30 p.m. in complete darkness. Switch off your mobile, or at least put it in your airport, you know, flight mode, and switch off everything. Switch off your Wi-Fi, switch off your lights. When you have complete darkness, then there are many things that are happening in your brain that will clean up your system. And when there is light, it doesn't do effectively. So it's very simple. You just need to make sure that, you know, and if you are in a very city area, a lot of have some curtains or whatever. So these are very simple things about food. Along with that, you know, you do some things. So this is thing I want to say. My talk would have achieved its purpose if for the rest of your life you give importance to breathing as a very, very important input for your and your family's health. And that will be the best way of achieving the goal of the king. See, health does not come by great hospitals. Health comes if you don't need a hospital. Please understand. And it is possible if each of us takes interest in our own health and take some simple steps. And it's worth taking 30 minutes every day. And if you say, I don't have any time, please get up 30 minutes earlier. And I'm telling you, if the 30 minutes you spend on yoga or pranayam, you will get more energy and it will more than compensate that half an hour. I'm 100% sure because I've done it. So these are the 2 pranayams that I want you to do. Nadi Shuddhi is very simple. Inhale through one nose, exhale through another. Inhale through this, exhale slowly, deeply. And these are 2-minute videos on YouTube. You can check. I'll send you the link to Mr. Satyanarayana, whoever is interested can take from it, or I'll ask him to mail. You don't need, you just delete it. And more detailed version of my talk is available on YouTube, and that is the title is from there, Pranayama Changes Your Destiny. It was given in advance in 2020. Thank you so much. I think too late for questions. I am available. I have all the energy. If somebody is interested, if you want to ask questions, I am available. I tell Professor Satyanarayana, when I come here, I'm at your disposal. So I'm here now anyway. So you can make use of me if you think there is any important question. I think you're all too tired. Heavy conference. Thank you.
Audience, if you are having any questions, we can have about 10 minutes of interaction with Professor.
Simple breathing. Okay.
pressure and rest. Just a little, this thing, it will automatically stop. So you start with your left nostril, close your right nostril, inhale. Slow and deep, as slow as possible, as deep as possible. And preferably close your eyes so that you can totally focus on that, because if you're looking at other things, it will take away your attention, that's all. Otherwise there is nothing. Just closing your eyes will help you to put more attention on this. Maybe this will give sound. I'm just creating a sound so that you understand, but you don't need to, you shouldn't make any sound actually. Maybe it doesn't give sound. Okay. Giving sound? Okay. Then you exhale through the right nostril. Then inhale through the right nostril. Then again exhale through the left. One cycle. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, without any gap. So it should be like a cycle. It goes up, and as soon as it goes up, it comes down. Again it goes up. No stopping there. Okay. Either after inhalation or after exhalation. So do it as much as possible. I talked to any number of experts. They said even if you do 1,000 times, no problem. There are certain things like mudra pranayama. People say you shouldn't do too much. Okay, there are other things. This is something which you can do any number of times, no problems. So when you're traveling, like I said, you can do it for a few times. And lunchtime, before you take your lunch, you can do a few times. Before you go to sleep, you can do a few times. No holding, I told you. Just inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. That's all. Continuous. Inhale, that's why I said no stops. See, holding means stop. There is no stop in this. There are other pranayama, they are more complicated. You just take the simple things. If you do this and get some benefit, then you will automatically learn better things. I don't want to get into that, okay? So just inhale slowly. As soon as you finish, then you start exhaling through the right. So close this, exhale through the right, then inhale through the right, then close this, exhale through the left. That's one cycle. Again you start inhaling and go. So this is Nadi Shuddhi. The other one is called Brahmari. Brahmari in Sanskrit means bee. See, when a bee comes into your house, you will see the it makes that sound. So they have just put that name for that. That's all. It's like you are making a sound like a bee. So you inhale, and then when you exhale with that sound. You can observe this. Again, no stops. As soon as you are almost close to complete exhalation, you don't need to wait till everything goes up. Just reasonably complete, you start inhaling again. And then when you exhale, you create that sound. And you will find that if you are doing it properly, automatically your exhalation time will be much higher than the inhalation time. If that automatically happens, then you know that you are doing it properly. Just because of this humming, I don't know how it happens. People have observed that the exhalation time is slower than inhalation. So inhale fully, start exhaling with the humming sound. That's it. So these two are the only things I am going to suggest.
Excellent, sir. So, when I had requested Dr. AGR for a talk, first he told, whatever that technical I will do for you, 2 days I will come, I will be at your disposal. That was the first thing he told. Later, this proposal came from him only. I want to just do some lecture on pranayama. You give some time. He asked some time. I told, even for booking the ticket, he told, whenever you want, you book. No problem. I am at your disposal. So the schedule was, the freedom was given to me only. So I thought, in the first day, normally in any international conference, evening time we will be having some entertainment. Just before the entertainment, I wanted to, whoever is interested, I wanted to have some amount of information on our health, because about our health we really do not think at all. So because of our professor's talk, definitely many of us would have motivated to take care about our health with simple breathing exercises. Thank you so much, sir. So we have with us Dr. Pandurangan, sir. Satish Jaun, Chair Professor of Indian Institute of Science. Once again, he will be always with me for whatever the workshop we conduct. So these two professors, really, I am blessed with their support for conduction of any of the conferences what we really organize. I wholeheartedly welcome Dr. Pandurangan. So now we will be having a cultural event from our team ICAM. It will be there for another 40 minutes performance. Since 15 days, about 10 members of a small group is practicing. Let us give a big hand, a great applause to our team ICAM under the leadership of Professor Madhusudan, Professor Shashi Kiran, and Madam Akshata. They are with us. The next 40 minutes performance will be there from them. It's over to Akshata.
Hello. Hello. Good evening, everyone. I hope you are doing well. I'm Sinchana, your host for the evening. I know, it's been a long day. Hello. And it's been a very exhausting one as well. So we, the cultural team of JNNCE, have come up with several refreshing performances. Now, just sit back, relax, and enjoy. First up, we have Bharatanatyam, our very own pride, by Niharika and team. Let's welcome them with a round of applause.
ಪ್ರೆಸ್ ಮಾಡಿಬಿಡ್ರಿ ಏನಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಕಮ್ಮಿ ಇತ್ತು ಅನ್ಸುತ್ತೆ. ಇಲ್ಲ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಇದೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಓಕೆ ಸೌಂಡ್ ಇಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಲೋ ಬಂದರೆ ಆನ್ ಅಂತ. ಸೌಂಡ್ ಸರಿ ಇದೆ, ಸರಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಯೂಸ್ ದಿಸ್. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮಗೆ
पालय परमेशी कमलालय श्रीदेवी कुरिपिंचवे करुणांबुरासी धीम तारा जतुलतो प्राणमे नाट्यं చేసే గతులతో నామశతం మూల నతులతో నాపైన నీ చూపు ఆపేలా నా ఆలోచనే నిరంతరం నీకు నివాళినివ్వాలని నాలో ఆవేదనే నువ్వు ఆదరించేలా నివేదనవ్వాలని దేహమునే కోవెలగా నిన్ను కొలువుంచా జీవముతో భావముతో సేవలు చేసా ప్రతి ఋతువు ప్రతి కృతువు నీవని ఎంచా సతతము నీ స్మరణే ధీం తానా ధీం ధీం తానా జతులతో ప్రాణమే నాట్యం చేసే గతులతో నామశతం మూల నతులతో నాపైన నీ చూపు ఆపేలా శరణంటినే జనని నాద వినోదిని భువన పాలినివే అనాథ రక్షణ నీ విధి కాదటే మొరవిని చేరవటే
Thank you, girls. That was beautiful. It is such a nice weather outside, don't you think? And it is almost perfect. And you know what's missing? That is music. I guess by the setup, we've already know our keyboard artist, Mr. Sanjit Fernandez, is here to play some of his music.
Hello.
Sanjit. Kathak and Bharatanatyam are two such powerful dance forms in our Indian culture. Now, our students of JNNCE, Bhumika and team are performing this classical fusion. Now give a big round of applause and welcome them.
Ta jum nam ta rum ta dhalam ku tak tak ku da da gira 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 ta jum ta ka jum ta ta kita ta da ta jum gira gira jum ta ta nam ta rum ta kita ta da gira 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 ta ta kita ta dan ta run ta din ta da jum ta nam ta rum ta ga din ta gira 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 dim ta gira gira ta jum dim da ta jum nam da ta jum tam ta kita dana ta gira gira dim ta gira gira ta jum dim da kita jum da kita jum ta jum da kita ta jum gira gira ta jum ta ni ta ta dana ni ta ta gira gira ta dana ta jum ta dana ta gira gira ta jum dim da ta jum nam da kita jum ta dim tom nam da gira gira ta di ta dana ta gira gira ta dana ta dim ta dana ta di ta dana ta gira gira ta dim gira gira ta dim gira gira ta dim gira gira ta dim gira gira ta jum gira gira ta gira gira dim gira gira dong gira gira
ऊंची ऊंची डोरियों पे बांधो रे गागर पर ना माने ना कान्हा माने ना जग जो बिछाए हर जाल काट ले मक्खन चुराए हर माल छाट ले मुरली से करे ऐसी टिक 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 पन घट की है बड़ी पन घट की है बड़ी कठिन डगर पर ना माने ना कान्हा माने ना रोके वो है टोके वो है काटे रे डगर वाली गमोना के तटकी लाज नाही काज नाही मारे जो कंकरिया तो फूटे मोरी मटकी हाथ चतुर भर मारे देव जार हर जावे जो भी करे सब क्विक 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 कहूँ मैं पिया जी थोड़ा कर लो सबर पर ना माने ना മുത്താളം മുടിതാളം കളിയാടും നാടേ
you girls. That was absolutely amazing. Now, we have a soul-soothing performance by Rakshita and team. And your applause is their encouragement. Keep it coming, people.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello.
ಗಗನವೇ ಬಾಗಿ ಭುವಿಯನು ಕೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಡಲು ಕರೆದಂತೆ ನದಿಯನು ಬೇಟಿಗೆ ಯಾರು ಬಂದಿರದ ಮನಸಲಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಆಗಮನ ಈ ದಿನ ನೀಡುವ ಮುನ್ನ ನಾನೇ ಆಮಂತ್ರಣ ಗಗನವೇ ಬಾಗಿ ಭುವಿಯನು ಕೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಡಲು ಕರೆದಂತೆ ನದಿಯನು ಬೇಟಿಗೆ ಜೀವನ ಈ ಕ್ಷಣ ಶುರುವಾದಂತಿದೆ ಕನಸಿನ ಊರಿನ ಕದ ತೆರೆಯುತ್ತಿದೆ ಅಳಬೇಕು ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಅಂತರಿಸಿದೆ ಖುಷೀಗ ಮೀರಿ ಮೀರಿ ಮಧುಮಾಸದಂತೆ ಕೈ ಚಾಚಿದೆ ಹಸಿರಾಯ್ತು ನನ್ನ ದಾರಿ ನೀಡುವ ಮುನ್ನ ನಾನೇ ಆಮಂತ್ರಣ ಗಗನವೇ ಬಾಗಿ ಭುವಿಯನು ಕೇಳಿದ ಹಾಗೆ ಕಡಲು ಕರೆದಂತೆ ನದಿಯನು ಬೇಟಿಗೆ ಯಾರು ಬಂದಿರದ ಮನಸಲಿ ಓ ನಿನ್ನ ಆಗಮನ ಈ ದಿನ ಬಾನಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹಬ್ಬ, ಗಾಳಿ ಗಂಧಕ್ಕೂ ಹಬ್ಬ, ಇಂದು ಭೂಮಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹಬ್ಬ, ಪುಷ್ಪಕುಲಕ್ಕೂ ಹಬ್ಬ. ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರದ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೂ ಹಬ್ಬ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಓಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ವಯಸ್ಸಿಗೂ ಹಬ್ಬ. ಯಾಹೂ ಯಾಹೂ, ಇಂದು ಬಾನಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹಬ್ಬ, ಗಾಳಿ ಗಂಧಕ್ಕೂ ಹಬ್ಬ, ಇಂದು ಭೂಮಿಗೆಲ್ಲ ಹಬ್ಬ, ಪುಷ್ಪಕುಲಕ್ಕೂ ಹಬ್ಬ. ಭುವನವೆಲ್ಲ ಅಚ್ಚರಿಗಳ ರಾಶಿ, ಅಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಮಳೆ ಹನಿ, ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಬಿಸಿಲ ಬಿಸಿ. ಹೃದಯ ಬಯಸುವ ಸುಖದ ಚಿತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ, ಹೃದಯ ಬಯಸುವ ಸುಖದ ಚಿತ್ರಕ್ಕೆ ಕಂಗಳೇ ಗಾಜಿನ ಪರದೆಯು. ಇಂದು ಉಸಿರಿಗೆ ಹಬ್ಬ, ಉಬ್ಬು ಎದೆಗೂ ಹಬ್ಬ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಸುಮ್ಮನಿರದ ಮನಸ್ಸಿಗೂ ಹಬ್ಬ, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಓಡುತ್ತಿರುವ ವಯಸ್ಸಿಗೂ ಹಬ್ಬ. ಯಾಹೂ ಯಾಹೂ.
Thank you, team. Thank you for your performance. Sometimes it only takes a good song to show how diverse our place is. I invite Ujjwala ma'am and her team, who is going to represent the diversity in our culture through a song.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
All the cultural coordinators are requested to come front and enjoy the program.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Wow.
Wow.
First in the mic.
Wow.
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 ವಾ ನಿಮ್ ಕಡೆ ಸಾಂಬಾರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ ಕಡೆ ತಿಳಿಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ, ನಮ್ ಕಡೆ ಡಾಂಬರ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಿಮ್ ಕಡೆ ತಿಳಿಯೋದಿಲ್ಲ. ನಿಮ್ ಕಡೆ ಶೀರಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ತಲೆ ಅಂತ ತಿಳ್ಕೊತೀರಿ, ನಮ್ ಕಡೆ ಶೀರಾ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಕೇಸರಿ ಬಾತ್ ಅನ್ಕೋತೀವಿ. ಎಂತದ ಎಂತದ ಹಾಡೋದೆಂತ ಕೂಡೋದೆಂತ ಕುಣಿಯೋದೆಂತ, ಹ್ಯಾಂಗಪ್ಪ ಹ್ಯಾಂಗಪ್ಪ ಹಾಡೋದೆ ಹಂಗ ಕೂಡೋದೆ ಹಂಗ ಕುಣಿಯೋದೆ ಹಂಗ.
ಬೆಳಗಾವಿಯಾದರೇನು ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು ಆದರೇನು, ನಗಬೇಕು ನಾವು ಮೊದಲು ಮಾತಾಡಲು, ಎದೆ ಭಾಷೆಯ ಅರಿವಾಗಲು. ಹುಬ್ಬಳ್ಳಿಯಾದರೇನು ಭದ್ರಾವತಿಯಾದರೇನು, ಬೆರಿಬೇಕು ನಾವು ಮೊದಲು ನಲಿದಾಡಲು, ನಾವೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಸರಿ ಹೋಗಲು.
ಬೆಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೋಂಡ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಆಲೂಗಡ್ಡೆ ಉಂಡೆಯಂತೆ, ಮಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಬೋಂಡ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಎಳನೀರಿನ ಕಾಯಿಯಂತೆ. ಗದಗಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪೂರಿ ಜೊತೆ ಬಾಜಿ ಕೊಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಸ್ತಿಗಾಗಿ ಬಾಜಿ ಕಟ್ತಾರೆ,
ಮೈಸೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಹೊಲಗದ್ದೆಗೆ ಭೂತಾಯಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ, ಮಂಗಳೂರಲ್ಲಿ ಒಂದು ಮೀನಿಗೆ ಭೂತಾಯಿ ಅಂತಾರೆ.
ನಿಮ್ ಕಡೆ ಭಂಗಿ ಅಂದ್ರ ಹೋಗೆ ಸೊಪ್ಪು ಹಚ್ಚುವುದು ಸೇದುವುದು, ನಮ್ ಕಡೆ ಭಂಗಿ ಅಂದ್ರ ಚೊಕ್ಕ ಮಾಡೋ ಮಾನವರ ನಾಮವದು.
ಸಾವಿರ ಹೂವ ಎದೆ ಹನಿ ಬೇಕು ಜೇನಿನ ಗೂಡಾಗಲು, ಸಾವಿರ ಭಾವ ಸಂಧಿಸಬೇಕು ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡಾಗಲು. ಗುಡಿಗೇರಿಯಾದರೇನು ಮಡಿಕೇರಿಯಾದರೇನು, ದುಡಿಬೇಕು ನಾವು ಮೊದಲು ದಣಿಯಾಗಲು, ಬಂಗಾರದ ಗಣಿಯಾಗಲು.
ಯಾವ ಭಾಷೆ ದೊಡ್ಡದು ಯಾವುದು ಚಿಕ್ಕದು, ಯಾವ ಭಾಷೆ ಕಲಿಯೋದು ಯಾವುದು ಬಿಡದು.
ಜಯ ಭಾರತಿ ಮಡಿಲಲ್ಲಿವೆ ನೂರಾರು ಭಾಷೆಗಳು, ನೂರಾರಲು ಗುರಿಯಿಲ್ಲದ ನೂರಾರು ಕವಲುಗಳು. ನೋಟಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಕಾಣುವುದು 14 ರಾಜ್ಯಗಳ ಲಿಪಿಗಳು, ಕನ್ನಡಕ್ಕೆ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಉಂಟು 4ನೆಯ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸ್ಥಾನಮಾನಗಳು. ಕನ್ನಡ ನಾಡ ಜನ್ಮದ ಹಿಂದೆ ತ್ಯಾಗಗಳ ಕಥೆ ಇದೆ, ಭೂಪಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಮೆರೆಯಲು ನಮಗೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕೃತಿಯ ಜೊತೆ ಇದೆ. Thank you.
Thank you, team. Moving on. Showcasing the power of folk culture, we have Dhruvani and team performing a folk dance. Now let us watch and enjoy it. Hello. With composition of A.R. Rahman and in memory of Dr. Rajkumar and SPB, I invite the flautist of our college, Subodh, to play few of their songs.
Thank you.
Our very own star, Subodh. Give a round of applause for him, people. We are almost at the ending. Today's last performance with folk and famous songs, I invite Shubhashri and her team.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Speaker increase ಮಾಡಿ ಸರ್.
Hello.
Hello.
ब्रह्मानंद ओंकार आत्मानंद साकार ओम वेदांतर्य शेंकार आध्यात्म विमधुसारा ಮಾಯದಂತ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದಣ್ಣ ಮದಗಾದ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಮಾಯದಂತ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದಣ್ಣ ಮದಗಾದ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಅಂಗೈಯಗಳ ಮೋಡ ನಾಡಿ ಭೂಮಿ ತುಕದ ಗಾಳಿ ಬಿಸಿ
ಭೂಮಿ ತುಕದ ಗಾಳಿ ಬಿಸಿ ಭೂಮಿ ತುಕದ ಗಾಳಿ ಬಿಸಿ
ಗುಡುಗಿ ಗೂಡಾಗಿ ಚಲಿದಳೋ ಗಂಗಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿ ಗುಡುಗಿ ಗೂಡಾಗಿ ಚಲಿದಳೋ ಗಂಗಮ್ಮ ತಾಯಿ ಮಾಯದಂತ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದಣ್ಣ ಮದಗಾದ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಮಾಯದಂತ ಮಳೆ ಬಂದಣ್ಣ ಮದಗಾದ ಕೆರೆಗೆ ಮಿಡಿಯುವ ಮನಗಳು ಎರಡು ಮಿಡಿತದ ರಾಗವು ಒಂದೇ ಮಿಂಚುವ ಕಣ್ಣಂಚಿನ ಸಂಚು ಇಂದು ಒಂದೇ
ತಪ್ಪಿಸುವ ಹೃದಯಗಳೆರಡು ತಾಪದ ವೇಗವು ಒಂದೇ ಸೇರುವ ಶುಭ ಸಮಯದೇ ವಿರಹ ಇರದು ಮುಂದೆ
ಭಾವಗೀತೆ ಬಾಳಿ ಮರುಮೆಯ ಸಂಕೇತ ಓ ಜೀವ ವೀಣೆ ನೀಡು ಮಿಡಿತದ ಸಂಗೀತ ಜೊತೆ ಜೊತೆಯಲಿ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ಜೊತೆಯಲಿ ನಡೆದಿದ ದಿನ ಬಯಸಿ ಬಯಸಿ
ಮಾತು ಸಿಹಿ ಸಿಹಿ ನುಡಿದಿದೆ ಮನ ಹರಸಿ ಹರಸಿ
ಹೀಗೆ ಸಾಗಲಿ ನಮ್ಮಿ ಪಯಣ ಹಾಡಿನಲಿದು ಸಸುಡಿರಿ ಗಗಮಮ
मेरे दिल ने चुन लिया रे तेरे दिल दिया राह मेरे दिल ने चुन लिया रे तेरे दिल दिया राह तू जो मेरे नाल तेरेता तुर पे मेरी आसा
जीना मेरा है हुन है तेरा की मैं करा तू कर एतबार मेरा मैं करूँ इंतजार तेरा तू दिल तो यो जान मेरी मैं तनु समझा बाकी ना तेरे बिन लगता जी
सुंदरता विनाची दुर्वे पूर्वे प्रेम कृपा जयाची सर्वांगी सुंदर होती शेंदुराची कंठी जगे माड मुक्ता फळाची जय देव जय देव जय देव जय देव जय मंगलमूर्ती ओ श्री मंगलमूर्ती दर्शन मात्रे माना कामना पूर्ती जय देव जय देव
लंबोदर तू विनायका तू बल्लाळेश्वर मोरया विघ्नेश्वर तु एकदन्त तु मयूरेश्वर मोरया लंबोदर तु विनायक तु बल्लाळेश्वर मोरया विघ्नेश्वर तु एकदन्त तु मयूरेश्वर मोरया वक्रतुंड तु गजमुखा तु सिद्धि विनायका गजानना 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 गणराया गजानना 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 गणराया गजानना 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 गणराया गजानना 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 गणराया हरे राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्णा 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 हरे हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे कृष्णा कृष्णा हरे हरे
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you very much. So I'm Akshita from Civil Department. These performance which you just witnessed, those performances are from. Hello. These performances which you witnessed today evening were from our college cultural team AKM. So I take this opportunity to thank our principal, Dean Academics and NES management for continuous support throughout the academics, as well as for giving an opportunity to perform here. So thank you very much, and I thank all the students who have performed here. Thank you very much, and thank you for all being here to make this event a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you each and everyone. I think all of you have enjoyed the event. First we have a pranayam session that was also very useful. Next we have various colorful cultural programs. I hope all of you have enjoyed. Thanks a lot on behalf of Electronics and Communication Department, Jawaharlal Nehru New College of Engineering. Thank you. Have a nice evening. Tomorrow, as per the schedule, all the sessions will be running. I request all the participants to actively participate and make the event a grand success. Thank you.
Yeah, tomorrow at sharp 9:30, the paper presentation session should begin. As per the schedule, there would be 3 parallel sessions. All the things are notified outside. As per that, all the delegates who are here assembled, I request you to assemble there and make the event on time, so that at 10:30 we will be having the invited speech. Thank you so much. Have a nice time. Now we can move to the banquet dinner, which is arranged outside. All the dignitaries and the participants are requested to have the dinner and leave this campus. Thank you so much.